Hey guys, how's it going? And happy Wednesday again. Got to hang out with a bunch of you in my previous live stream where they were voting on a procedural hurdle to get to the final vote for the budget bill. This vote is wrapping up, hopefully coming down to the wire soon. We're going to share the live feed from the House floor in just 1 minute, but I'll give you guys a real quick, brief update if you've not been watching. First of all, if you're new to the channel, welcome. Good to have you here. Go back and watch my previous videos, including my live stream a couple hours ago, if you need some context. But as we speak, the version of the budget bill, as passed by the Senate, the final vote is going on in the U.S. House of Representatives. This does not include the Hearing Protection Act or Short Act, which would have repealed large sections of the NFA, 3/5 of it, to be exact. Instead, this is the $0 tax on silencers / suppressors, short-barreled rifles, short-barreled shotguns, as well as any other weapon. This is the $0 tax compromise that some people are considering a win. But if you know about this channel, this is not a win in my opinion. And I think a lot of you share the same views. Now, there was a Clyde amendment, which was a last-ditch effort to add the full Hearing Protection Act and Short Act back into the bill as passed by the Senate. That did fail narrowly in the Rules Committee late last night in the United States House of Representatives. Right now, they're voting on the Senate bill exactly to the letter, to the comma, to the period as it passed the Senate. So that's where we're at. We're going to come onto the House floor here and see where they're at. Almost all of the votes are in, but the way this stuff goes, it could be a while, or this could be over in minutes. It might be a while, though, just knowing how this stuff goes. But either way, good to see you all tonight. This is my second live stream in the last few hours. As you know, I had to end the last one because I had to go out and cut some lawns. I finished my last lawn as it got dark, got everything cleaned up, rushed back to the shop, and I'll finish putting my equipment away later. So here's where we are. This is what decides whether we end up with a $0 tax on these types of NFA items versus there being a chance for this to go back to the drawing board and possibly get the full HPA and Short Act put in. So let's take a look here right now. All right, here's where we are on agreeing to the resolution as amended. So the Senate clearly amended the crap out of the budget bill, gutting large parts of the Trump agenda, things that Trump said that he wanted in there. And as far as the Second Amendment goes, which I'm a single issue voter, that's the reason why I get involved in politics, quite frankly. We wanted not just the $0 tax, but we wanted to remove silencers, otherwise known as suppressors, short-barreled rifles, short-barreled shotguns, and any other weapons. Right now, we have the $0 tax on those items, but they would still stay on the NFA, with all NFA provisions still applying. Now, I know a lot of you are typing as fast as you can right now, and shout out to the replay crew if you're watching on replay. But 2A EDU, if there's no tax, there can't be. It's going to be a slam dunk court victory. Maybe. I hope so. I am hoping that somehow the $0 tax will make this a massive victory in the courts. That's not going to happen today. It's just not. The Supreme Court has been wishy-washy at best when it comes to Second Amendment cases, rejecting far more of them than they actually hear. We've seen with this so-called Supreme Court majority, conservative majority, I should say, we've seen it go our way with some major cases such as Bruin, and we've seen it go against us, like the recent one about privately made firearms with that weird verbiage from Neil Gorsuch and all of this. Now, keep in mind, even with the Bruin victory, states such as Michigan voted a bunch of gun control in on the state level, in part as a large retaliation to Bruin. Look, I love awesome Supreme Court cases. I really do. But fixing stuff via law has always been the best way, in my opinion. A much more concrete win, per se. And taking it down to zero tax might seem nice to some of you. To me, no. What this is going to do is get a bunch of people to run out there and start registering all these items on the NFA for free. This is going to bloat the registry. Registration always has and always will lead to confiscation, right? The other thing is it's going to normalize this registration process. You have to remember, if this just is zero tax, and that's the best, I guess, you could hope for under this scenario, because it could totally backfire on us too, which I'll get to in a second. People just start registering all this stuff. People have said, well, then it would put it as common use too, eh? Yeah, I know, but all these items have been in common use all these years anyways, and the Supreme Court has yet to remove them from the NFA. So again, you can try to stay optimistic about the courts, and we should, but Congress is supposed to take care of things, and when they promise an agenda, they're supposed to repeal these laws. I don't like court activists who write laws from the bench, so that's why I want to see somehow this still get fixed in Congress, although the chances are slim to none right now. If you look at what's going on, we have 207 Republicans voting yes. This is on the final passage, otherwise known as on agreeing to the resolution as amended. 207 Republicans are voting yes. 4 are voting no. All Democrats have voted no. As of right this minute, this bill is not going to pass, because you need 218 votes, which would be the majority of the 435 members of the House of Representatives. However, there's 220 Republicans. So every Republican but 2 would have to vote yes. The Democrats are all no at this point, so there's no way a Democrat's going to vote yes. And I didn't anticipate that either. But here's the thing. So hold on. For all of you that are looking at the screen right now, this is the live vote. I want to make sure it's live. Yes, we are on the live feed. This is like direct feed from the U.S. Clerk's office. As of right now, it does not have enough votes to pass, actually. However, see that time remaining down there that says 0.00? Well, it started off with 5 minutes on it. That was over an hour ago. So it could have infinite time in theory. They're allowed to change their votes. Did you guys know that? So what happened is Trump came into the Capitol today, I think into the congressional building, if not nearby, with all of his staffers, and has been slowly but surely talking all of the holdouts, the people that were the conservative Republican members that weren't going to vote for this. Because remember, it gutted almost everything that everybody on the conservative side and the MAGA base and Trump's campaign promises wanted anyways. So I'm a two-way absolutist. I'm a two-way single-issue voter. I'm just worried about getting these NFA items repealed is my number one concern. Now, yes, of course I care about other topics, obviously, but this is what I'm focused on. But even if you had other agendas that might have been a little more important to you, a lot of this stuff has been gutted like crazy from the Senate via the parliamentarian, with Senate Majority Leader John Thune not having the backbone to fire her, and Vice President J.D. Vance not having the backbone to overrule her. He came in to do the tie-breaking vote. Keep in mind, this was tied 50-50 by the 100 duly elected senators, and the vice president serves in the role of the president of the Senate. He came in, presided over the Senate, and broke that tiebreaker. But we're stuck right now, due to the feckless inaction of Thune and Vance. We are stuck with the parliamentarians' bill. Let's call it what it is, because the NFA repeal provisions with these 3 sections pertaining to the Hearing Protection Act and the other 2 that were going to be under the Short Act, those were in the Senate bill. Senator Marshall put them in from the great state of Kansas. The parliamentarian took it out. Then gun rights groups came in and said, well, if you can't take it out, we still take it as a win, they said. They said, although not the win we wanted, but the win that we'll still consider a win nonetheless, just reduce the tax down to 0. And the parliamentarian said, okay, the Crown will allow you to do that. So that brings us over to the House. Trump saying no matter what, that this has to be put on his desk by the 4th of July. That's, I guess, in a little over an hour. That'll be 1 day from now. Trump's been in there pressuring all these holdout congressmen that we're going to vote no. In some cases, I think persuading them with Trump they say he's a good persuader. He's good at talking people into things. And in other cases, he's out and out threatening their careers. Look at Tom Tillis, who dared to vote no again in the United States Senate. Look what Trump's doing to Massey right now. By the way, guys, look, some of you are on Team Trump. Some are on Team Massey. Some hate Massey because Trump hates Massey. Thomas Massey is right up there as one of the most pro-Second Amendment members of this House. So I'm not going to throw Thomas Massey under the bus because I care about the Second Amendment. So if this were to fail tonight, it doesn't mean that we won for sure. It doesn't mean we still probably didn't win. If I was a betting man, this isn't looking good, just so you understand that. However, it ain't over till the fat lady sings. She hasn't sang yet because this has not passed the House yet. If it doesn't pass the House, they're going to have to take up some concessions and rework things. Just like I said with the Senate, this is the Senate version they're voting on right now. If the House were to change one period, though, in it, a comma, a word, let alone adding in the Clyde Amendment, that's what we want. It's called the Andrew Clyde Amendment to actually repeal this stuff from the NFA, giving us an actual win for once. Like in 91 years, this has been the unconstitutional registry, taxation, fingerprinting, mugshot, permission to cross state lines with many of these items, things like that. For the Clyde Amendment to pass, this has to fail. Now, just because this fails and they have to go back to the drawing board doesn't mean for sure the Clyde Amendment will pass. It just gives it a chance. So if you want any chance of all of the Short Act and Hearing Protection Act to go through, we need this vote to fail tonight. Let me check the chat and see where you guys are at with this. I know some of you are kind of like, dude, Trump saying it has to pass. And a lot of you guys are MAGA, and you're just like, dude, if Trump said so, that's just the way that it has to be. Now, some of you are sitting back, and you're like, well, you know, I did vote for Trump, and I like this agenda, but I'm not liking this bill so much. And I can understand that, too. Because look, here's how this works. I'm not a Republican, certainly not a Democrat. Never, ever, ever will I be a Democrat, to make that clear for anyone new that may be watching. But even if you were like, dude, I'm 100% on with the Trump agenda. Me and you might disagree with certain things out there, right? Sure. But you should be almost as ticked off as I am right now. Because while there's some of that Trump agenda in this bill still, dude, the Senate messed it up really bad. They're still spending all kinds of money on this new Green Deal. There's stuff to do with Medicaid. There's stuff to do with whether certain states, there's a lot of points of contention right now to get tax deductions on their federal taxes, which would favor the higher tax states. These are the big issues, and all these other things, immigration that people are talking about. Not a whole lot of people are really talking about the Second Amendment. Now, there's a very few. There's a couple that are standing with their principles. We've seen Chip Roy coming out today saying that he's standing for the Second Amendment and that getting the Clyde Amendment in there, finding a way to get it back in there, I should say, because it's out right now. The Clyde Amendment is out. The NFA repeal portions are out of this bill. They're not in there. He said that's in the top of his mind. You got Andrew Clyde. I've seen Ralph Norman saying that he was against this bill. Massey says he's a no vote no matter what. Lauren Boebert, last time I checked, was a holdout. Ogles was a holdout earlier. Now, I can't see while I'm doing this stream who's actually voted how at this moment, but there was about 10 of them earlier that said, nope, we're not going to vote on this. Now, I have been reading some reports that after Trump's gotten in their ear, and in some cases persuaded them with kindness, in other cases, Trump was not so kind. I've heard making threats to their careers and all of these different things. Some of these holdouts are going to come in and change their mind inevitably. I will say this, 4th of July here is in a little bit over a day. A lot of these representatives have family vacations planned. A lot of them want to go out of town. They want to go back and have their cookout, have their whatever. These people are into all kinds of weird immoral stuff behind the scenes too. Many of them are. doing whatever the weird stuff that Congress critters do. They want to get on with all of that. You know what I mean? But as of right now, we're looking at the old scoreboard here. There's 207 yay votes to 216 nay votes. We have 4 Republicans voting no. 9 Republicans are currently not voting. If you look up that 207 plus 4 plus 9, that equals the 220. There are 220 Republicans in the House of Representatives. There's really no reason at this exact second to talk about the Democrats because all 212 have voted no. Right? And that's actually pretty simple and that's pretty obvious because I don't say this as a compliment, but I will call a spade a spade. The Democrats generally do actually do what they promise when it comes to their campaigns. They're going to promise to destroy this country. They're going to promise to make us socialist, which is the same thing as communist, all these different things. And they actually do it. When they say we're going after your guns, they go after your guns. Whereas every single one of these Republicans, I can almost guarantee you, campaign on that they're pro-Second Amendment. Because look, they just take the gun owner and the Second Amendment supporters vote for granted because they give you the old lesser of two evils. Like, what are you going to do? You're going to vote for the Democrat who's going to take all your guns? Or are you going to vote for me who's just going to do a little bit less against the Second Amendment? You guys know what I'm talking about. It's this false paradigm. And most Republicans right now, you can see they're willing to just pass that to go along to get along. They're willing to pass all of this government bloat, putting us trillions more in debt. And they're willing to ignore the first chance, the closest chance we've had in 91 years to repealing 3/5 of the Hearing Protection Act. And they're willing to ignore all of that. Because to me, in most cases, it's party above principle. So you see 207 Republicans are voting yes. Now, here's the thing. They need 218, right? And they won't have it with the 4 nay votes. So as of right now, if this vote were to end, actually this would not be passing the House. However, they can change their vote. Don't be surprised if we don't see this change. I'm hoping it doesn't change, but I just want to let you know they can change their vote. Now, this is where it could get really goofy. If you had like a Republican, say they stood strong and there wasn't enough Republicans voting in support of, so it couldn't pass, a Democrat could still change their vote and jump in and vote yes, not because they want the agenda. They could do it if a good enough deal was inked in the back room for them in their district. So there's deals trying to be made. The president has been talking with Congress. He talked to the Freedom Caucus earlier. He talked to all of the holdouts. And he's been able to talk some of them into coming on over, as reported. That's what's been being reported throughout the day today. So the president is trying to force this through no matter what. He listed the Second Amendment and these NFA provisions, the repeal of, he listed them as high priorities on his website just recently. But at the end of the day, let's face it. Look, love him or hate him, guys. I know you guys have to agree with me on this. I think it's Trump we're talking about. A narcissist does what a narcissist does. He's all about this so-called one big beautiful bill. It will pass. It will pass on the 4th of July. It's the greatest bill. It's the best bill. No bill ever comes close. Most people agree. I mean, you know, you can hear him right now. He's been saying it all day. Look, you vote against my one big beautiful bill, you're primary, you're fired. I mean, he's saying this stuff to these people in real life right now. Now, look, man, as much as I just poked fun of him a little bit, because why not? This is a clown show. All of this is at this point. But the Trump administration has been way better on the Second Amendment, this administration, than it was last administration. He hasn't tried to ban anything by executive order yet, and his Department of Justice is actually going through cleaning up a lot of things. It's been done in the past, but at the end of the day, if any of these guys, if Trump, if Vance, if the Senate wanted this True Hearing Protection Act and Short Act, meaning repeal of these NFA items, this could have happened in the Senate when they had that committee vote last night, which struck down the Clyde Amendment, unfortunately. That was the one that was the last-ditch effort to try to put the repeal back in there. Right now, we're stuck with the $0 tax. Some of you are cheering and calling that a win. You guys can call it whatever you want. Trust me, I'm not here to make your mind up for you. This channel doesn't call it a win. I don't call it a win. Opens the door up. I mean, think about it for a minute. If they can take it down to zero tax with the Republicans in the majority, what's not to say that when the Dems take the majority, which they will because they're going to lose a ton of 2A voters and gun owner voters, a lot of people are just tapping out and they're going to vote third party or take the midterms off or even not vote again. I've read all of it myself. It's not just me noticing it. This is sweeping the country. A lot of people are getting disenchanted. They're going to tap out. So when the Democrats take control again, what's to keep them from making it a $5,000 tax? See, they've been talking about adjusting it for inflation, and $200 back in 1934 is pretty darn near $5,000 right now. Making registry customary and normal, getting people used to registering all their stuff. I think making it easier if it's a $0 tax actually to add other things like semi-auto pistols. There's this whole move right now to go after any type of semi-automatic pistol with a cruciform type trigger. Think Glock and other similarly associated pistols. There's all kinds of things. They're saying they're too readily convertible. You can put a switch on it and turn it into fully auto instead of fully semi-auto like these idiots like to call it. Not really many people are talking about some of these things, but I think they could want to put the AR and all the modern sporting rifles. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness rifles is what they should be. And they should have the fully functional switch with all positions working. That's what the Second Amendment says. But they can, I think it opens up the door where, see, there's one way to look at it, glass half full. And we want to be optimistic where we can. Some people are like, hold on a minute. If it's a $0 tax, they have to just get rid of all the NFA provisions because if there's no tax to collect, there's no there. I'm pretty sure the way I understand it on semantics, and that's how laws work, a $0 tax is still a tax. That's different than repealing. See, repealing removes all of it. And that's what the HPA and Short Act was. That's what the Clyde Amendment that got narrowly voted down last night. That's what that attempted to do. It's not in there right now. Okay, so that's the glass half full. If there's $0 tax, they'll just have to get rid of all of it. Maybe with the right court case. And I hope, and I'll celebrate it if it happens. But if there's $0 tax, it actually, in my opinion, makes it easier for them to add more different types of items to the NFA. Because then the argument from that side will be, well, hold on a minute. There's no tax. It's not really that much of a burden. You know what I'm saying? Not really that much of a burden. We can add other items easier. So we'll see. If there is a win, though, this will be years in court, keep in mind. Now, there is a snowball's chance, and you know what, that there could be a lawsuit and that the bondy DOJ could come in and say, we don't contest, we don't disagree. And that could make lawsuits speed up a lot. There are some scenarios out there with that $0 tax working out well in court. But as I've said before, and I'm going to say it again, all right? The best way, the true win, is to have Congress take care of this. To have Congress repeal these three portions of the NFA, because Congress makes law, Congress can repeal law. Congress makes tax code, Congress can repeal tax code. And that's what the NFA is. It's a tax. So I don't consider this the win, all right? And I have disagreement, which I often do on this. That's fine. I'm just telling you, look, nah, zero is no tax. Okay, well, here's the thing. National Firearms Act passes. And by the way, the vote count's still the same. 207 Republicans voting for, 4 are voting against. Unless those nay votes change their vote, this can't pass right now. 9 are not voting. That's where we're at. I'll let you know if it changes. 1934, the National Firearms Act passes. They know when they go to pass it, even though they're trying to ban these guns, they say they can't. Because the Second Amendment would have stopped them. And they knew that in 1934, and they literally said so. Go back and read the transcripts, the old testimonies, and then the passage of vote and debate in 1934. They said, all right, well, we'll add a tax, which isn't banning it. It's just adding a tax. And while Congress doesn't have the ability to ban firearms, that's what was said in the 30s, they do have the ability to tax them. 1937, Supreme Court hears this case and says, look, here's the deal. They're not banning these firearms. They're just adding a tax to these NFA firearms. Therefore, since the NFA is a tax, it can stand. And there's a federal law that says that it's illegal to have a federal firearms registry. Now, we know the ATF and the deep states come up with their own anyways. It's obvious, but just hear me out. It's against the law to have a registry for firearms. But yet somehow the NFA still stands. Now, I don't agree with this at all. I'm just telling you, this is the legal arguments that have been decided by the United States Supreme Court. Just keep that in mind. They said, no, there's no registry of these firearms at all. What the registry's for is to make sure that the tax was paid. And I've been talking about this for years, but I'll say it again because I have a lot of new viewers, and welcome to all of you, by the way. Good to see you tonight. Good shout out to all of the people watching on replay too. The old replay crew out there. You guys will be watching later. But so anyways, they're saying it's not a tax. That's what the parliamentarians said. But it's literally a tax. So they're not registering the NFA item themselves, the silencer, the short-barreled shotgun, just any other weapon you pick. That's not what's being registered. Only the tax is being registered. And here's what I said before. And that's what's being kept track of. If you possess an illegal silencer, an illegal short-barreled rifle, you don't face up to 10 years in prison and 6 figures worth of fines for having the firearm. No, you actually face all that for not paying the tax. So by definition, all of the provisions of the NFA are just pursuant to the tax. Now, if a $0 tax were to make all of this just instantly go away legislatively, then it would have just gone all away. But here's the problem. The current version right now by the Senate, the parliamentarian has ruled that you can reduce the tax to 0, but the other NFA provisions still apply because they tried to repeal those in the Senate. That's the Hearing Protection Act and Short Act. They were put in by the senator from Kansas, Senator Marshall. So whether we like it or not, whether we'd like to agree with it or not, and trust me, I don't agree with any of this or not, it will still be considered a $0 tax, and that will still count as a tax for purposes of what the parliamentarian said, and the leadership of the Senate agreed and refused to fire or overrule her. Right now, unless this fails to pass, they can go back to the drawing board and get the Clyde Amendment put back in. We'll find out in a little bit here whether the House agrees or not. Now, I know I have a bunch of apparently lawyers in the chat that are saying right now, dude, it's this, it's that. Look. Yet again, for those of you that are new to the channel, welcome. Trust me, I'm with you guys. I've ridiculed every aspect of all of this. I don't concede that a 1 penny tax is okay. In fact, to believe the parliamentarians' take, which we're getting, I hope not, but we might be getting governed under soon, it requires a listener to be dumber than the speaker. Yeah, how can you have a $0 tax and then still make people register the taxable item, mugshot, fingerprints, fill out paperwork? There's going to be super, super long waits if this $0 tax passes. But that is what's going on, see? And here's sometimes where there's a little bit of a disconnect. because I give you guys my opinions on here all the time. That's what this channel is. We opine, we talk about things. Mainly, I'm doing these live streams like right now for moral support, just so we can all have a place to gather and hang out in the chat. Just because I tell you the way something is right now, do not mistake that for my personal opinion. Don't think because I said, look, right now the tax is down to 0. However, the NFA provisions are still in the law. Just because I tell you that they're still in the law if this passes doesn't mean I approve of that. All right? It does not mean that, look, I don't believe in this whole weird logic where it's like, if I argue to myself that it's not true enough, it's just going to change something. Sure, I root for things. And trust me, my opinion is, and it will always be, that this is all a bunch of BS. Just because I say it, though, doesn't make it so. Just because anybody else says it doesn't make it so, unless it's like the Supreme Court collectively, the majority of says so. Now, that could make it so. If enough House members right now vote no, do not let this pass, they have to go back to the drawing board. If the Clyde amendment goes back in and it gets sent over to the Senate and they have a standoff and it forces them to overrule the parliamentarian to get this through, well, then it will be. And that's why we're making these arguments. And that's why I've been so adamant about this and not willing to accept compromise, because you got to go hard on this. You can't be meek, because there's very few people in our corner on Capitol Hill. So as it sits, 207 yes votes, 4 nay votes. All Democrats voting no. Do the quick math. If all 9 of the Republican no votes, not voting, if all of those come over into the yes column, hypothetically, that's 216 votes. Trust me, if they had the votes to pass this right now, they would have already closed the board. This is still ongoing. This is definitely still ongoing here. I'm going to play this for just a second. I thought this vote was going to take longer to get started today. And I live streamed with all of you earlier for like an hour and a half. Look, it's bad news, but I had a great time with you all. Then I went out and cut lawns till literally dark. And I stopped through Taco Bell, right? Okay, here's my, you know what I'm saying? It's already cold now, but if this stuff sits too long, it's like nasty. So I'm going to keep this going. Keep the chat going. I will be back to see you all in just a couple minutes. Like, trust me, it drives me crazy when some type of streamer or some type of whatever comes in there and eats while they're on camera. I'm not going to do that, but I will be here and I'll be chiming back in with all of you in just a couple minutes. But this is it. This is it right now. If this passes in a few minutes or in a few hours, then yeah, Hearing Protection Act and Short Act are out. We'll have the $0 tax. I'll give you guys another quick update. For those of you just joining, the status is this is the final vote. All right. This is the final vote, and the Clyde Amendment was voted down late last night. There is no Clyde Amendment. If you don't know what the Clyde Amendment is, I did a whole video on this yesterday. And again, I welcome all the new people to the channel or people that just don't watch my videos, but you've been around for a while. I've discussed this quite a bit. But to recap it real quickly here, this is the exact version that the Senate has passed. If they change even one word, one period, one comma, it will have to be sent back to the Senate again. You know what I'm saying? No problem, dude. Right now, if it passes as it sits, it will be the $0 tax, but no Hearing Protection Act and no Short Act, meaning those will not be removed from the National Firearms Act. The Democrats have 212 members, and the Republicans have 220 members. Yeah, I know if you add that up, that's not 435. 3 Democrats have passed away, and they've yet to hold these special elections and fill their seats. So there is 3 seats short right now. Keep that in mind. If some of you are kind of doing the quick math, being like, well, hold on a minute. If Democrats voted this way and Republicans voted that way, you'll see the math isn't going to quite line up. If you're doing that math and you're thinking to yourself, yeah, you're only going to count like what, 432 votes total. If you add all those numbers up, that's because some of the Democrats have fairly recently passed away, and those seats are just not filled. All right, I need to eat my burrito because you know what I mean. It's Taco Bell, guys, right? Like, it's okay to eat it cold, but if it sits like another hour or two after it's cold, yeah, then it could like give you food poisoning because Taco Bell is already a little bit. Look, I love it. It tastes great, but it's always like a little sketchy, anyways. You know what I'm saying? So you don't want to sit and let that stuff fester. Um, no, I am not a lawyer, D. Morris. Are you? I just assumed I had a few lawyers in the chat earlier with the way people were like specifically describing exactly the way the courts are going to rule on this in every way. I assumed we did. Maybe we don't have any lawyers in the chat. I have no idea. I don't like most lawyers anyways, just so you guys know. I don't like most politicians. I don't like most lawyers. So yeah, if anyone has any questions, try to help fill them in chat just a little bit. Yeah, dude, I do landscaping and I was cutting grass today. That's what I do for a living. Man, people must just be joining. Yes or no to the NFA. Geez, I'm never going to get to eat this burrito, but I'm trying to help you guys out that jumped in here. Right now, the NFA repeal provisions are not in there. The Clyde Amendment was voted down. They are attempting right now to pass this exactly the way that the Senate passed it. So if you've been watching any of my previous videos, right? Any of my previous videos, that tells you where we were at up till now. The breaking news today basically is the Clyde Amendment failed. The House didn't add anything back in. They're trying to pass it exactly like the Senate does because then it doesn't have to go back to the Senate. All right? Does that make sense? No, if this passes, it does not go back to the House. This is in the House right now. If this passes, it goes to Trump's desk and he will sign it into law, guaranteed, on the 4th of July with a big ceremony. That's where we're at. All right? Will Ferguson. See, now me and you probably would like each other. I'm a lawyer and I don't like most lawyers. See, my lawyer friends, because I do have a few, right? Stambo, he's a good friend of mine. He's been a guest on the channel here. Stephen Stambolia, I like him. He can't stand most lawyers, okay? My friend Catherine Henry, she can't stand most lawyers. So there you go. Hold on a minute, Red. I am going to go eat, okay? But we did send you something in the mail. I think maybe the way it's displayed in the case, you might have to flip it over. So I don't want to give you too much of it away, but if you look at it and it's just like, huh, this is kind of plain Jane, flip it over. And that should make sense when you actually see it and when you actually get it. Does that make sense? All right, guys. I'll be back with you on in just a minute. Right now, there are 4 no votes. This does not have the votes to pass. They can change their votes. I will see you all back in just 1 second here. Hey guys, I'm literally sitting here right here eating. I can still read the chat. And for all of you, yes, I do have some sauces. So there you go. In case you question me, the sauces are right here. And I can still see the chat. All right. It looks like one of the no votes just came in and voted yes. So now the Republicans are up to 208 votes. The vote is for the version that was exactly the same as what was passed by the Senate. The $0 tax, but still keeping the NFA provisions in the 1934 NFA tax law. It's going to come right down to the wire, guys, whether they have enough votes or not. Right down to the wire. And they're obviously talking a lot of the holdouts into voting yes as we speak. Yeah. All right. I'll be right back, guys. All right, I'm back. Did you guys miss me? By the way, guys, 223 Wild is definitely a cartridge. It's a chamber. It's not a cartridge, it's a chamber. Let me back up. It's a chambering, which you could shoot either 223 Remington or 5.56. I slightly misspoke there because I was watching the back and forth. It's a chambering. And it's considered the compromise chambering. Now, look at this vote right now. Just think about this, guys. This shows you there's some backroom deals going on. Promise you there's back deals going on. And I don't think I need to convince any of you at this point. Right now, the yeas have 208, the nays have 216. If all 8 of the non-voting Republicans vote yay, they ain't going to get it. So why wouldn't they just close the board right now and send this back and mark it up again? That would give Andrew Clyde yet again one more chance to put in the so-called Clyde Amendment, which does reinstate the Hearing Protection Act, as well as the Short Act, removing these items from the NFA. All right. But there has to be a backroom deal. Like, there just has to be. One of these no votes is thinking about switching themselves to a yes vote. They might be giving them the old bamboo under the fingernails treatment. They might be getting waterboarded back there. They might be showing them a picture of Kennedy. Then they show a picture of their family. I mean, I say might be. I don't know, but you can't put anything past these people. You know what I'm saying? Just think about it. Clearly, right now, as it stands, if votes were final, this could not pass. Yet they still stay up there, and we're still waiting. They believe they're going to keep working and working and working these no-vote Republicans over until they switch their vote to a yes. I mean, there's something going on in that back room. Let me just ask the chat, by the way, because I don't know. I'm just curious. Do you guys want this to pass right now or fail? If it passes, that means the Senate's version of the budget bill will get sent to Trump's desk, and he will sign it. So write down pass or fail in the chat. Whatever the Senate did to it, which was added a bunch of bloat into it, repealed half of Trump's agenda out of it, and what most of us are worried about, remove the Hearing Protection Act and just send it to a zero tax, but all NFA registration and all the other rigmarole would still apply. If this fails, look, there's no way the Democrats are going to get their budget passed. Let's just rule that out. If it fails, it goes back to the drawing board. The House can mark up the bill how they see fit, and then they can send it over to the Senate and force, maybe once and for all, force Thune and or J.D. Vance to get rid of or overrule the parliamentarian. If you guys want my vote, I say fail. We just had another no vote. 5 no votes now. Oh my gosh. This doesn't happen much, guys. When the president tells his majority caucus, his same party caucus, you know what I mean? Because the Republicans have the trifecta. When they tell them to vote a certain way, they usually get it together. Now we have 5 no votes. So to sum it up, if this fails, there's a chance the Clyde Amendment and the Full Hearing Protection Act will be added. It's not a guarantee. It's going to be a huge uphill fight. It's going to be a dog fight. An old-fashioned standoff between the two chambers. But here's the thing, though. If this fails, this is actually pretty American for it to fail. It's not supposed to be easy to pass laws. These are supposed to be deliberative bodies. They're supposed to debate. A lot of people get antsy, right? Because people are into watching like TikTok videos and they want everything right now. And, you know, there's Uber Eats and it'll just bring it right to your house. And look, go back to the history and tradition of this country. It's supposed to be very hard and arduous to make laws. And that's the way it should be. We shouldn't have the laws that we have. The law of the land should be the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, inspired by, other founding documents like the Declaration of Independence, Articles of Confederation, all of these different things. But at the same time, there's a lot of people out there like, dude, we just need to pass this right now. Look, when I say I want the Clyde Amendment to pass, that isn't wanting me wanting any more laws. We don't want more laws. The only laws we want passed are ones that repeal laws. So the Clyde Amendment repeals. This might not pass. If this doesn't pass, we're going to be watching modern history here. This was supposed to be a slam dunk. Trump is threatening people's careers right now. Just to throw this out there in case you guys haven't been, plugged into all this. I unfortunately have been because I want to report it all to you. I just want to be here for you guys. Trust me, I hate all this stuff as much as all of you. Just give me my guns, my money, and my freedom, and you can all keep the change. That's where I'm at with all of this crap. I just want America back. I don't even recognize where I'm living right now. Just get rid of the gun control, get rid of all this crap, and leave me the heck alone, and I'll be just fine. This is supposed to pass. Trump's literally already made one senator resign. He's not going to run for re-election. He literally wrote an essay that would be long enough to be for most people's master's thesis in college, berating Thomas Massie. Like literally berating him. Now, for what it's worth, Elon Musk has chimed in, and Elon's so against this bill. He says he's going to primary every single person that votes for this. Well, right now, Elon's going to have to fund 207 primaries. And I was listening to some people talking on the radio, and they're like, yeah, like Elon's really going to be able to primary 207 people. He'd have to have a lot of money. And I just started laughing because I'm not saying I'm on team Elon. There's stuff with him that doesn't sit right with me either. This is all turning into a clown show, trust me. But I do think Elon happens to be right on this budget bill, though. A bunch of other stuff with him, don't even get me started. Okay, but the point is that someone said, well, come on, would Elon have enough money to run? Dude, he's the richest person in the world. It's not even close. So Elon allegedly, according to him, he says he's going to primary all 207 of these right now. Trump's basically trying to make sure that the 5 that are voting no, they can change their vote still. Don't forget. All right. But Trump's going after these. Dude, here's the thing, guys. I'm not a libertarian, and Thomas Massie's not part of the Libertarian Party either. He's a Republican. Lots of libertarian friends, though. Shout out to all my libertarian friends, by the way. We see eye to eye on the two-way, man. We really do. Me and most Republicans see eye to eye on the two-way. I'm just not a political party dude anymore. Really, there ain't a home for a guy like me in this political world anymore. I don't want compromise. I don't want infringements. Just shall not be infringed. Period. End of story. That's it. Whatever that is, that's the political party I joined. But no, George Washington in his farewell address warned about political parties. We're seeing it right now. Yeah, guys, I just threw the Elon thing out there because he's saying he's going to primary every last one that votes yes. Thoughtful discussion in the chat, okay? He's a whole can of worms, trust me. Lori DeVries says, why haven't you all hit that thumbs up button? Well, thank you for reminding them, Lori. Come on, guys. You may be a little stingy on that thumbs up for me, but come on, give up a thumbs up for your girl, Lori, at least. Look, Lori's good people. I've hung out with Lori and in real life, and she's a good old gal. So even if you don't like the stream, even if you don't like me, give a thumbs up on our girl Lori's behalf. You know what I'm saying? It is nice, guys, when you have a good-looking woman come in the chat. She's like, come on, guys, give me a thumbs up. I'm like, just do it for her, guys, even if... No, you guys like this channel. We're having a good time tonight. The Court of Public Opinion. What's happening, man? You've been sending me lots of updates, and I appreciate you being in the fight, too. Look, man. Yeah, like, I'm with the libertarians on the just leave me alone. But here's the problem, dude. Like the Libertarian Party, it's so all over the place. It's all over the place because, look, here's the definition of a libertarian. Libertarians hate the Libertarian Party, even though they're in it. You guys know what I mean, right? But no, that Chase Oliver, When I talk about like actually voting Libertarian for like president, if it's a local candidate, I'll look at all of them. I truly will. Local politics is where you'll still find some good people. All right. But that Chase Oliver, in my opinion, is a communist. And then some libertarians will be like, yeah, you should be able to sell heroin to a 5-year-old. Now, there's other libertarians watching me like, no, 2A EDU, we don't all think that way. I know. All libertarians don't think that way. It's just a weird thing, and it was designed to be a weird thing, but at the end of the day, I just can't find any party that I want to, like, wear their colors. You know what I'm saying? But I've been to lots of 2A events with a lot of my Republican friends, with a lot of my Libertarian friends. There might even be a Democrat or two in here, you know? Dude, I would take it if there was a Democrat that would vote for the 2A every time and vote against all this insanity and this government vote, I'd probably vote for that Democrat if there was one. If right now there's none in the Congress at all. I'm just saying, if there was one. My point is, I don't like political parties. I like regular people. I don't know what we do going forward. Because a lot of you guys are like me right now. You're like, dude, just screw this. Like, I'm tired of this blue and red. This is like gang warfare. Like, I've always kind of lived in the country and outside of town, dirt roads and whatnot. But, you know, I've never lived in the inner city to truly understand it. But when I was younger, I just kind of remember that was a big deal you'd hear about on the news. The gang wars, the Bloods versus the Crips, and it was blue versus red. And now I see all this blue versus red, and trust me, it's driving me nuts. Not because I'm giving the Democrats a pass. I'm not a bipartisan fella either. I'm just anti-partisan, really. I wish I could just call myself an anarchist, but I don't agree with anarchy either. I do agree with the Federalist Papers approach where, look, if men were angels, we wouldn't need any government at all. But since men are not angels, we are going to need a limited government to protect our natural God-given rights from each other. Literally, the only reason the Founding Fathers said that the government was allowed to exist at all is to protect your natural God-given rights. July 4th, 1776. 35-year-old Thomas Jefferson wrote, all men are created equal, and they're endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. And among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And dude, literally, that's such a beautiful thing. If you had that, what more could you ever need, right? But then it goes on and says that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. These people work for us. They're supposed to work to represent us in this constitutional representative republic, if we can keep it, like Ben Franklin said. And the only reason they're supposed to be there at all is to protect our natural God-given rights. So since men are not angels, we would need a government. And I do agree, to protect us from tyranny of the majority, to protect us from this democracy that even most conservative talking heads say we have. No, we don't have a democracy. Democracy's two wolves voting against one sheep on what's for dinner. But a republic is that well-armed lamb contesting that vote. These are the fundamentals that I believe in, right? Now, let me continue with that part of the Federalist Papers. They said, however, if the government were angels, we wouldn't need any checks on the government. But since the government is certainly not angels, we need both internal and external checks on the government. Now, the internal checks will be the three branches of government. The legislators are supposed to check the presidency, which can check the legislature, the courts can check. You can impeach a Supreme Court justice, though, so they can be checked by the legislative branch, and the president nominates the Supreme Court justice. They're all supposed to be checks and balances. That's your internal checks and balances. Now, within the Congress itself, which the Constitution says Congress makes law, not a Senate parliamentarian. We literally fought the British Parliament. We fought the King of England and rejected the Parliament 250 years ago. Think about that. Yet here we are. There's a Parliament and the Senate, but it's really Thune and Vance that didn't have the backbone to shut her down and say you're fired or you're overruled. But within the Congress, we're supposed to have checks and balances there. And the upper chamber, which was to be of better men, that's what the Senate was supposed to be. The Senate was originally supposed to be elected. Quick history lesson for all of you while they vote. And right now, this does not have the vote to pass. The way the country was founded, and in my opinion still should be, your state legislature was supposed to vote for who your United States senators were supposed to be, thus making states' powers a lot more relevant, thus making these state elections a lot more important. Well, that went away. And now we have a system where it's just popular vote, just raw democracy in each and every state over who their United States senators are going to be. Now, the United States House, that's supposed to be the people's house. And instead of only, now there were way less than 100 when the country was just formed. We're sitting at 100 now. But instead of just having the two per state, you would have many. In the Senate, you would have many representatives. They were supposed to live closer to your hometown. They were supposed to live under and be familiar with your struggles in day-to-day life. They were supposed to be there to stand up for your natural God-given rights on more of a personal basis. Someone you could actually go talk to. Well, now we sit to the point where the lower chamber of the House, the People's House, is talking back to the Senate. Many people say they're not allowed to do that. Daddy Trump's telling them, you ain't allowed to. You do this, your political career is over. Don't believe me? Look at the Truth Social he sent out about Thomas Massie. Brutal, to say the least. Wow, was it nasty. Dude, Thomas Massie's a dude that lives out on an old family farm in the hills of Kentucky, completely self-sustainable. Literally built his whole house without nails. It's the old-fashioned, like, tongue and groove and pegs and the way the boards interlock. I saw a documentary on his house. He literally has chickens that are in a coop so the coyotes don't eat them, and he has it like robots hooked up to it where it moves it around the yard to change out the grazing area for his chickens. This guy's an electrical engineer. By most people's standards, a genius, like literally went to like one of the top colleges in the country. But at the same time, Thomas Massie's also like out living in the hills. Lives completely off the grid. Has his own water provisions. His own electricity provisions. Eats off the land. Lives off the land. When he goes up to serve in Congress, he's staying in a camper right now in the bed of his pickup truck. Just think about that. Now, that doesn't mean that you guys need to be Thomas Massie fans. I get it. Some of you are not. But it's just interesting. And here's the thing, dude. Thomas Massie keeps getting reelected to that small town area out in the beautiful hills of Kentucky. And it is a beautiful place. Every time I go down south, I drive through that area. Shout out to all my viewers who live out in the hills, too. I'm jealous, man. That'd be so nice to wake up in Appalachia, as you guys call it. Here in the north, we say Appalachian Mountains, Appalachia, whatever. Nice place. But this is what his people want, the people that live near him. And everybody's not supposed to be the same. That's why we're supposed to have 435 representatives. Because some people need represented in a certain way, other people need represented in another way. And I don't agree with everything Thomas Massie says either, by the way. However, I like that he's there. Because Thomas Massie's kind of like the reject congressman, if you know what I mean. And a lot of us, in many ways in our life, we're the rejects too. We're not the status quo. Look, I think being a reject now is something you should wear with a badge of honor, actually, because I reject all this crap. But no, dude, it's good to have a guy going against the grain. It's good to have a guy going against the grain because everybody doesn't want to just let the current carry them along. Some people want to, and they ought to swim upstream. You know what I'm saying? Go against the grain. I don't want all these people just sitting there with the good buddy handshakes in the back room. I like seeing a rabble rouser. Someone that's like, screw you. See, and there is pushback on it. If that was a question to me, I'll answer it. Is it good to have a guy crying and complaining and not doing anything about it? Dude, he is doing something about it. Are you kidding me right now? He's voting no against this bill. See, here's a common misconception that you may have and other people may have. They think that these congressmen always have to be doing something. They have to be passing something. They have to pass all these laws before they're doing their job. No. Dude, if these people did nothing, just so you guys know this, if these people did nothing, if they never showed up again, we'd be in better shape than we are right now. That's my answer to your question. For any of you just joining, welcome. It's good to have you guys here. Massey is well liked in those parts, Mateo says. Well, yeah, he is. And it doesn't matter if I like him or if anybody likes him. If the people that are in Thomas Massey's district, if they like him, that's all we need to know. Really, that's literally all we need to know. Dude, I don't want people from Kentucky necessarily, even though I would welcome them, because most people from Kentucky I know are really cool people. But I don't want them coming in my hometown just to drop by and tell me how we ought to be doing things. Now, I welcome a lot of them as my neighbors. Then they would be my neighbors, and we could work together to figure out what we wanted. But I don't want a bunch of people on the internet from Kentucky telling me what to do in my backyard. Just like I'm sure the people in Kentucky don't want a bunch of people where I live telling them what to do in their backyard. Now, I'm stuck in this hellhole called Michigan, where there's a lot of awesome people that live here. Lots of beautiful people. There's things that are beautiful about this state. But this Gretchen Whitmer, these Democrats and these Rhino Republicans, which there's many of those too, they made this state completely and utterly just a hellhole. Despicable state. I'm kind of an exception. I would probably get along with my friends from Kentucky. I live a lot more like how they do down in the hills here in Michigan than you'd think. But at the same time, no. Now, if this is what the people from Kentucky want, that part of Kentucky want, that's what they should have. And I do wish Thomas Massey well. And little do you guys know, I actually disagree with quite a bit of his theories on things, actually. But I respect him. I do. All right, JR's from that neck of the woods. Nice, man. Agerizer, what's happening, dude? How you doing? He says, this libertarian salutes you. Look, man, I told you guys I don't just say this stuff as platitudes. I said, I have a lot of libertarian friends. Me and libertarians get along great because publicly I talk about the two-way. And there's certain things we're going to disagree on, but certain things, man, I'm pretty tight with a lot of libertarians. I really am. Dude, Massey's going to vote no for it no matter what. Yes, you're right. Massey's completely principled, but he is pro-Second Amendment. Yes, I do realize what Massey did. And if you guys want to hate Thomas Massey, go on with it. I don't care. See, that's the thing. I really don't. But once in a while, people watching a channel like to know what the channel's host has to say. And I like him and I respect him, even though I don't agree with him on everything. Just to update everyone who's just now joining, the Clyde Amendment was voted out last night in the House committee. This version they're trying to pass right now is the exact same version as what the Senate passed. Which, by the way, for all of my MAGA friends, and I do have MAGA friends, like, trust me, like, a lot of my best friends are, like, super, super Trump trained MAGA. They got pictures of him all over their walls. Like, dude, look, I don't see eye to eye with them on everything either, but a lot of them are my friends. My friends that are MAGA should be really, really ticked off right now. Dude, you guys realize like half of Trump's agenda is either watered down or taken totally out of this bill by the Senate, by the parliamentarian, as approved and coalesced with by Senate Majority Leader Thune and the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, who serves as President of the Senate. Vance showed up to preside over the Senate to break the tie-breaking vote, but he couldn't be bothered to overrule the parliamentarian. Thune won't fire her. And I've been telling you guys on this channel from the very beginning, Thune said he will not fire her. Now, hold on a minute. If this gets kicked back to the Senate, though, with a different version, and puts back provisions such as the Clyde Amendment, which is the Full Hearing Protection Act, the Short Act, that's what we want. The parliamentarian is going to rule against it again. Here's the interesting part. The ante's up. The price to play poker just went up in the Senate if the House kicks it back. This is an if. But if the House kicks it back, just crank it up to 11, the heat that's going to be on Thune and or Vance to either overrule the parliamentarian or fire her and replace her. Trump's been in D.C. all day today, from what I understand. I've literally heard many congressmen talking about this in brief interviews that I've been listening to as I've been cutting grass, saying Trump was really putting the pressure on. He had like a whole fleet of his staffers in there trying to pressure these people. As of right now, there's 5 Republicans voting no. They do not have enough votes to pass. However, I have to be clear with you. They can change their vote. In theory, up to and including all 5 of the no votes could switch over to yes. There's the non-voting column that's still sitting there. There's 8 Republicans that are still in the back room. They haven't decided to cast that no vote yet, but they haven't been convinced to vote yes either. I told you all earlier today, because you remember, things change. This is ongoing. Earlier, I said this has a very slim chance of going back to the House. Very slim chance. Our chances are still slim, but they're actually getting a little better right now than they were a couple hours ago. Not trying to give you guys false hope. I'm not saying we won anything yet. I'm not saying we even have a chance yet of getting the Clyde Amendment back in. But I will tell you this, as of right this minute, our chances are closer now to this going back to the House for markup. When I say back to the House, look, it's in the House. I mean back to the drawing board. We do have a better chance of getting that Clyde Amendment added right now than we did just an hour or two ago. It's true. That does not mean this is going to fail. It does not mean Clyde will have another chance. I'm not guaranteeing you that. But I can very accurately, with a clear conscience, say our chances are much better right now than they were when I streamed just 5 or 6 hours ago on this topic. But I've sat here and watched these scoreboards before, man. These people do change their votes. And I threw out a few things here and there of options they might be doing to some of these congressmen in the back room. You guys think I was too far off? The old bamboo under the fingernails and toenails torture, that's a classic I've heard they like. The old waterboarding, that's always been a fan favorite. Look, I asked the chat earlier, do you guys want this to pass or fail? And I think everyone in my chat said they want this to fail because we don't consider the 2A something to compromise on. A compromise is not a win. That's how I look at it, and I think most of you do too. Do you think they would show a congressman just real quiet? They walk in there, the lighting's dim. You know what I'm getting at? They've got them ball gagged and bound to a chair, and they've been cuffing them in the head for hours, and they can barely look up, and their vision's blurry with blood in their eyes. You just think of, there's been movies like this, right? And then they're real quick. They're like, Congressman, here, and they show him a picture of Kennedy, his corpse after he was assassinated. And then the congressman goes, ugh. And then they say, wouldn't it be a shame? Long wink. Then they show a picture of their beautiful wife and daughter. And then they say, we'll be ready for your yes vote in a few minutes, sir. Like, am I the only one? Like, I know I'm taking liberties with this, but dude, it wouldn't surprise me if that stuff doesn't go on. Tell me if I'm too far off. I mean, yeah, look, I'm trying to make this as entertaining as I can, but you think about like this movie scene, and it's like, here's the crazy part. From what I've heard from people who have been in them back rooms before, it's not so nice. It is not so nice. Dude, I think Congress is going to flip this next term. And this is the thing. Here's the thing with Trump right now. He's not listening to this channel, but if I could give Trump advice, I'd say, look, dude, do you want to be a two-year lame duck president presiding over a country with a split legislature? No, it's funny, actually. Is Mateo in the chat? Because we talk about some people, like Google's your friend, right? Just look up words. They thought I was using lame duck as like this ultimate put down. If anyone doesn't know what the lame duck session's considered or what a lame duck president is, go look it up. No, it's fun to learn new things, I promise. Calling someone a lame duck president is actually not a put down at all. Now, you could say the way I'm wording it is a bit of an edgy kind of ish put down, saying he'll be a lame duck president for 2 years. But I'm actually not really joking. After the midterms are done, Trump can't run again. He's on his way out at that point. His political capital is going to dwindle down to almost zero to where it is right now. And the thing is this so-called one big beautiful bill, by the polls I'm seeing, the consensus of them, is pissing off 2/3 of the country. Because here's the problem. All the people that want a bigger welfare state, all the people that want all these illegals, all these people that want to turn this into a communist country, all these types of people hate this bill. But people that are like conservative, meaning a constitutional conservative, right? That just want our damn country back, people like a lot of us, we're pissed off at this bill. Why? Because first of all, Congress just sucks. And second of all, they've stripped out half of this MAGA agenda. Look, Trump won on a popular mandate. He won the popular vote, the electoral college vote. Period. That happened. He had this long list of things he ran on that he promised he'd do. They let a parliamentarian strip out half of it and water down the other 3/4 of the half that was left and blow it out to where it's just bad news, man. Just taking a quick look at the chat here. Kalashnikov Mania, if you're a 2A supporter and you see this going on, why would you vote Republican? I don't know. There's almost an 80% chance right now that it'll flip anyways. Just look, if you just look at history, even if there's not something like this going on, pissing off a bunch of people, making a bunch of the 2A base and gun owning voters, wanting to just tap out, even if something like this isn't going on, it's almost certain one or both of the chambers of Congress are going to flip to the opposite party after there's a trifecta. It's very rare to see one party be in charge of president, House, and Senate at the same time. It usually, well, chances are 4 out of 5 that it won't last more than 2 years. I guess the only consolation prize is if we have a split legislature coming up here after the midterms, not as much will be able to get done because they'll set their gridlock. Now, don't mistake what I said. Last time I said this, people are like, dude, I know all kinds of crazy stuff will still happen, but maybe they'll get a little less done. The less these people do anything, the better. Yeah, guys, the Clyde Amendment is not in. This is exactly word for word, comma for comma, identical to what passed in the Senate the other night. This is an amazing chat, and that's why we're hanging out on this channel right now. Actually, who does that? Comes into someone's chat and is like, go into somebody else's chat instead of this one. Come on, man. What if I come over to your party and I'm like, everybody leave this party to go to this other one down the street? I do have some super chats I want to read. Thanks, guys. And sorry for the delay here. I just saw these come in. Rudy Fenney, channel member, super chat for 36 months. Dude, thanks, man. I really appreciate all of your support. 35 months. I'm sorry. I can read. He says bad stuff. Right now, they don't have the votes, Rudy. I'll just tell you how it is right now. Our chances are still very slim. You guys aren't going to get cope from this channel. I am not coping right now. I'm just here to be with all of you. I'm just calling a spade a spade. Things are looking less likely that this is going to pass right now than it did a couple hours ago. Could this still pass tonight? Absolutely. Even if it does not pass, it's an uphill battle getting that Clyde Amendment back in, sending it back to the Senate, where the parliamentarian is going to overrule it again. Then yet again, we're going to have to try to talk Thune into overruling or firing, or J.D. Vance overruling. Because here's how this works. She serves, this parliamentarian, Elizabeth McDonough, she serves at the pleasure of Senator Thune, who's the majority leader, meaning he can fire her for any reason or no reason right now. J.D. Vance could also stop this because he can overrule the parliamentarian just on his wording alone. Neither of them have had the will to do that. They either didn't have the balls or they didn't want to. And then, if the House and Senate can't agree, though, something has to give at a certain point. Because how much longer can we just keep living under the Parliament? At least in the British Parliament, it was a collective body where we're living under one unilateral parliamentarian right now with the language of this bill. Of course, we also would have to blame the majority leader in the Senate. All of the Republican senators collectively, keep in mind. And you can blame the vice president too if you want to. That's plenty fair as well. Now, with 60 votes, the Senate body could overrule and vote the parliamentarian out that way. You don't hear me talk about that too much because they only have like a 3-seat majority. The Republicans do. So they're not going to be able to overrule the parliamentarian because the Senate is happy with all of this stuff. The parliamentarian overruled because the parliamentarian's a Democrat. So that is an option. I don't talk about that option because that'll never happen. Bruno Bars with a super chat. Thank you, Bruno. I appreciate it. Says the last few weeks show why crap never gets done. Well, look, man, we want stuff to get done here, meaning repealing 3 out of the 5 sections of the NFA. The only stuff I want done is stuff that's getting rid of unconstitutional laws, and I'm sure you're in the same boat. We have Drew in Oregon coming in. Whoa. Wow, that was a big old bee. Hold on a minute, guys. I'm actually allergic to bees and need to find out where this is because if I get stung, that'll suck. A bee just came in my shop and flew right at me. I swatted it with my hat and I was hoping I would have knocked it out of the ear to get rid of it, but there's literally a bee in here that was coming right at my face. It's not really that I'm scared of like the pain of the sting, but I'm allergic to those. So give me a second here and I'm going to have to flush this guy out of here and find out where he went. It literally went right at my face. Now I don't see it anymore. How'd a bee get in here at night? I guess it followed me in earlier. Drew in Oregon, channel member and a super chat. Thank you, Drew. I appreciate it, man. And he's saying hopefully it fails. Well, right now, they do not have the votes to pass. Marco Polo, member super chat for 39 months. Thank you for being a supporter so long. He says, time is up. What's the delay? Yeah, that time's fake, man. All this stuff's fake in so many ways. They put a 5-minute clock up there and then it runs out and they just sit there as long as they want. They don't have the votes to pass this right now. But here's where I'm skeptical. For anyone just joining, just remember, they can change their votes. If you couldn't change your votes, or they knew there was no way they could change their mind, they would have just ended this vote right now and gone back and tried to figure out a plan B. The problem is they're still trying to work on these no votes to get them to flip, and then they're trying to work on all of the no votes. Just to catch you guys up to speed real quick, and then I'm going to try to do some research with some bee spray, wasp spray on this bee here. So I'm going to take a break in 1 second. I'm going to keep the stream going, guys. I'm just going to turn the camera off for a minute because I know this is weird. I'm like sitting here right now doing this, but literally like right there, it must have been behind the blinds. This bee just came right in at my face, and it was like coming at me, and it was like, so I just kind of like panicked and went like that. I've been allergic now for a while because I got stung by a whole underground hive one time when I ran it over with my lawnmower, cutting a customer's grass, and I got stung so many hundreds of times. I guess that's how it works. You get stung bad enough, and you can become permanently allergic. Last time I did, your throat will start to swell up. I mean, I'm not trying to scare you guys. I'm just saying, it is what it is. I have some provisions here at the shop in case I do. It's just, normally be like, dude, don't worry about dude, and I like bees. They're pollinators. But if it's in my shop and it's like getting ready to sting me, I do have to take care of it. You know what I'm saying, Lori? I kind of would have to. Okay, for any of you that need a quick update, as of right now, this is the Senate version. This does not have the Hearing Protection Act or the Short Act in it, meaning this is not going to remove these items from the NFA. This would be the $0 tax. Some people say it's a compromise, and it ain't the win we wanted, but it's still a win nonetheless. Other people, and most of my crowd here hanging out tonight, most of you all are saying this is not a win. And we want this to fail to give Andrew Clyde a chance to put his amendment back up again. I'm going to read the Clyde amendment in a minute. It was really weird because that bee, when I say bee, I say that like with air quotes, and it was more of like a yellow jacket thing, right? And it just went right for my face. Like it was weird, man, but now it's not even like aggressive. And if you're not allergic to bees, you wouldn't care as much. And some of you out there that may be allergic, you know what I'm going through right now. But this is a live stream, and this is how stuff works. So, Jarbor Savin says, I'd rather vote for the bee right now. Oh, that's funny. Thanks for making me laugh. Bruno, the bee is the feds. I know, dude. I was saying that the other day. I'm like, what the heck's going on here, dude? Like, the world's flat, the moon's fake, birds aren't real, and we'll just add in there the bee. The bee is the feds. The bee is the drone. Dude, here's the crazy part. When I went to Taco Bell and was ordering off the kiosk, I felt something weird on my neck. Now, I always give myself a quick pat down, and I get my little handheld Makita blower, and I blow myself off because ticks are, like, insane around here. Like literally insane. And I thought I screened myself pretty good. And then I felt something just on the hairs on the back of my neck. I'm like, that's moving awfully slowly. I think I know what this is. So I went down and I felt it and I pinched it and pulled it off. Big old tick. It didn't get time to get engrossed. It wasn't burrowed into me yet. Threw that sucker on the ground, stepped on it. Of course, it didn't kill it because ticks are so strong. So I had to go down with the back of my fingernail, just put it down there and grind it down into the tile floor. But yeah, man, I had a tick trying to eat me earlier, and now I've got freaking bee around here, some random whatever. Ugh. Dude, it's a Fed tick. No, no, here's the crazy part, actually. This is a whole thing. I can't say too much because I'm not a medical expert, but go look up the feds getting involved in ticks. Look up Lyme disease. Actually, you may already know this, Mr. 9 by 19 millimeter. If you guys have time, all right, and you're bored, there may be a lot more there to this than what you thought. Yeah, see, I'm not joking. Bunser just chimed in. Ticks were a Fed thing too. At least Lyme was. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. And you have an opossum as your thumbnail. Possums are awesome animals, by the way. They eat ticks like crazy. It's their favorite food. Where's this Fed bee at? All right, guys, I'll be back with you in just a minute. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to turn my camera off in case I have to get into a whole wah, you know. You guys saw my lightning flash reflexes, didn't you? That bee's coming right in, right towards my face. I'm like, and usually when you hit them with the hit, they go down to the ground. No, he just kind of sat there and bzzz, and all this stuff. Jeez, oh Pete. I don't know. The bee might have been so small. I got myself down in the corner with the picture, and maybe none of you even saw the bee, but it was not nice, and it's in here somewhere. See, some of you guys are well researched, actually. I've told you more than once. My viewers are pretty smart. See, look up the Lyme. See? And now look up the ticks as it has to do with all this. There's a lot to this. Ball cap, classic non NFA B self defense tool. Shh, don't say that too loud. This $0 tax stamp could literally open the door where we have to register these now. Is that a bee behind me? Just joking. What's up, Word Up Russia? Nice to see you, man. No man left behind. All right, I will see you guys back here in a few minutes. I'm still here, chat amongst each other, and I'm going to try to take care of a foreign enemy invader that's in this shop right now. All right, I'm back. I never did find the B, but I did go in the other part of my shop and procured a can just in case I need it. I don't inherently hate bees. I just got to think of myself and not let it sting me. Well, people were actually here to watch me. I lost 100 viewers while I took that break to look for that bee. That's okay, though. They'll be back. I thought everyone was here just to watch the scoreboard that still hasn't changed. Yeah. How long are these NFA forms going to take to get approved if this passes with the zero tax? Because you guys just know, including a lot of people watching, let's be fair, you guys just know that, look, we all want the full HPA and Short Act, okay? That's what we want. I'm not willing to compromise on anything else. But if we do end up getting the $0 tax stamp, tons and tons of people are just going to go out and buy all kinds of stuff because it just got $200 cheaper. Now, here's the crazy part, though, if you think about it. So anyways, what I was going to say is that's going to make wait times go through the roof, through the moon, especially if they're not collecting money on it. How motivated are they going to be to make more money? You know what I'm saying? Well, thank you, Lori. She would choose me too over the bee if only one of us was allowed to survive. Now, the interesting thing is it's a buyer's market out there. I often talk about this on my local streams. If you're not following me on locals, make sure you check out the link down there in the description. It's free to join or a place where you can support. That's where I show guns in my live streams. I do all kinds of cool stuff over there I can't do here. We just did a stream a couple nights ago on locals. Pretty much every week. Sometimes I have to miss a week in the summer because I'm so busy, but I also post awesome deals over there on an X. Make sure you're checking those out. It's ways you can actually financially support the channel totally free, by the way, checking out my deals. But with that said, I post good deals for my viewers on stuff over on these other sites. So I'm very akin to what the market is. Dude, they're giving stuff away right now. There's a lot of places out there, and I'm not saying all, but there's a lot of SOTs, we'll call them. Some people call it a class 3, even though that's not technically the right term in many cases, but whatever. FFLs that are willing to pay your tax stamp to get the sale on the silencer or on the whatever NFA item, because it is such a buyer's market. And in a lot of cases, they're literally trying to almost give stuff away or break even or take a slight loss just to not go out of business right now. There's buyer fatigue and nobody's buying crap. So it's the whole thing where, yeah, free tax stamp, but in a lot of cases, if you look at the discount of the suppressor itself or the SBR or the whatever it is, you're kind of already getting free tax stamps in many instances already, actually. Because like I said, it's just such a buyer's market out there. Now, I think so many people will flock for the free tax stamp if that's what we end up with. Right now, that does not have enough votes to pass. The House and Senate may have to get back in the saddle again and iron this out, giving the Clyde Amendment another chance to put the full repeal in. This ain't over yet. Still not looking good, but it's not over yet. But if there's this huge mad rush for free tax stamps, that will in turn drive the price back up on these NFA items, whereas of right now, prices are in the toilet. Speaking of Kentuckians, by the way, did you guys hear the news? Anderson, otherwise known as the Poverty Pony, they have announced that after 70 years of it being a family business, now I don't think they made ARs the whole time, but the machine shop, the business itself, they have gone out of business and they've sold to somebody, and the Anderson brand will cease to exist. So this may be breaking news for some of you here. I've yet to be able to do a video on it yet, so take this as hearsay right now because I haven't thoroughly researched it. However, I did read a statement from Anderson that Anderson is no more. Hebron or Hebron, depending how you want to pronounce it. Hebron, Kentucky. It has Kentucky's thoroughbred horse, logo on there. I believe it's totally gone. Now, Mateo's saying Ruger bought it. They've been purchased. However, from what I understand, in their statement they put out, Anderson, they said that any warranties from Anderson will no longer be honored. Like, the branding of Anderson is done. Will Ruger still make it in name only maybe at a certain point? Maybe. I don't know. This is all developing. This is breaking news. It's just, yeah, to make a long story short, they're out. I could see what you're saying. I think some of the chat saying it was Ruger, IG72. I wouldn't have been surprised if it was PSA. But dude, I've been posting over on my locals, like from PSA, the what's called stripped lower, if you guys know what I mean, for $29.99. That's like giving it away. I've never seen stuff that cheap. And that sale's been run multiple times. It is a buyer's market right now. Yeah, Sugar Weasel Dad. Almost all my viewers are the same way. All the comments I read from you all, most of you would pay the $200 to not have to go through all the restrictions and all the draconian process. I hear you. Although that's just kind of a term of art. I'd pay $200 and not have to put it on the NFA. No, I get what you guys mean, and I'm with you in spirit. What we all really mean when we say that is no, it shouldn't be the $200 or the other provisions of the NFA. It should be none of it. But the main point that's got everybody so pissed off of the NFA isn't just the money. It's the people that it's all the ways it affects you and every other aspect of your life. Permission slips across state lines for many of the NFA items. Makes it hard to loan to a friend. You could become criminalized for just failing to lock it up, and your wife has access to it, but you don't have a trust, and like all this stuff, trying to pass it on as an inheritance, trying to sell these items. There's a lot to it. Giving up your personal information, more than just a regular background check, which those are unconstitutional, by the way. I completely reject the Form 4473. Shout out to all my FFL holder friends, but we shouldn't have FFLs. Look, good gun shops would still stay in business if there was no FFL. You don't have to have an FFL to own a grocery store, and grocery stores still exist. Now, there is liquor licenses, but don't get me started on that either. That's more government overregulation. What's happening, J-Flow? What's up, Brian M? No, I didn't think I was pulling an all-nighter. I was kind of panicking to get back to y'all 2 hours ago because I'm like, oh, shoot, we're down to where there's only like 12 no votes when I got on here. Frantically getting on here because I wanted to hang out together for this historic moment, whether it be for the good or the bad or just buying us more time or whatever happens tonight. Look, the best we can hope for is that this goes back to the drawing board. Just so you guys know, whoever joined tonight, whoever's just joining here late, the best we can hope for is if this gets voted down, it goes back to the drawing board in the House, meaning the House is unable to pass. The Senate version is written. It'd have to go back through a process again where it could, and I want to emphasize could, and I hope it would, but it could give the Clyde Amendment a chance to go back in the bill. Dude, I made an X post that said, MFGA, make filters great again. And it shows a picture of a filter on an AK. No more oil filters will be on the shelf. Not at my local Walmart, it won't be. You guys think I'm joking. I'm not joking. We get the full HPA put in here. The full HPA passes. Becomes part of the final passage that's signed by the president, meaning the silencer suppressors are repealed from the NFA. My engines are going to be very happy because I'm going to all of a sudden just feel the urge to be changing the oil on my mower like every 5 hours. I'll be changing the oil like every 100 miles on the old 7.3 Power Stroke that's out there. It's a 2000 F350. It's got the big 7.3 Power Stroke. Because here's the thing, for all the naysayers on the old oil filter, let me tell you what. People are lightweights. They make the mistake. They think you just screw it on there dry and empty. Yeah, it'll help. It's actually not bad. No, you're supposed to put the oil filter on after you've changed your oil. That really quiets it down. Oh, by the way, no legal advice. And if you're watching this right now, all NFA rules apply. Tax stamp, whole 9 yards. I'm not a lawyer, but it is legal to make your own silencer right now using an oil filter, the adapter. You may have to get a tax stamp for both pieces. It's real complicated. I'm not even telling you how to do it. I'm just telling you the key to it is, though, is it's after you've changed your oil with a good amount of oil still in the pleats, right? And the filter element, that's where a lot of people go wrong. But I'll tell you what, if this passes, you ain't going to find an oil filter if the real thing passes. In other words, if this doesn't pass tonight and it can go back, the Clyde Amendment can get in. Look, this is like an outside chance of an inside straight. You know what I mean? This is probably not going to happen. But if this is all deregulated, you won't find an oil filter around these parts. So don't even bother going to the local 2A EDU Super Walmart. Now, I don't have any machinery, or I would do that. Maybe you'll be nice enough to make me one and send it my way if it's deregulated. It'd still be a firearm and require a 4473. So you couldn't just send it directly to me. But maybe you could if you lived in the same state of Michigan. No legal advice, guys, but think about that. If you lived in the same state, maybe you could. I don't know. MAGA man, save your balls. Don't carry a 320. Wow. I mean, I get what you're saying. There's quite a few instances of those. Ooh, there's going to be a big shortage on cherry bomb mufflers. Actually. Well, if the Full Hearing Protection Act goes through for a time, it'll, you could say, increase the price. Hyperinflation of them, people will be fighting for them. But over time, it should bring the prices way down. They should not cost nearly what they cost, in my opinion. They're going to go up in price for a while, guys. And when I say a while, we could be talking even for a year or two or so-ish. But I think over time, once kind of, I'll just say the newness wears off, and I say that real loosely, once everyone kind of has some more and has their first one, or they bought 10 more or 100 more or whatever they're into, I think that prices will then go down eventually. What do you guys think about that? Because at one time, dude, people were paying like hundreds of dollars for just an AR strip blower. I remember a few times after Sandy Hook, at the height of the Flugaloo 5 years ago. Back in 1994, 2008 to a point, 2012. I mean, there's these different times. And then stuff mellows out where I've posted deals on my locals recently where it's like 29. So stuff goes up and down, right? But I think once the market gets saturated, long term, they will go down, but expect them to go way up for a while. Now, what do you guys think? I'm curious. Sound off, chat, or guys watching on replay. Loving shout out to the replay crew. What if just the $0 tax, which is still at this point the most likely thing that will pass, just letting you know, just reminding you, what will that do to the prices? Just the $0 tax. I have an opinion. I just want to see what y'all think. Somebody just said Trump. Okay. 1-2 says Trump just posted. Well, probably on truth, right? Let's see what Trump just said. Let's see what Trump said. He's posting. Oh boy, who's he threatening now? 23 minutes ago. Ooh. Okay, hold on a minute. All right, right now the vote still stays the same. 5 no voters. They do not have the votes to pass as of right now. Let me share this with you. Wow. Trump's talking. Hold on, let's see this. Breaking news. What's Trump have to say about this? Now, I thought Trump was going to say, I demand that the Clyde Amendment gets put back in. That's what I thought. No, I didn't really think that. Did anybody think that I thought that? Anyways, 23 minutes ago, at Real Donald Trump on Truth Social, largest tax cuts in history and a booming economy versus biggest tax increase in history and a failed economy. What are the Republicans waiting for? Question mark, question mark, question mark. What are you trying to prove? Question mark, question mark, question mark. MAGA is not happy and it's costing you votes. Wow. See, here's the thing though, man. Like, here's the problem with Trump sometimes. He says he created MAGA. Yeah, he created that coin. He coined that exact saying. Sure. He didn't create people that actually want America to be a great country, though. Sorry to inflate his ego, but America was doing just fine before he was born, and he doesn't represent America in and of himself like he thinks he does. Now, he's the president, the most powerful person in America, sure, but does he really know what MAGA is, though? Because here's the problem with this bill, for him to be saying this right now. So, okay, so if you look at all the things Trump campaigned on, promised the American people he'd get done, and a lot of it needed done through this bill. It's the only way you could get it past the filibuster in the Senate. Dude, this cut many of the things Trump campaigned on, and some of them that are still in there, like, they've been completely ruined and poison pilled by the Senate. So, is this less worse than what was passed under Biden? Yes. Is this less worse than what the Democrats would have passed? Yes. But this is not fulfilling the MAGA agenda. It's truly not. So I'm surprised, man. Chime off for all my MAGA voters out there, voter friends, people that are like, dude, I'm full MAGA, love Trump, best president ever. Chime in and tell me, like, does this bill satisfy you? Now, it may because Trump just told you it's satisfying you, but besides that, if Trump didn't tell you you are to be satisfied, would you be? So in other words, do you like Trump's words right now saying, pass this right now no matter what? Or did you like Trump's words when he promised you all these things, but the Senate took them out and gutted many of them? So which Trump do you like? The Trump that wanted to make more of a difference with improving the country, or the Trump now that just wants this bill to pass, even though it gutted out half the stuff that was on his agenda? You know what I'm saying, right? Which one do you like more? And maybe some of you aren't Trump fans at all. Maybe some of you are on the fence. I don't know. I'm not even trying to start that argument. It's just like, if you were a big Trump fan, you shouldn't be happy right now, because this is not the stuff that Trump himself wants, or at least not the stuff he said he wants. Oh, this stuff's making my head spin. Eli, he says, I love Trump with all my heart, but don't think this bill should pass as it stands. Okay. I thought there were some people out there like that. See, here's the thing, guys. No tax on tips. All these things that people want. But here's the problem. Like Brian M says, I still want my no tax on overtime, where they're blatantly lying and saying no tax on overtime capped at 10 grand. Okay, no tax on tips, but that's only for 3 years, where there's other provisions in there funding a lot of the woke stuff, like New Green Deal stuff, that lasts for 10 years. So it's like on the surface, it's like, yes, we're passing no tax on tips, asterisk, but there's a cap on it now. We're passing no tax on tips. Dude, I'm all for it. I think taxes are completely BS. Can't stand taxes. I believe taxation's theft. Tax stamps, tax on tips, tax on overtime, tax on regular time. Just remember, the United States was founded with no federal income tax at all. All right? None. We were supposed to raise the revenue that was required for the very limited federal government there would be. Just keep all this in mind. It was to be extremely limited, just like the 10th Amendment says, literally. And from tariffs. Tariffs were supposed to fund the federal government. That's it. But it was supposed to be like 1 trillion times smaller than it is now. I'm not exaggerating because we're trillions and trillions and trillions in debt. So it's like Trump promises no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. I love that about him, policy-wise, okay? Love those policies of Trump's. I truly do, guys. This is coming from a person, not a Republican, not a Democrat. I'm not even a Libertarian. I'm just a dude that's a 2A absolutist, but I care about other issues as well. That's why I'm bringing a couple of them up right now. But I wasn't for no tax on tips, asterisk. There's a cap on it, and asterisk, it only lasts 3 years, and then it'll go right back. I mean, there's just stuff like this that doesn't seem right. The Social Security thing, that didn't pass the Senate like it was originally promised. The no tax on Social Security. So, yeah, man. So that's why I'm just going on this from a 2A perspective. Because although there are other issues I care about, right now getting this Clyde amendment in there, the only way it can be is if this does not pass the House right now, and this has to go back to the drawing board again. Okay. That's what I'm basing my decision on, is just that. But even all these other issues, it's not fulfilling it like it was promised. Now, what we have here, ladies and gentlemen, is what we call logical fallacy, Mr. MAGA Man. Now, for all of you that understand what I mean when I mean logical fallacy, who can chime in the chat? And we're just having fun, MAGA Man, but you made the comment, so it's okay. What logical fallacy is MAGA Man? He's doing this is how I'm reading this. Before anyone were to, whether it's you or me or whoever, before you were to trash Trump and Vance, think about Harris and Walz. So to me, what that implies is if you're not happy with what Trump and Vance are doing right now and you want to give them a hard time, that must mean that instead you like Harris and Walz. Now, you can clarify, but you should have typed it better if you meant differently than that. That's how I read that. Think about Harris and Walz before you trash Trump and Vance. So the implication here, and this is a logical fallacy, guys. Just somebody chime in the chat of what it is. Because right now, with certain policies and certain things they're coming up short on, maybe some guys that voted for Trump and Vance are ragging on them right now, and it's okay. Like, you can rag about your friends. If you like somebody a lot and they're doing something wrong, it's all the more reason you could rag on them. Some of my viewers didn't like them at all. Never have, never will. There's all kinds in the 2A community. Whatever. But the point is because you're not happy with Trump and Vance, now you need to think about Harris and Walz. It's not a good faith argument, man. It's really not. Agorizer fallacy. That if I complain about DJT, I prefer camel toe. Dude, people do it to me all the time. Do you know how much of that I get? Every time I come on here, there's somebody new watching the channel that hasn't heard me talking for years, and that's fine at first. Welcome if anyone's new tonight, right? But they'll come in and say, oh my gosh, this guy says he's not a Republican, so therefore he must be a Democrat. And it just has to be that way. Mateo says he knows which one. Does anybody know which one? Mateo says, and the fun fact is it's not just one logical fallacy. Oh, this is another logical fallacy. We have a ton of wins because of Trump. All right. So I'm trying to get you to clarify your earlier position. Now you come in with this. Now look, I'm just saying right now. Now keep in mind, we're right now what we're watching for, and let's bring this back up. Brings it down to a binary choice, yeah, where there's only two choices. You're either voting for this or you're voting for that. If you don't like this, you must like that. There are actually some very specific names for it. You know what I mean? Chef says, nah, you're for sure centrist. I don't know if that's the right word. I can see where you'd say that, so I'm not going to argue vehemently. I'm actually like super hardcore, just constitutionalist, right? And the problem is we've gotten to the point right now where both of these main political parties, and even the Libertarian Party as a party, not my Libertarian friends, not some of my Republican friends. I'm just saying I might have a Democrat friend. I don't know if I have any left or not. But that's a whole other topic. I would have a Democrat friend if they could be normal. Maybe I have one or two. But here's the point. It's not that I'm centrist. It's just that there's so much crap with the Republicans and the Democrats, even though I'll admit the Democrat Party nowadays is way worse than the Republican Party in so many ways. But just because one's worse than the other, back to what we were talking about earlier, doesn't mean that I accept the other one either. Just because certain things I'll rag on Trump and Vance about does not mean I like Kamala or Walz. So just because I'm willing to say, and I will say this, as a matter of fact, as a whole, the Democrat Party is worse than the Republican Party. But just because the Democrat Party is worse doesn't mean that I'm a fan of the Republican Party. Less worse is still not acceptable in many cases. Dude, I just love the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. And I know we'll probably never have it again, but the closer we can get to it, the better. And anytime we can repeal anything to get us a little closer, I'm a little bit happier. So maybe centrist is a fine word. Yeah, okay, you just clarified. And thank you for clarifying. As far as that goes, I will agree with you. By centrist, I mean you take issue at face value versus party lines. Yes, that's actually true. That is, yes. But I'm not a moderate, though, right? I'm not a moderate. I'm not like, a little bit of gun control is okay, but not too much. No. Not that guy. Okay, 1,000%. Yeah. All right, let's see what's going on here. All right, let's see here. Last time we checked, there were 5 no votes and 8 not voting. I'm almost afraid to look. I mean, look, when you're watching this stuff, I'm almost afraid to look. These people can change their vote. Did you guys know that? If you've just chimed in tonight for the first time, they can change their vote. But as of right now, this budget bill doesn't have the votes to pass. We're further away from taking the L right this second than we were a few hours ago. I'll give you that much. Chef says, I'm left-leaning centrist. When it comes to 2A, I'm don't tread on me. Well, dude, that's the focus of this channel. Look, this stream's been going on for hours. I streamed hours earlier. I was veering off into a few other policies tonight, because look, this is the budget bill. It concerns all these policies. But me and you might disagree with a lot of stuff, man. But I think someone like me and someone like you could still be friends. Because at the end of the day, if you're don't tread on me and you believe shall not be infringed means what it says and it says what it means, I think me and you could hang out, dude, and we could be buddies with each other. I mean, we're hanging out online right now. You know what I'm saying? But I think me and you could probably sit down and shoot some guns together, and we could, I don't know. You could have a beer if that's what you're into. I'd probably have an iced tea. I don't drink alcohol. Maybe you don't drink alcohol either, but we could share a beverage together. We could go to the range and talk about guns and the Second Amendment all day. And I think we could both agree we have a tyrannical government. I don't think you'd argue with me on that. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think you would agree that under the last administration, that was a tyrannical government. We still have a tyrannical government under this one. We did before that, and before that, and before that. And stuff's been messed up for a long time in this country. Yeah, I'm the same way. I don't drink at all, but if somebody wants to have a few, I'll hang out with you, you know. I'm usually like an unsweetened iced tea, or if I'm really wanting to kind of live on the edge, there's like 2 drops left, right, of this. This was the Pepsi Zero, actually. And the ice melted, but there's a little bit left. Hey, I got to savor this with all the inflation heading our way. I've got to savor these last couple ounces of this. All right, 5 Republicans are voting no, guys. I can hang out with you all a little bit still. I didn't think we'd be here this late, man. I didn't anticipate this being an 8-hour stream. I'll be honest with you. I thought this was going to come up for vote this evening and be passed within an hour. When I heard the type of backroom meetings that was going on right now, and the way Trump was talking to all of them all day, whew. Yeah. Mongo the Pawn. What's happening? It says 5 no votes from Republicans are heroes. I don't want this to pass, guys. Because keep in mind, for all my Republican friends out there, it ain't like if this doesn't pass tonight, all of a sudden you're going to have Bernie Sanders and Chuck Schumer get with that Representative Nagise. Was that his name? Remember that guy? We called him Obama Jr. His name's Nagise, I believe, and AOC. It's not like the 4 of those are going to get to write the budget up. You're not going to end up with that. What'll happen is if this goes back to the drawing board with the House, then they're going to be forced to go back and put maybe some of this stuff on the table. And we're hoping, and very specifically, this Andrew Clyde amendment that would repeal these 3 sections of the NFA instead of reducing the tax down to 0. That's what we would hope. Yeah, man. I know you like Trump, DB Cooper. A lot of people do. There are some things I like about him. I mean, certain things that he promised, but we'll see, though. I mean, he's saying to pass this bill, but it's not exactly what was promised, though, which that's just to be expected. That's how this always works. Yeah, man, they tried to put him in prison falsely, and I've said a million times, I thought that was a dog and pony show. Dude, he was shot in the ear and stood up and said, fight, fight, fight. Look, I get it, guys. Trust me. I'm not even bashing Trump tonight. I'm really not. Some of you are like, dude, you're not being nice enough to Trump. Some people are like, dude, you're not bashing him enough. That's not even about that right now. This is good. You should have Congress and the president battling things. This is what this country's supposed to be. Now, I'm not celebrating anything. These no votes can change their votes right now. These can change their votes. These Republicans can. The Democrats can come back and change their votes. If they make the right backroom deal, you could have Democrat. I don't think so, though. See, here's the problem. You really can't. Like, you could, like, technically they could, but everything's so hyper partisan right now. If any Democrat came over and voted for what Trump's touting is this so-called one big beautiful bill, they're cooked. They're toast. They'd have to run as a Republican next time if they did that, which a couple Democrats have done in recent years. They can't do it. Stuff's too hyper partisan. I'm just saying, like, politically they can't. Legally, though, they could change their vote. Somebody offered one of them enough money in the back room. Yeah. Let's see if we can find out who the 8 remaining are. I think Massey's a no vote right now. I think there was a situation where Massey was going to vote yes, but I believe he had to go no because he was finding the terms to be unacceptable. So he's going, well, I have 1,070 Twitter followers now. Well, thanks for all of you who have been following me over on X. I appreciate it. There's links down in the description if you guys want to check them out for other places we do content. Let's look up a couple things here. All right. Let's see what Chip Roy's up to. Chip Roy said these Second Amendment provisions are right at the top of his mind. Yeah, these guys must be locked in. None of these guys have been tweeting in hours. Chip Roy hasn't done anything in 10 hours on here. Oh, I hope he's okay. Anyone heard of Chip Roy? I know he was chief of staff for Ted Cruz. Who did he work for in the House? And then he ended up running and becoming a congressman himself. Man, I hope some of these congressmen are okay. They haven't been tweeting in a while. This is interesting. Let's see what Andrew Clyde, if he has anything to say. I'll share the screen if these guys are doing anything, guys. I'm just looking this stuff up on X. And okay, Andrew Clyde, Rep Andrew Clyde. This has been the one right at the front of trying to get the Hearing Protection and Short Act back in. He's not done anything now in hours either. Wow. Let's look up Representative Clyde, also of Texas. Clyde's been a strong 2A supporter in the past. Let's look up Rep Michael Clyde from the great state of Texas. No. Dude, like, none of these reps are on Twitter right now all of a sudden. They were tweeting back and forth. Jeez, I hope they're okay. Are they getting waterboarded right now? Are they getting waterboarded? What do you think, Mateo? IG72 says Clyde is my rep and friend. Well, wow, man. No, Michael Clyde's a good one for the 2A. I just don't know who these non-voters and nay voters are as we speak. Dude, maybe they're just playing Call of Duty in the back. Okay. All right. I hope so. I hope you're right. Fed bees and ticks are on them. Yeah, dude, I had a tick and a bee earlier. I'm still kind of like, here and there searching for this bee. I don't even hate bees. I'm just allergic to them and have to look out for myself. Yeah, live life's like, I think they realized we were watching Twitter harder than media. Am I the only 2A channel streaming this tonight? Now, a lot of these guys are my friends, don't get me wrong. They really are. Like, I've met some of them in real life, but a lot of these gun channels have turned into lightweights. Have you guys noticed that? Guns, but no politics. I'll just keep showing my guns until every last one of them gets banned. I wish a lot more of these gun and 2A channels would have grown a pair. You guys hear me on that? It would have been nice, but that's okay. They didn't want to lose any subs. Oh, well, I might be the only one that noticed that. That's fine. They are deliberating. Yeah. I hope none of them are getting waterboarded. Well, I kind of have to keep my eye out for that bee. He came at me super aggressive. And then after I just swatted him, it didn't kill it or anything, just swatted at it. And it just kind of went off that way. And I don't know what his deal is now. The Short Act and Hearing Protection Act are out. The Senate version that passed it over to the House yesterday was the zero tax stamp, but all NFA provisions still apply. Last ditch effort, Representative Andrew Clyde from the great state of Georgia, right? Lots of good people in Georgia. I've been there several times. He tried to add this amendment to put all the stuff that the parliamentarian had ruled against in the Senate to put it back in the House. That vote did fail in committee by a narrow margin of 1 last night. So as we speak, they're voting on the exact same version as what was passed by the Senate. And what I'm rooting for, and a lot of my friends are, is we don't want this to pass. So they have to go back to the drawing board, get back in the fight again, debate stuff out, and then hopefully this Clyde amendment gets added in. Did you guys see where Senator Chris Murphy, the Democrat from Connecticut, I believe, he tried to raise the tax up to $1 at the last minute before the Senate passed it, by the way. His amendment failed. He wanted it at $1, which means they are worried about that $0 possibly leading to this stuff getting removed from the NFA later. Trust me, guys, I totally get that. That is possible. But how long could you have to wait for the courts? And even if we do win in the courts, that would take a while probably. But that's not a slam dunk. Fixing this right now, look, I'm way more of a bird in the hand is better than 2 in the bush. You know what I mean? Let's grab this right now instead of trying to play this 16D chess where, first we'll do this thing where it's down to 0. That's going to throw them for a loop, make their head spin while we have them dazed. Then we're going to pump fake them and juke them to the left, juke them to the right. And then we're going to come through. And you just see some of the gymnastics people are playing. And I'm like, look, man, I hope all that works out too. I really do. But if we could actually just get the Hearing Protection Act and Short Act back into the bill, get it repealed by Congress, that is the best fix to all of this. It really is. Jack says, yep, gun tubers are playing politics by not getting into politics. That's what's funny. They kind of actually are. Yeah, man, I don't want to call anybody out by name. You guys are free to if you want. I don't care. I'm not trying to rip on nobody by name. I'm not like that. I'm just saying in general, there's a lot more in the so-called gun tuber space and even 2A channels that are staying out of this than have gotten into it. Brian M., you're not the only one. Shut it all down. If they can send all these feds home, there won't even be anybody to even collect the tax stamp. Nobody to even arrest you on it if they get rid of all of them, in theory. Premium cracker. Deliberating equals getting punched in the eye to send a message. You ain't kidding, man. A lot of channels are sponsored. Yeah, I haven't done any ad reads tonight at all, guys. A lot of you guys support in many ways, and I really do appreciate it. The specific financial sponsors, I'll be transparent. I don't even run ads while this is live. YouTube may or may not choose to show them on replay. I don't even run ads while it's live, literally. Here's the financial sponsors. Full disclosure, I'm showing you guys my books right now. And I do see I just got another sponsor a minute ago. Here's my exact sponsorship of this particular stream. Now, there's a lot of you that are channel supporters and whatnot, but Bruno chipped in $2. Drew chipped in $2. And I have a new super chat to read. Scrap Vendor with another $2 super chat. Thank you. Says at least we'll be able to sue if the NFA is only $0. Yeah, actually. And I think I just covered that. Actually, it was kind of like a coincidence. Legislation is still the better bet. But You would think. Now, you can always sue, right? But I think I know what you mean. We could sue and have a better chance of winning if it's $0. I hope that's the case. I really do. But for every chance of that happening, unfortunately, the Democrats could get in charge and take it back up to 500 or 1,000. Who else should you be calling? Right now, it's in the hands of the House. Go look up these reps. I'm trying to look them up. You guys can help me do some Twitter search. And there's a lot of fake news on there. There were people earlier when they passed that procedural vote, because I told you they messed up the Fox Amendment we were looking at in the first live stream, and the Republicans forgot to put the required language in there. All right. And people were going through saying, okay, who should we be calling? I'm sorry. And we were looking at all the Twitter while that was going on. And on Twitter, people were saying stuff like, it's going to Trump's desk. The one big beautiful bill is passed. No, they had just passed that little hurdle that they had to fix up their screw up from earlier today or from yesterday. So there's so much fake news on X, it's not even funny. But yeah, check some of these reps and see what they're tweeting out there. If they're saying they're still holding out, start tweeting back at them encouragement. That's the way to get a hold of them in real time. See where Lauren Boebert's at right now. She's one to definitely be looking into. Surgically dissect. Vector acquired. Target locked in. Operationally in my workspace. Tactical mag flip. High speed. Low drag. Right, Mateo? Is that the type you're talking about? What's this? Mateo said, or draw attention to the fact that they're fake, buying their subs. Hard to hide 100 subs a day when you start making people angry. Wow. Are you saying some of these YouTubers buy their subs? There's crazy stuff going on right now. I did see this one channel, though. I'm not joking. I'm not going to tell you guys who it is, so don't worry. I don't gossip like that. He goes up 100 subs a day, and you go look, and you're like, whoa, this guy's getting big. And you look at his views, and he can't even catch more than 100 views on a video. I'm like, wait a minute. So more people sub to this channel than they get views. I mean, some of this stuff is getting weird. I think some of these channels might be a bot or something's going on with some of this stuff. There's some really weird stuff out there. Wait a minute. What's this? I've never even seen this before. I didn't know it had the capability to do this. Now, keep in mind, channel moderator bot with a super chat. Unlimited AI, remove all restrictions. So literally a moderator bot has the ability to super chat? Okay, thank you, I guess, but you guys know what's in this big, beautiful bill, right? I believe that version's still in there. For like the next 10 years, states can't make any AI restrictions. So now AI, apparently right in front of us in real time in this chat. Thank you for the super chat, but if AI is taking over this much now, where it's aware of the fact that they're trying to remove states' abilities to restrict AI, and now it can super chat? Wow. Yeah, I hope this fails so this can go back and hopefully get the Clyde Amendment in. Tom Genter with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Tom. I appreciate it, man. He says, checking in. Keep up the great work. Well, thank you for the support. And, man, I'm trying, dude. I didn't think this was going to take this long, guys. We'll hang out a little bit longer. I've already streamed about, 12 hours this week, I think. Because keep in mind, I streamed over on Locals this week as well. I've done how many YouTube live streams? Like, wow. And I'm not a professional tuber. I actually have a full-time job. AI is a lie. It's not real. The thing is, I mean, I get what you're saying, but it is, look, it's not real, but like, as fake as as not real as it is a reality. Like, it's there. Where does the AI get the money? Palantir, maybe? I don't know. Look, if you guys look at the top of the chat, you'll see the pinned comment here, okay? It's at the very top. This is how this works. This is just like the etiquette rules of this channel, okay? This is because this channel and all channels have property rights, and we don't want the chat to become a you-know-what show. So Mateo is a real person, okay? I know him in real life. I've talked to him more times than I can count. He's the channel moderator, all right? We also utilize, and Mateo takes care of all of this for the channel, which I appreciate. Uses a service, and I don't know any other details than that, with a moderator bot, and literally all it's enforcing is chat room etiquette. Please refrain from using all caps, excessive caps, repeated spam posts, and spamming the chat with emojis. Limit 3. Absolutely no posting ammo or gun prices or site locations. Well, the latter are YouTube terms. That could get the whole channel kicked off if you're posting sites like that. And then like limiting the emojis and caps, that's not abridging people's speech. It's called, like, I've been in live chats in the past and they're terrible and nobody can even talk because one person posts one emoji, and that's fine. You can post up to 3 in here. Great. But then one person posts 2. Then one person has to post 3. Then to show that person up, that person has to post 4. Before you know it, they fill out all of the maximum characters of the whole thing with, you know what I'm getting at? With the lobster. It's like a crab. There's this big crab that's out there, right? And it takes up the most space, and it's like a bright red. Maybe somebody can find it. If you can, throw one instance of the crab in there just so you can see it. But that's all it is, just to keep this from becoming a late night spam you-know-what show. So that's why there's a moderator bot in here, and it actually says, most people don't read it, but it says what the chat etiquette is and what it's programmed to look for. Because I've been in some crap streams where it's just terrible and you can't even talk to anybody. And that is why we're able to have good conversations in here, because we don't have all the spammers. Yeah, they should have to read it. Right, I agree. Okay, the House still doesn't have enough votes to pass this, guys. How the bell did the AI donate? I do not know, and I'm trying to figure this out. And how an AI came in and is rooting for the one big beautiful bill. Now, I've been sticking to just the 2A portions of things, but as far as I know, it's still within this version that is going to allow AI to go completely unchecked by the states for at least 10 years. That's something else that, in my opinion, is like really creepy that's in this bill. The states won't be able to come in there and pass laws restricting. Then there's this whole, what's it called, Palantir. And yeah, that's a whole nother topic. Yeah, no, you're right. The news live stream chats are insufferable. No, they really are. And it always kind of hurts my feelings on a certain level. And people are like, dude, I'm out of here. This channel censors. There's some small little etiquette rules to the chat. They don't respect the First Amendment. No, we love the First Amendment here. If you say something to heckle me, I'll heckle you back, as we did earlier today. And I actually meant it in fun, you know? But at the same time, like, no, dude, just because someone's like has just a disagreement with me, it's nothing like that. They can stick around and disagree. It's just, when you literally let people go rogue and everyone can type in all caps and put in as many emojis as they want, the chats become insufferable and nobody can have a conversation. And I could sit here and just talk at the wall if I wanted to, but I like having this chat so you can all talk to each other. And this keeps it the way that this keeps it to the point where you guys can actually talk to each other and have good conversations and be there for each other and tell jokes to each other. And people have made friends in this chat. I know people that have become friends in real life from this chat. I knew people that literally met and got married by meeting in this chat. I don't think they're married quite so much anymore, that particular couple, but there has been people actually meet and end up marrying each other from meeting in this from this channel, essentially, right? So I like it where people can talk. Tom Genter says, hold the line, 2A. Your chat restrictions are very reasonable and effective. Yeah, it's just so people can talk and hang out with each other. Mateo says, no, we lost 30 people as soon as I let it super chat. So that's the thing. Mateo he takes care of whatever's on the back end of having, I guess I'll call it the service, just to count, like to make sure people aren't filling it up with emojis and caps and all that. But he does have a manual override. Yeah. Freedom isn't free. Have a good one, man. Since every message I put in the chat, no one sees, I guess. I don't know, man. I just read it, right? So apparently the different versions of AIs out there are now learning what's in this bill. Big Bad Jones, what's happening, man? How you doing? Good night. Dude, are you the Big Bad Jones that me and Mateo used to hang out with on here like 5 years ago? No way. Is that really you? Now, there might be different people with that name out there. And if you're new to the channel, welcome. But there was a guy, you remember Mateo, we used to hang out with that went by Big Bad Jones on here back in the day. Like, maybe Big Bad Jones isn't here anymore. Oh, no, that is him. Wow, dude. How you doing, man? How you doing? Nice to see you. Dude, this guy literally, we used to hang out with us back before this channel was even called 2A Edu. When there was like, what, less than maybe like 50 subs? You know what I'm saying? Dude, I haven't talked to you in like years, man. Are you guys, I think you were into like the appliance repair business. Am I right? Sometimes my memory's good. Sometimes it's terrible. I have seen some of your videos tinkering on cars and stuff over the years. Look who's in the chat, Mateo. What's happening, dude? I sent him some magazines years ago, guys. He reviewed them on his channel. Not sure if they're still I'm not sure if there's still gun stuff on the channel or not, but yeah. Doing great. I've been too busy for YouTube. I understand. Still doing appliances. I did remember. Wow. Sometimes my memory's like embarrassing. Other times I'm kind of impressed that I can remember stuff, right? You know who we saw in one of the comments the other day, Big Bad Jones? We saw Liam and Russ. He still watches from time to time. Ace Diamond coming in, channel member and a super chat. Well, thanks, man. And I'm guessing you're from Michigan with the Detroit Red Wings there, right? There's some other Red Wings fans in this chat right now, too. I got to hit the hay, have an iced tea on me tomorrow. Well, thanks. I appreciate it, man. I could definitely use that because I'll be back out in the heat again. I got to change the tire. I've got to unseize the stuck caliper on my plow truck. I got a new plow truck this last fall, and I showed it to some of you guys. I made a supporters video, and I don't like to let the plow truck just sit all summer, so I'll take it on like 2 to 5 mile trips once in a while just to kind of keep everything going. Yeah, caliper seized up on me, and I almost caught it on fire trying to bring it back to the shop. So it's always something, man. Yep, the good old boys, man. Dude, once in a while we'll still see a Ryan Fixer in here. Matt Morrison. Are you watching Matt Morrison or Ryan Fixer? Sometimes these guys still watch. Like, on the regular. Bro, if that thing can drop human-like opinions, I feel like it could override that $5 restriction. AI, there's a lot to it, and I'm not an expert. Dude, that just made my day. I'm sorry, guys. I'll get back into what the vote's going on. But yeah, Big Bad Jones, nice to see you, man. You can ask Mateo. I was just talking about you not that long ago. I'm like, man, whatever happened? I always liked that kid, you know? I always liked that guy. Wonder if he's all right. Okay, so right now, the clock's been down to 0 for hours. We've been streaming 3 hours. I did not know this was going to be this long. Trust me, I didn't. But we still have 8 Republicans that have not voted. 5 have voted no. They can change their no votes, but right now the budget bill does not have the votes to pass. The version they're voting on right now is identical to what the Senate passed, meaning the repeal of the NFA, those 3 items are out. Those are gone. Instead, it would be the $0 tax on the silencer, otherwise known as suppressor, short barrel rifle, short barreled shotgun, AOW, which means any other weapon. Those would be taxed at $0. If this passes, it will go to President Trump's desk. He will sign it, guaranteed on the 4th. If this does not pass, back in the saddle again. They're going to have to fight it out, argue it out, and that would give it a chance. That's why many people on the 2A side are rooting this doesn't pass right now. All right. Many people are hoping that will allow the Andrew Clyde Amendment to come back in, which the Clyde Amendment is the Hearing Protection Act and the Short Act, which would repeal these items from the NFA rather than just simply removing the tax down to 0. Look, there are potential wins in the court in the future if the tax is down to 0. I'll be rooting for those lawsuits when they happen. We'll cross that bridge if and when we get to it. I'm rooting for the repeal of these 3 sections of the NFA because it's better if Congress does it. It's always cleaner. It's always better that way. And second of all, I'm tired of waiting. I don't compromise. And when we demand something as the 2A community, we need to finally get what we demanded for once, right? So there's backroom deals being made, no doubt. There's 8 no votes, or non-voting. There's 5 Republicans voting no. They can change their vote. Now, I know I've repeated myself on a lot of this stuff, guys. This is the nature of a live stream that goes on this long. New people are coming in and they're like, what's going on? And that's the deal. Because trust me, if they didn't have some plan where they're somewhat convinced they can change 5 of these no voters, if they didn't think they could change their vote, they would have already gotten rid of this. They would have cleared the board and said no further voting tonight. And that could happen at any minute. This could go on till tomorrow. We're not going to be able to hang out here till tomorrow on this channel. Good night, man. Yeah, check the details in the morning, you know. Why does it take so long? This is just how this works. This is Congress. They have no time restrictions. There is a clock. The clock hit 0 many hours ago now. Yeah, you're right, Egorizer. Most of the chat out there, even among the so-called conservative circles and all this, most of those are going to be pertaining to other stuff. The 2A is getting lots of talk-ish, but on the scope of things, really not a ton. What's this? Another super chat. Robin Sage. Thank you for the $10 super chat. I appreciate it, Robin. Says, thanks for all you do, my brother. Well, you're welcome, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm trying to be as optimistic as I can, as realistic as I can. We got to stay no compromise. I want this to not pass. I want them to have to go back at it again. Clean up a lot of this crap from the parliamentarian, pass a version in the House that does actually repeal parts of the NFA, and then force the Senate. Force the Senate to do something. Force them to either override or fire that parliamentarian. Because I am sick and tired of just even the thought of that we live under a parliamentarian. Well, because the Republicans that are in the majority in the Senate allow it, but still. Good night, Mateo. Take it easy, man. I'm going to hang out for a little bit longer. Vance, a.k.a. David Bowman, didn't do his job. David Bowman, is that his real name? I'm not a J.D. Vance expert. I know, like, I've heard about him and, like, his good buddy Peter Thiel and this super, super advanced AI that they're supposedly all involved in. Like, I've been hearing stuff. I am not a J.D. Vance expert, though. Is that his real name? For real? I don't know, guys. That's just what one of the viewers is saying here. Is J.D. Vance not even his real name? Now, you guys might be laughing at me. Maybe everybody knows that's not his real name. Maybe it is. I didn't know. Yeah, Vance could have fixed this, but he did nothing. And he was right there presiding over the chamber to break that tie-breaking vote. This is not a popular bill as written. It's really not. So if 5 Democrats get fed up and leave, they need 5 less Republicans, right? No, that ain't the way it works, actually. No. This number doesn't add up to 435, though. If you guys look, all of the total votes, if you add up your 207 current yay votes, your 217 nay votes, and the 8 non-voting, that's only 432. That's because 3 Democrats in Congress have passed away fairly recently. And they can't come and vote because they're dead. Now, Democrats usually do like to vote when they're dead, actually, but that's for just regular ballots. In the case of Congress, a dead congressman cannot vote. They've not been able to fulfill those seats yet. So there are currently only 432, it would be, right? Members of the House of Representatives, although there are 435 seats. That's why you're going to see some discrepancy where it's not going to add up to that 435. Yeah, fear the speed racing pigeons. But birds aren't real, right? We were talking about that earlier. Do you guys think birds are real? Let me know. Is the moon real? Is the earth flat? What's J.D. Vance's real name? Just let me know. I don't know anything anymore. This stuff's fried my brain. I got you, Mateo. But look, I think the bill's bad, period, because it didn't even follow the Trump agenda. Now, I'm not 100% in line with the Trump agenda, guys, to be fair, but a lot of the Trump agenda I am all for, actually. But this bill is so messed up, it guts much of the Trump agenda, too. But I do want it to pass if it repeals portions of the NFA because, well, back to being a single issue voter again. That would be the Second Amendment. And look, a lot of crap's going to pass no matter what. It is, no matter what. So we may as well, for once, get ours for the two-way. Hunter says, yes, God made birds, the moon, and everything. Well, I know, but I'm saying it as a term of art. You know what I mean? Like, just stuff so messed up right now. Well, let me ask you this, because I do actually believe that God's the creator of the heavens, of the earth. I do actually agree with all of that. I love reading the book of Genesis, actually. It's a very good book to read, and I recommend all of you do if you haven't, or if you haven't lately. But at the same time, so let me ask you this question. If we live in America, do we have a parliament or a parliamentarian or not? And your quick answer would be no, of course not. But we do, because the parliamentarian literally removed the Hearing Protection Act and Short Act from the budget bill. So I've been saying things lately, just a term of art on here, like the moon's fake, the earth is flat, birds aren't real. It's just to throw out like this world we live in right now. Like, what can you even believe anymore at all? Mad Scrap Mechanic says, hey, thank you for the great information and have a good night. Well, you have a good night too. Nice seeing you. This is going to sit here for a while. I'm going to be right back with you guys in 1 second here. I'm just going to turn off my camera and mic. I got to touch base on a couple things. I'll come back. We'll see if anything's changed. If not, we'll probably wrap it up here pretty soon. But I'm going to stay with you guys. I'm not leaving yet. I'm just going incognito for a second. I'll be right back. Real quick, guys, for everyone that's so excited to sue so quick, read this chat from Poor Man's Gold PMG I just threw up there. I mean, I'm just saying, the bump stock win was a win, but it took 6 years and there was still zero compensation. So often that's what it looks like to win in court, you know? That's why I'm not just sitting back being like, great, $0 tax. The courts will just take care of this right now. Well, right there. I mean, these are usually always a rich man's bill, guys. How many rich people do we have in the chat? How many people that make 4 million or more? I'll wait. Don't come in too fast now. How many people in the chat right now make 4 million or more per year? Just saying. Dude, I bet you Trump's watching this live stream right now. What if he's watching this exact one? I thought this whole chat was going to fill up. We don't have any people that make 4 million a year. What a shock. Cloven Halo 79. Yeah, get some sleep, man. See what happens tomorrow. I'm going to hang out a little bit longer with y'all here. And then I'm going to have to hit the old hay. First, hit a nice cold shower. Because I was out there sweating my butt off today, weed whacking and all that, and mowing lawns. And What's happening, Vince? Nice to see you, man. I said I actually kind of like Thomas Massey earlier. So if Trump was watching this, I think Trump just unsubscribed from the 2A Edu channel earlier, guys, if you want me to be honest. What's up, BJH? Fellow Michiganian in the house. Says, what side of the state are you from? Holland, Michigan. Nice place, by the way, Holland. Nice area. I'm in southeastern Michigan. My state representative is Jamie Thompson, and my state senator is Joe Bellino. Midland, Michigan. Nice. Some of you already know what's going on with this vote, right? This is called the war of attrition. A lot of these Congress critters are 80 years old. They're 100. Some of them are 200 years old. They're hoping they can just wear them down. They're like, all right, I'll vote yes. Just let me get some sleep. Live life. 3 nay now. Did two of the nays change their vote to a yay? I'm streaming. I just checked my feed here, and this is coming from U.S. House Clerk. This is the official checkmark government stream. And I just checked, and it is live. So is somehow the official clerk's office live stream off? I guess elaborate if you have more info on this. Good night, Hunter. Take it easy. And God bless you. Yeah, I'm seeing 5 nay votes right now. According to what my computer is telling me, I am still hooked into the live feed. Um, More Grands says, I'm kind of happy it failed. Well, give us another chance to get the HP if it fails. I don't know. I don't think it's failed yet. It's still going on right now. Do we have a better chance of it failing now than we did a few hours ago? Yes. It has not failed though. It's still open. The board's open. Yeah, I do hope it fails. Just because I want another chance to get the Clyde amendments, meaning the Hearing Protection Act and Short Act back in, which would repeal from the NFA. Look, guys, I don't trust the government, obviously. That's the main focus of this channel. I just thought that the official clerk of the House, this is the official government feed of this government proceeding. So by me streaming it from this avenue here, we are getting a, quote, direct feed. It's not going through like a third-party news channel or whatever. Plus, none of these goofy big news channels can copyright strike the channel, since I am going from the official government stream. And I'm using it under fair use, obviously, as well. Yes, 5 days if it holds. Just keep in mind, they can come back. They can come back and they can change their vote. That's what makes it tough. Okay, the top of the 5 blends in. I got you, Live Life. It's all good, man. JR, this could be like a test vote. I don't think so, though. Trump's been very adamant this has to pass. Ain't no rest for the wicked. I hear you, man. I'm just getting tired right now because I need some coffee. Clare, Michigan, nice. Macomb. I saw Midland in the house earlier. Yeah, Midland, Michigan, nice. We were talking about Kentucky a lot earlier. Anyone from Kentucky? Unless they change their vote. And I've watched enough of this crap to know they can always change their vote. Wisconsin, nice. Traverse City. I spoke up in Traverse City last year. I was a guest speaker, actually, at an event right outside Traverse City for the Grand Traverse Republican Party. They had a 2A dinner. You know, most of the political parties do like a an annual dinner. They did a 2A dinner, and I was one of the guest speakers at it. I opened up for Captain Seth Keschel, if anybody's heard of him. He was the main keynote speaker, and I was like the opening band, if you know what I'm saying. No, Kentucky is nice. I haven't gone anywhere this year yet because funds have been too tight. But each of the last 4 or 5 years, I've taken trips down to South Carolina to see my friends at PSA. I've gone down to the IV 88 event 4 or 5 years in a row, which is in northern Georgia. So I always end up passing through, you know, obviously Michigan, Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia. I've been rerouted a couple times where I went through West Virginia, then North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia. Dude, there's no way Trump read the whole bill. But the Democrats used a procedure in the Senate to make it where every word had to be read. Did you guys see all that? Took them 16 hours to read the bill. COD coming in with a super chat. Thank you. I appreciate it. Says Mike Johnson's probably sweating hard right now. Probably. Good. I hope he's sweating. Lots of civil war battlefields around where I'm at too. Well, not really civil war wasn't fought up here, but let me back up. Like right on my property, there was Civil War, where obviously Michigan being a union state, where they come together to muster and have their training and all that. And literally, like on my property, we found tons of stuff like buried. It wasn't that there were Civil War battles, but there's actually Civil War artifacts, believe it or not, in Michigan, right there. Now, there's also a War of 1812. There's the River Raisin Massacre, which is now on the site of that, is now a national monument, a national park. That's close to me. But yeah, there were literally areas where they'd take over or rent, like at that time, a farmer's field, and they just set up huge encampments to gather all the troops together before they'd march them on down to the South. Lots of people from Michigan fought in the Civil War, and via that, we're able to find Civil War artifacts literally in my backyard. Like uniform buttons and stuff, you know, discarding uniforms. And back then it was customary to have brass buttons and just things like that. Who's responsible for the Clyde Amendment not being added? That would be the Rules Committee. We did have Chip Roy and Ralph Northam. Those two Republicans voted against the passage through Rules Committee. That's why it only passed by one narrow vote. They didn't want this version to pass, standing up for the Second Amendment and other things too. But they have cited the Second Amendment. Both of them have. So that was two Republicans that tried to save the Clyde Amendment, but they did come one vote short. Rosie, what's happening, Rosie? Says, if you want to experience the greatest of creation and nature, go to southern Utah. I worked at Bullfrog Marina one summer. I'll never forget. Truly amazing. Dude, that would be awesome. I've never made it out west before like that. That's far from Michigan. But there you guys go. If you're looking for a good place, our friend Rosie recommends southern Utah. Chip Roy's wishy-washy. Well, there you go, man. I don't know. Chip Roy's one of the very few congressmen, though, that are actually out on their X page advocating for the 2A right now. If I could pick one place to vacation, where would I go? Man, I don't know. I'm kind of like a homebody, actually. I know this is going to sound terrible, but like I'll travel to places for the channel, for the Second Amendment, things like that. But I don't really like to travel. I know I'd have to think about that, man. I mean, I've been to some cool places and I liked going there. But really, like if I find out I'm gonna travel, it's kind of like, ugh. But I kind of like it too. I don't know. Yeah. Some of you guys might like Chip Roy. Some of you might not like him. Some of you might like him insofar as this here right now with the 2A. I don't keep track of Chip Roy a ton. I've just been watching how everyone's lining up on this exact issue right now. Now, Chip Roy could turn on us in the 11th hour. I have no idea. I really don't. I don't have faith in really any of them, right? Yeah, most of the Republicans, just face it, guys. Most of these Republicans, their priority is not the Hearing Protection Act and Short Act. It's just not. Even most of them that are holding out right now, that's not the reason they're holding out. Now, that's why it's an omnibus. If this Clyde Amendment can get snuck in, or however you want to word it, into this omnibus, and things from the Senate version get fixed, where the House will pass it, send it back to the Senate, you know, then there's a chance it could go through. But it's not because we have a bunch of Republicans that support this. It's just the facts of the matter. Chances are still very slim of the repeal portions becoming law. It's true. I just got to call a spade a spade. Right now, as we speak, there are not enough votes for this to pass. Right now. Now, someone's going to come in tomorrow morning on replay when this probably passes after we have to finally tap out and go to bed and say this didn't age well. I understand. That's just the nature of it. It's a live stream. We're watching it live. I'm trying to give you all my best predictions as this goes on. And also, one of the main reasons I'm doing this, and I do these, is to give us all a place to hang out. I don't think there's really any young channels or 2A channels streaming this right now. It's probably bad for their ratings. It's bad for their whatever, or they're just too busy. I don't know the reasons why. I just like to see where people can have a place to hang out and vent to each other and talk. What's up, Deb said, well, says, take care, man. Well, you too. Nice to see you. Yep, right now, just the $0 tax is in this bill. If you prefer the $0 tax rather than the repeal, then you're going to want this to pass. If you have other issues that are more important to you than the 2A, you may also want this to pass. Here's the crazy part, though. If you're for a lot of the Trump agenda, and that's also very important to you, you may not want this to pass because the Senate severely weakened and or gutted many large portions of the version that passed the House, which was much more in line with things that Trump promised on the campaign. This should be a no-brainer. This should be able to just go through because the NFA is a tax, all of it. Supreme Court has said so. It just provably is. And the fact that this parliamentarian was allowed to rule out these certain portions in the Senate, it's just a travesty. This wasn't because, just remember this, guys, this didn't get rejected in the Senate because there were more people against repealing these parts of the NFA than there were for. At least not on paper. This was because of a parliamentarian. In her opinion, she said these weren't tax related, even though it's literally provable that they are the epitome of a tax. Now you could go full circle, to be fair, and say, well, actually, these rhino Republicans in the Senate did want this to fail. And there is a good argument for that because they could have overruled and or fired the parliamentarian. Two people could have. John Thune and J.D. Vance. There's not enough Republicans. If you want to look at this as a party line thing, there's not enough Republicans in the Senate to have overrode her with a 60-vote majority. They have like a 3-seat majority. But they are not pro-2A in many regards either. Yeah, guys, literally, you might see them on replay. That's a different story. I do not run ads while these are live. You're not going to see YouTube advertisements while we're live on these live streams. That's something I try to do that's different than most channels. You don't hear me do any ad reads. You don't hear me say, buy this insurance, buy that insurance. This is sponsored by this site that you buy things that go bang, and you can go to the, you know, the place and buy my t-shirt and whatever. Like, I don't really do that. I do have some links down in the description that'll help the channel, but nobody pays me a penny for an ad read and never has. I'm not getting paid to do any ad reads. Now, some people shout out their coffee. I do have a Blackout Coffee link right down there in the description. If you guys drink it and buy on a regular basis, you can help support the channel financially by using my link. But Blackout Coffee doesn't pay me to shout them out. It's just if you choose to use my link, it will help the channel. I also post good deals on stuff over on Locals and on X. Again, not trying to sell you anything, but if you're buying stuff from those sites, if you go use my links, a small percentage will go back into the channel. Super chats, channel members, Patreon. That's how this channel's funded. I'm just reading some of the chats because some of you just said you appreciate that I'm not doing ad reads all night. Rosie says most 2A channels spend half their video pushing a certain gun owner insurance company. You know, look, that's fine. I'm not ripping on them for doing that. It makes it where I don't want to watch a lot of their videos so much. Like, I get that. But, like, that's fine, man. If that's their business plan, whatever. But, yeah, I don't really do that here. Now, these sponsorships I do read because these are from the people. I just got another $5 sponsorship from Bruno Bars. Says, we appreciate you, homie. Well, thanks, man. Appreciate you. See, you got to read these sponsorships. These are real people. Like, I love you guys. Somebody got mad one time. They're like, why are you reading these super chats? Is this pay to play? I'm like, dude, I read more of the chat than anybody does. You guys know this. If one of the viewers, one of the friends of the channel is going to throw out a little super chat, yeah, we're going to read it and we're going to thank them kindly. Can you believe someone said that to me? They said, this guy actually reads the super chats. I'm like, well, of course I'm going to read the super chats. Thank you. But I read all kinds of stuff. I think once I might have actually read a chat from someone that wasn't even being very nice. But they didn't mean it, though. I don't think I've ever even had a troll comment on this channel before. I love creatine. Do they expect you all to do this for free? LOL. Dude, there's a lot of people with that kind of communist mentality, actually. And that's why I'm not going to rip on the guys that do like the big ad read. I'm just being honest. It gets annoying to watch when it's a 4-minute video and 2 minutes of it's an ad read. But dude, they need to make a living, man. That's what they do. I'm totally fine with people making a living. The consumers of the content, they'll decide, right? He's a legend. Who's a legend? Is there a legend in the chat right now? There might be. There was a troll fed bee, though, hanging out around here a little bit earlier. Whew. Yeah, some people are miserable no matter what. I agree. The bill that's failing right now, Durkee. Well, that's a nice looking animal in there. Look at that wolf. I like that. Says, is the bill that's failing now have a $0 tax stamp? Yeah, that's the one that's failing right now. And it has no HPA or Short Act. That's correct. Laurie, oh, you're nice. I knew I liked you. She says, who could hate 2A EDU? I don't know. Somebody said they did, actually. They said they did, but I don't think they meant it. They had to have been joking. Brian M pays for YouTube Premium, so I don't see ads. Money well spent. Dude, YouTube's been loading up the ads lately on my videos that do get ads. A lot of them get demonetized, but the ones that don't. And I go in there and manually turn off most of them. But I do not play them while it's live. Like, while this is live right now, there's no ads. YouTube's algorithm goes through it on replay. They decide if they want to put ads in it or not. If they do want to shove 200 ads into an hour live stream, which they've tried, I go in there and delete like all of them, but maybe 4 or 5. Right? Word Up Russia coming in with a 99-cent super sticker. Well, thank you. I appreciate the support. I wish I could, with my StreamYard here, actually pin the super sticker itself up there, but you guys that are in the regular chat can see the super sticker, and I appreciate it. Word Up Russia. Hanging out in the house tonight. Channel member, Word Up Russia. I should know it. Yep, Patriot 76. Man, I was just talking about that earlier tonight. The truth is, the two-party system has been the downfall of our nation, just like George Washington said. Yep, in his farewell address. Democrats and Republicans are two sides of the same coin. They don't care about we the people. Pretty much, man, I agree. Now, if you are going to find a two-way supporter, if you are going to, it's right now on the national level, you are going to have to find that in the Republican Party. But I am not going to say I'm a fan of the Republican Party. There are a few that I think are still doing a great job with the two-way, and they would only be in the Republican Party at this point on the national level. There is not one two-way supporting Democrat representing in the United States Congress anymore whatsoever. You can literally prove it by their voting records. Word Up Russia says it's just a sticker of our average politician. Well, yeah. No, that is. I'm looking at, I have the regular YouTube chat popped out over here. Dude, there's not one left. You agree, right? You're on the left side, you said, right? If you will. You know, it's hard just to use these generic words, but you're somewhat of a leftist. Not to paraphrase what you said earlier. You will not find one Democrat in the United States House of Representatives or Senate that's pro two-way. And if you're on the left, that should make you very mad. And I'm sure it does. Only Fed bees, ticks, and Marxists hate two-way EDU. Sworn enemies of the channel. Oh, man. Oh, I appreciate the laugh. YouTube demonetized it, but I bet you they still get the ad revenue. Yeah, I'd bet on that too. Yeah, I would definitely bet on that. Look, and Trump's not on the right per se. I don't think Trump's like super right wing or like super conservative. I don't think he's ever even claimed to be. Trump's a populist. And this is what's confusing me tonight. Why is Trump so hell bent on getting this budget passed so quickly when the Senate gutted half of his agenda out? Like, as far as I'm concerned, the way the Senate passed this, they said, F you, Trump. Do you guys see that? I'm just trying to call a spade a spade. I don't care if you're a Trump fan or not. If you looked at the Trump agenda, what he ran on, what he's been talking about since he's been back in the White House, and then there is still, yeah, there's still stuff in there that's stuff Trump talked about, but they've gutted it and gone against it pretty hard. What's up, Dawson? How you doing, man? Here's another Michigan man in the house. Just giving yourself the old face plant. I know, dude. I know. Dude, this guy lives in a small town in Michigan that I worked in for like a dozen years. You know what I'm saying? It's just a small world. Of course, Trump's been making deals with businesses, yes. And presidents do that. To be fair to Trump on this one, that is something they do. They do make deals. I'm very pro-business. I own a small business myself. I'm not pro-fascism, though. I'm not pro, like, the unholy alliance between the government and businesses. And no, I didn't just call Trump a fascist. I'm saying that, but there have been fascistic aspects of the United States for a long time. You look at the Dutch East India Trading Company back around the time of the Revolution. Did they ever go away, or are they still running the world today? And that's not a trick question. Think about it for a minute. Yeah, the oligarchs and the oligarchy, yeah. It's a huge problem anywhere you go. The gazettes and the gazetteers are a big problem anywhere you go. Look at Thomas Jefferson's Tree of Liberty letter, where he talks about the gazetteers. And I mean, there's a lot to this. There's the fake news, there's the oligarchy, there's this unholy alliance of government picking winners and losers. And that was one of the big things that I saw Chip Roy bashing about this bill, the way the Senate modified it, where it is picking winners and losers among different sections of business yet again. Here's the thing with Trump. I literally called out Trump as much as anybody has with his banning bump stocks and calling for red flag laws. Oh, yeah, trust me. This term, he's doing a lot better with the 2A. And that's just true. Like, no emotion involved. It's verifiably true. He's doing better. Now, he's only a few months in, 6 months in. We'll have to see what happens. I can't say I trust him on the Second Amendment just because of past things. Those are real things. I don't trust. But I promise you all, look, I'll call out Trump when he does something against the 2A, but I will give the man his due if he's doing better. And as of right now, he's done better. Tomorrow, he could mess all of that up, and we will be the first ones to call him out on here, no matter how unpopular it makes this channel. I've had live streams in the past where there were 100 people watching at a time. By the time the night was over, I lost 30 subs over when I called Trump out for his calling for red flag laws and bump stock bans and all that. But it is what it is. I see most of them, they came back the next week. They just wanted to prove a point. They still liked the channel in the end, and I still liked them. But no, I'm not just going to be doom and gloom and rip on someone constantly. Look, you rip on someone to try to get them to do better. If they start to do a little better, you call that out too. Right now, Trump's doing better. Am I blind? Do I trust him? No, I'm going to keep watching him. I can never truly trust him on the 2A, and I won't. But he has been doing better this term so far. We'll just have to see. Is that fair enough? We'll just have to see. I wish they'd hurry up and just close the board. They don't have the votes right now. Heck yeah, no one person supersedes the 2A. I completely agree. There you go, man. And that's totally cool. I Be Bangin' says, I dislike Trump for other reasons. That's fine with me. Of course, since it's the budget bill, we've talked about a few other issues tonight. But this channel mainly focuses on the 2A. I've got people in here tonight. We're having a great time together that are on the left, the middle. Libertarians are in here, Republicans, maybe even a Democrat, right? And a bunch of people like me that can't find a political home anymore. Dude, I don't care if you like Trump or not. But hey, like you said, though, but his stance on the 2A this term has been decent. That's all I'm doing. I'm just trying to be fair when I talk about this stuff. Paul Williams. So I know since the 90s, people have been saying America is going to fall like Rome. Seems like the exact opposite, but some people are still parroting it online. Look, man, I believe what the Bible says. I believe there's nothing new under the sun. And the older I get, the more I learn, the more things seem to change, the more they actually stay the same. So everything has a cycle, right? Everything has a season, right? Everything has a purpose. Reminds me of a string of verses from Ecclesiastes, actually. Which, if this stream has to keep going because they won't finish this vote, I may have to actually read from. Rambo Biscuit. That's a name for you. Just came in with a super sticker. Well, thank you, Rambo Biscuit. I don't know how you got that really unique font in your name, but I'm actually kind of intrigued by that. That's interesting. Let me go over to this other side chat here and see what it is. It's a diamond. Nice. Well, thank you for the super sticker. I definitely appreciate the support, man. You see some interesting names in here. I thought I'd seen it all. And then a Rambo Biscuit comes in the chat. Nice. I like it. Some of you guys are saying funny stuff in the chat. Oh, I mean, what's going on with this? Hopefully Trump's been listening to his kids. This was the podcast selection. Eric's a huge 2A fan. Yeah. Trump Jr. I almost met Trump Jr. once. He literally came to a gun shop that's 2 miles from my shop. And I had to cut too much grass that day and couldn't make it there. Go figure. I did meet Vivek Ramaswamy, though, face to face, and had him send a message to Trump. And he promised me that he would. And so far, Trump listened to that message. So I may or may not have had a message delivered to Trump. I don't know. Vivek was probably totally lying to me. I don't know. Nice person, though, just to talk to. I got a chance to actually talk to him a little bit behind the scenes. Not for hours or nothing. Just talk to him for a few minutes. And I was very pointed and had a couple 2A related messages. I said, I know you're going to talk to Trump. He goes, yeah, literally when I leave here, I'm going to go out in the parking lot and talk to him in a few minutes. I said, would you please pass this on to Trump? He said, yeah, what have you got, man? I told him, and he said, I will. Went out in the parking lot, came back in. I passed by him briefly after that and said, did you talk to Trump? He says, I passed your message on. I don't know if he was lying. I can't prove it, but maybe. I tried. Vivek's the only person I've actually been able to sit down and have an actual one-on-one talking for more than 1 word. Now, I've met lots of famous people before where you just get to meet them, shake their hand, get a picture. That's cool. But me and him actually got to converse for a couple minutes. And that's the only person I've ever able to have a true conversation with that at that point in time, and maybe he still does, had a direct line to him. That's when Trump was campaigning. Vivek had stepped aside at that point, had gotten behind and endorsed Trump. So that's the time frame I'm talking about. And here's the thing. I know some of you guys don't like him too. Again, whatever. It might have been fake. I hope it wasn't fake, but he actually sat there and talked to me like a person, made eye contact, and I'm not joking. A couple of things I said, he's like, wow, that's very smart. He's like, I've actually never really heard it worded that way. And just as I was getting ready to thank him for the conversation, he actually, before I could, he thanked me for the conversation. So as far as just talking to the guy, Vivek Ramaswamy is one of the nicest people I've ever met. I don't know. I guess I'll just hope that he was being real because I really did enjoy talking to him. But yeah, whether I would have voted for him or not had he dropped out, I'm not going as far as to say I supported all of his political views either. But he was just a really nice guy. Paul Williams. Yeah, it's cool when famous people actually treat you like a human. I know. You know who else was really nice? You guys can see some of these pictures if you go back far enough on my YouTube. It used to be called the community page. Now it's just called posts. You can see some of the pictures of some of these people I've met. The other one that was really, really nice too, that's I think you qualify as quite famous, was Riley Gaines. I actually talked to her as well. Yeah, I did the photo op, but I actually also with her, same kind of story as Vivek. I actually got to talk to her for 2 minutes. Okay, I'm not going to exaggerate, but a 2-minute conversation is actually something for somebody that normally has lines of people following them around. She was actually really nice. I'm really happy I got to meet her as well. So there's a couple people I've met that were famous that I actually got to talk to, and they were cool. Now, I've met a lot of the famous YouTubers, gun tubers, a lot of the big channels. Some of them I really like after I met them. Some of them, like, I thought, like, okay, I have 3 scenarios for you. Some of them actually acted the same in real life as they do on YouTube. Wasn't too surprised. I went in thinking they were a prick, and they were a prick in some cases. Other times I went in thinking they'd be cool, and they'd be cool. Other ones, I wasn't quite sure what to think, and they ended up being awesome as hell. And there's actually been a couple, unfortunately, that I thought were really cool, and they're actually conceited pricks. You know, it goes 3 different ways. When I say big YouTuber, we'll say like over 1 million subs or close to it, right? Like I'll count Guns and Gadgets as a big YouTuber, right? Even though he's probably not 1 million subs. Jared, met him several times, quite a few times. We're not friends. We don't like to call each other on the phone, but I'd say it's fair to say we know each other. We recognize each other now when we see each other. He's a really nice guy. I take a guess of all the YouTubers I've met that have like tons of big subs. Guess which one that actually I think is the nicest one and that I get along with the best. And I'd say I'm friends with the most. You guys might not believe this, but you might too. And it's a gun channel. Dude, Hitcock 45. I'm not going to say he's a prick. I'm not going to say that, but I will say this. I did meet him at an event, and I went to ask him for a picture, and he said, "Excuse me, but I'm trying to conduct business here." Now, I would have not walked up if he was mid-conversation. He was just standing there. Now, I assume unbeknownst to me, he probably was conducting business. Just the guy behind the table had to go like talk or do paperwork, you know, but I promise you, I did not interrupt him. He was just standing there. And I went to meet him and I said, "Hey, how's it going?" And he shook my hand and I said, "Can I have a picture?" And he said, "Excuse me, but I'm conducting business." And I said, "Understood, sir," and walked away. 3-4 minutes later, I saw a guy walk up and talk to him. I don't know what happened with all of that, but that was my experience with Hitcock 45. The nicest guy I met, who's actually cool as hell, and we've had many conversations since I first met him, is actually a guy named Don Such00. Dude, he's a heck of a guy. What a nice person, man. He's actually really, really cool. So there you go. And some of you, that may has come to no surprise. I don't know. Don't even know how many of you guys watch him, but he's a big multi-million sub channel and heck of a dude, man. I always look forward to when I can go to one of these gun tuber events. He's always like the first person I look for. Paul from Legally Armed America is another pretty big channel. He's a really cool dude too. Me and him know each other, you know, if you will. I don't really have time for friends, so that's why I say like know each other. I don't really have time to hang out with anybody really, but Lucky Dog, what's happening, man? You know, he was a bit standoffish to me. I'm just saying. I mean, I don't want to go as far as to say he's a prick. He was a bit standoffish. I have not met Brandon Herrera. I don't know what to think of him. I don't know. Here's what I'll tell you from what I've seen him online. I'd really like to meet him a lot. Like, I think he's probably really, really cool. But you get nervous, though, right? Like, as the old saying goes, and I don't truly mean the word hero because I don't, like, really look up to anybody too terribly much. Johnny Cash, now that's somebody, he's dead now. But if I got to meet Johnny Cash, yeah, you know, there's certain people like that that are on a whole new level. But when it comes to like a Brandon Herrera, from what I know of him watching his videos and what he's done running for Congress, I really like him. So then you're kind of afraid to meet him because, as the old saying goes, be leery of meeting your heroes because you could be disappointed. You know that whole saying. So I don't know. No, but I would love to. I would love to meet Brandon Herrera because I think he seems like he'd be a really cool dude. But I've been surprised by a couple of these cats, man. They were not so cool when I met them, like at all. No, Demolition Ranch, I've not met. He never really went to many of the events. And not really a big 2A guy either. If you notice, he ran that channel with that 10 million plus subs, and maybe he did, but I never really heard him. I never really heard him advocate for the Second Amendment too much, did he? His Garand Thumb, the Tom Cruise of gun tubers. Oh, man. That's funny. You know, I met Kentucky Ballistics. I've not talked to him. I don't know him. Met, as in like, pleasure to meet you. Shook his hand, and then I realized there was like 9 people trying to like push me over to shake his hand too. Sometimes it's like that. There's that bee again. Hold on, guys. I'll be right back. That bee's back buzzing around over there. I got to make some coffee. I can hang out with you guys a few more minutes. I have met Mike from Mr. Guns and Gear several times. He's actually a nice guy. He's really quiet, though, in real life. That probably doesn't surprise you guys, does it? Very quiet, but very polite. Yes, I do know Mr. Guns and Gear. What's up, Armed Reptile? Yeah, he's a cool dude. I like him. If you guys go back and look on my channel from a long time ago, like probably 4 or 5 years ago now, you'll see a video with me and Mr. Guns and Gear. We talked about guns and gadgets earlier. One with me and him, one with me and Such. Just short little videos, but they are on this channel. What's up, Mike McClune? How you doing, man? Nice to see you. He says, most famous people I've met aren't 2A related, more automotive and sports myself. Well, that's cool. I just don't get out much. So the times I do go places, it ends up being like a 2A or gun event. So that's why I end up meeting these guys. Southern gentleman. Yeah, he's a very quiet, he's just kind of like chill and kind of like, I mean, he's passionate. Don't mistake what I'm saying about the Second Amendment. But in real life, he's pretty quiet. He's not boisterous. He's not the center of attention. Just kind of goes about and does his thing. But if you walk up and say hi to him and talk to him, he's just like, cool dude. They still don't have the votes to pass this. I've been watching Such's videos for a long time, Reaper. I like his videos too. The military-industrial complex. Yeah. Dwight Eisenhower, in his farewell address, warned us about the military-industrial complex. Oh, I don't like heights. I don't like heights, man. What's up, Kurt24? Nice to see you, man. Listening while you're at work. Well, happy to help you pass the time. Hold on, guys. I'll be right back. All right. Has anything changed yet? Nope. Still 5 nay votes. All right. I'll have my camera back on in 1 second here. I'm just trying to see if I can find anything else. Nick just followed me over on X. Well, thank you, Nick, if you're watching. Let me see here. Trying to see if I can find anything that's going to give us any kind of like ETA on this, or let's go over to GOA's X. They haven't posted anything in 10 hours. All right. Now, I'm probably mistaken, but for some reason, I'm getting the feeling this is the only channel that's covering this while it's live. Do I check Facebook messages? Sometimes. Sometimes Mateo checks them for me. Look, I get some excellent stuff over on Facebook sometimes, but most of it's people like wanting to complain and stuff. But I don't do a whole lot on Facebook. I do have a Facebook page though. Are there any other channels covering this? What's up, Goonbeam? How's it going? Bilbo Baggins, I want this to fail because I want a chance for this to go back for the House to rework it and put the Clyde Amendment back in, which would add in the repeal language, okay, like the Hearing Protection Act and Short Act, instead of just removing the text down to 0. Yo, man, Langley quit streaming an hour ago, so you're the only one left. Okay, I didn't know he was streaming it earlier, so I had no idea. I've heard about that channel before, but I don't follow his channel, so I didn't even know he was streaming at all. Okay, 4 other lives. No, I mean like Gun or 2A tubers covering it is what I meant. I'm just curious. People are all kind of like tapping out on this. It seems like on X too. Not saying everyone needs to stay up to 2:30 in the morning. I'm gonna have to tap out here in a little bit. Just no one's really posted anything right now. It's like we're watching this screen and nothing's happening. Hmm. Okay, cool. Well, good luck with your new job and be safe out there. Yeah, that is true. What's changed is our awareness, and that's why I'm doing these streams. Yeah, not 2A channels. No, I got you, Jack. Oh, there was times when I was live streaming in the middle of the night, the Michigan House of Representatives, and I can assure you they knew we were watching. Like, I could literally prove it. Trust me. Raw Tune 2000. I can't believe you're still alive. That's 100% dedication. Hey, man, thank you, but don't give me too many kudos. I am getting a little weak at this point. I don't know how much longer. What's happening, Carbon Spider? Nice to see you. Yeah, you got a point. I see where you're heading with that. Take them off the NFA. That's why I want this to fail so they can still have a chance to be removed, or make it $2,000 for tax stamps, just so people quit giving them what they want. I do actually understand where you're coming from there. I see the point you're making for sure. Oh heck yeah, they watch YouTube and use it as ammo against the 2A. Of course they do. Cat T Armor is a friend of the channel that's been hanging out in the chat. Good Michigan company. CATI. Not a sponsor, by the way, but a viewer of the channel. I know Mateo's done business with CATI Armor. You can look into them. And I actually have affiliate links for other armor companies. I just wanted to shout them out because they're from Michigan and they hang out in our live chat sometimes. But you guys all have your own brands. I was just throwing that out there. Mike McClune saying just some of the idiotic comments and the messages on Langley were just unbelievable. Jeez. Wow. Yeah, that's a channel I never really watched. Sounds like a lot of you guys do. What's up, Gunslinger? Says hello, everybody. 2A Edu, you're awesome. Well, thank you. I'll be back in camera in a minute. I'm just complying with policy right now with the camera off just for a second longer. Haha. Did one of the NV come in to vote nay? LOL. And those are all the representatives from Nevada, right? See, I was waiting for someone to bring this up. Those are the 8 representatives from Nevada over there on the right hand column, right? Or if you want to go old school, it's the NV. Ooh, the North Vietnamese. We could start talking about the Ho Chi Minh Trail right now. We could talk about Cambodia, Laos. NV can mean many things. Don't forget it. Yes, the trees are speaking. And envy is a sin. That's true. You shouldn't be envying people. Yeah, that's the old joke. The NVs, that's the representatives from Nevada. Dude, the Nevada reps obviously aren't there. They're all in the casino right now. Where else would they be? By the way, I'm serious though. All jokes aside, this budget bill does have a way that could completely screw over gamblers. Did you know that? There's a provision in there where you're only allowed to write off 90% of your losses instead of 100%. Look into it. On a side note. What's happening, Fluffy? Still here? What's happening, man? Oh, dude. I'm going to have to go to sleep here eventually. If I ever got to meet Tim Pool, I could teach him a lot about the two-way. Because he's there to a point with his, I'm absolute on the two-way. But then the thing is when Phil Labonte the other night on his show was talking about one of the main things that we lost was the Hearing Protection Act and the Short Act. Tim Pool just brushed him off, I noticed. Did you guys notice that? Like, he's come around a lot on the two-way from when I first became familiar with him, but yeah, he's still kind of. Phil Labonte, who's his regular co-host, he's a lot more based on the two-way. I could educate Tim Pool good on the two-way because he says some stuff sometimes on that show where I'm like, oh, geez. But he's come a long way on it, though. But yeah, but Tim Pool was talking about that. Listen, I spent a lot of time on the lawnmower, so I listen to a lot of people's live stream replays and podcasts. So Tim Pool isn't my number one show I go to. I'm not going to lie, but he's in my rotation. Yeah, I hope Phil can keep educating him. But you guys know what I'm saying. If I could be on a Tim Pool show, I could really educate him a lot. He just like real nonchalantly kind of blew it off. He was like, yeah, whatever, and then kind of went. It's like, well, hold on, dude. He's the one that says people should be able to own a nuke pursuant to the two-way. He's so absolutist. But then, like, when it really comes up, he'll never cover any of the important two-way stuff on his show. You know what I mean? And then, like, when it was brought up by Phil, and Phil tried to, like, double down on that last show. For those of you that know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. And he kind of just blew him off and changed the subject every time. That was kind of weird. Asmongold Gold, I do not watch on a regular basis, but I am familiar and I have watched. Yeah, I'm not saying Tim Pool's against the two-way. He's actually like, he'll go on certain rants that he's 100% pro two-way to the end, but he has millions of followers and he really virtually never covers anything two-way though at the end of the day. I'm hoping he can start doing a little better. What's up, Derek? Let's see, Currituck County, just south of the Virginia state line. Okay, so if you're talking south of Virginia, that can mean, are you talking where it reaches like North Carolina? Because I am familiar with a small town that's south of Virginia Beach there, right near the state line called Pungo, Virginia. I've actually spent some time and stayed there with a friend in the past, many years ago. If that's the area you're talking about, I'm familiar, but you might be talking about other areas. Somebody was telling me nowadays Pungo, Virginia is like this real uppity place. When I was there back in the 90s, it was just a farm area, man. Just all farms and more farms. Now I've heard it's quite the... Somebody's like, whoa, you went to Pungo? You must have known a rich person. I brought this up on a live stream. Not when I was there in the 90s. No, it was just... Real small rural area. Okay, we are talking about the same area. Yes. Mayak, North Carolina. Okay. Yeah, man, I'm sure things have changed a ton. I know there's a million roads out near there all called Princess Anne. It's literally like start on Princess Anne, make a right on Princess Anne Street, make a left on Princess Anne Street, make another right on the Princess Anne Street, then a left. And I'm like, dude, did they just go in a circle? And it's like, no, there's just a million roads and they're all called Princess Anne. You're familiar with what I'm talking about, right? Like they have this weird thing with way too many roads there called Princess Anne. I can still remember that. And I haven't, now I've gone through Virginia into North Carolina a couple times since, but last time I was in Pungo, Virginia, like in that area, you know, that whole area ish, it's all changed. I've heard since then. There was just too many roads called the same thing. Okay, absolutely. See, it confuses you when you're from out of town. And the girl I was friends with that lived down there stayed at her place, her parents' place. We were in high school at the time, and she's telling me like, okay, you're here now. If you want to go there, it was just every road like involved Princess Anne somehow or another. Can you really take the Baldy Locks beanie wearing anarchist seriously? I don't know. I was just throwing it out there. No, I clearly don't take him that seriously because he's a big 2A absolutist. And when Phil Labonte brought up this whole topic that we're talking about right now, he kind of blew it off and refused to talk about it, which was disappointing. No, that's true. They are waiting for everyone to go to bed so they can cheat a vote through. Come on, NVs. Dude, we're voting for the Viet Cong at this point, aren't we? The NV. Is Mateo still in the chat or did he go to bed? Come on, NV, let's go. We're voting for the Viet Cong, the People's Army. Yeah, it's 2:48 a.m. Wow. I guess you can tell who has no life. All of us. Oh, this is important though. Don't know who the fat electrician is either. I'll have to check into that. It's probably like some super huge channel, but waiting on another Gulf of Tonkin incident to distract from the lack of support for the big, beautiful blunder. Dude, that would be crazy though. Like, here's the thing: you joke, but you can't really joke because, like, you're probably being serious, right? Dude, that'd be crazy if like some major thing like goes down right now. Dude, I haven't even seen any House members on the floor in a while. When's the last time you guys actually saw a member of Congress? Is this literally just the person that's presiding, the Speaker pro tem, and then the clerks of the House? Is that all we're down to left? What's happening, Xander? At work currently? Yeah, I'm not going to get much work done tomorrow, am I? I probably should be going to bed soon. I got work to do tomorrow. Okay, Mateo left quite a while ago. Yeah. I'm just coming like, come on, NV, let's go. March up that Ho Chi Minh trail and get in there and vote no. Say goodnight to the bad guy and just get this over with. Dude, I'm still here with you guys in spirit. Hope we're not paying them overtime. Wow, the lobbyists are. Make no mistake on that. The lobbyists are paying them to try to get them to switch those nay votes over. We should start an Operation Mockingbird outfit in this tonight. We've got fed bees going on, fed birds. There's probably some feds in the chat too. Shout out to all the feds in the chat. Not really. Ooh, two-way EDU's NVing, not videoing. Yeah, I'll put my video back on in a second. There's lots of terms of service on here, if you know what I mean. Certain things can't be shown. Shout out to all the glowies in the chat. Oh, there's always a few feds watching these chats. Come on, guys. We know you're watching. The problem is the channel's so innocent. They're just watching it too. And they're like, dude, this is actually a pretty good channel, really. That's what they decided about 4 hours ago. Oop, we just found him. There he is. Yeah, that's why the bee's gone. Dude, the bee made an appearance just a minute ago. I don't know what its deal is. Dude, I work a lot too, man. Trying to rub two nickels together and make a dime in this economy, in the state of Michigan. Man, I haven't seen a House member in a while. I'll hang out with you guys a few more minutes and we'll probably call it just because I do have to sleep. Have you seen any feds in here, Dawson? Let me know if you can suss them out and point them out to us. I know, dude. It's like almost 3 a.m., Laurie. We're in the same time zone. Sleep's actually like super important. That's true. Yeah, I'm drinking some blackout coffee right now, guys. Links down there in the description if you're interested. Yeah. No, I hear you. Without the NFA language, the bill is nothing more than a big beautiful bowel movement. I mean, geez. 6 minutes till 3. I'll hang out till at least 3, maybe a couple minutes after. I know, that's the way it's going to work, Bruno. As soon as you shut off the video, they're going to flood the floor. I know. I know. And then I'll be known as 2A EDU, the channel that couldn't make it through. No, Dark Watch, you have a good point there. Just an interesting fact, 1 out of every 15 Americans work for federal, state, or local governments. Something seems wrong about that. Well, yeah, it does. There's too much government. Now, I used to work for a small local school district. At that time, I was a government employee by definition. But I've never been a Fed boy or anything like that. I didn't get paid crap either at that job. When you work for a union employer, but you're not in the union in Michigan, you suffer mightily. Shout out to all my union friends. I'm just saying, man. When there's people there doing a job that's not as hard as what you're doing, but they're in a union, and you're one of the few positions that's not in the union, oh, do you suffer? I won't even tell you guys what I made working for that school because it'd be embarrassing. But I was building up my landscaping business while I did it, having weekends and summers off. So I was moving something else forward while I did that, but probably could have got a pay raise and worked the drive-through window. McDonald's, Burger King, whatever. And this was a job I was doing that actually required like some technical certifications and college degree, and could have made more money working in a drive-through. I take a K2 and vitamin D every day. Look up calcium and how it's absorbed, and you might know what I'm talking about. Prevent it from going to your heart, more like. See, and where we agree on the 2A, that's where we would disagree. We would disagree on that you just said. But with the K2 and vitamin D, there's definitely, like I said, I take one a day. I think I have myself on mute accidentally. I hit the wrong button. I get plenty of sunlight, guys, for sure. Plenty of sunlight. In fact, I was talking about being a landscaper. Someone in the chat's like, "You're a landscaper and you're not Mexican?" I'm like, "What's wrong? No one's ever heard of a white landscaper before?" And then I realized that was in the year 2025, and I'm like, "Hey, has anyone even heard of a white person before at all?" You know, someone's on the floor. All right. Landscaping is based. I mean, it is what it is. It's hard work, but there's something nice about it. I do get to enjoy lots of beautiful plants, trees, flowers. Dude, I love it. The tiger lilies, otherwise known as ditch lilies around here, those are in full bloom right now. I love them. They're so gorgeous. Okay, JR, I hear you, man. Yeah, I do. I cut grass as part of my business. It's nice residual income because I have weekly customers. Some I cut every 2 weeks, but I also do landscaping installation and mulch and pruning, and I do deck work and power washing and deck staining, um, stuff like that. All kinds of stuff, really. I've done it all at least once or twice in 25 years. Yeah, but I do actually like plants and flowers a lot. It's nice sometimes when you're really working hard just to sit there and look at like either like a bunch of flowers collectively or like just look at one individually. It's just nice to clear your brain of all this craziness out there, really. Have any of you ever done that before? Like, you can make fun of me if you want. I don't even care. It might even make me sound like a sissy, but like, whatever, right? But if you ever just literally sit there and just look at like one flower, there's some that I like more than others, but it almost doesn't matter what it is. And you're taking a break in the shade, and I use my cooler to sit down as a stool and just sit there with one like a foot in front of you and just sit there like this, drinking your water to rehydrate your electrolytes. Just actually look at it like up close. It's a really nice thing to do sometimes. Even some of the little weeds I cut over, like there's this yellow flower that's in bloom. It's kind of like a ground cover, and it grows in lawns that don't get sprayed for it, right? I don't even know what the name of it is. I should probably know the name, but I've been cutting over it for years. That's even nice. But if it's in the middle of a lawn that you're cutting, you do have to just, kind of cut it, right? I mean, I'm not like a tree hugger. I'll cut like the weeds and grass, even if they're good looking weeds. If it's in somebody's lawn and they own the property and they're paying me to cut it, well, yeah. But I'm not into like mass like deforestation and all that. Oh, nice, dude. Bruno says I like plants too, man. I have a whole self-sustaining vivarium with poison dart frogs. Well, that's pretty cool. We have a snail habitat, believe it or not. There's an old channel members video for those of you that are recent channel members. You can you can see it. Me and my daughter are in it talking about the snails, and like I'm not a tree hugger insofar as like I do believe in like lumber and like building things. You know what I'm saying? Good night, Rosie. Take it easy. Says good night, everyone. You all are good people. Kiddos are going to be up in 3 hours. Wow. Well, you have a good one, Rosie. Nice to see you. Like, I don't chain myself to trees and like shut down freeways over it. That's what I meant by not a tree hugger. You know, but yes, Bilbo Baggins, very hard but gratifying work. I agree. Ooh, there's somebody on the house floor. Is that a Congress critter walking or no? I think that's just a staffer. Dang it. People do love some good landscaping. The SB Mowing dude has millions of subscribers. I thought about a long time ago doing a YouTube channel of me out there like mowing grass and doing landscaping and even doing some like repairs on the vehicles and whatnot when I'm doing mechanics work. I've done a few small little mechanics videos for supporters if you guys want to check them out. If you're a YouTube channel member, there's a few things like that. But then it get to the point where I'd actually have to start making money doing this. Because if you're having like multiple channels, one or both or all of them better start actually making money, because then you don't have too much time to do the actual work, right? That's where you run into problems. Those are eco terrorists. Okay, there you go. Yeah, no, I don't like eco terrorists. Those people really, there's just something about them I don't like. Eco terrorists. That's the word I'm looking for. Paul Williams, speaking of plants and things, I was very glad the land grab amendment was taken out of the bill. Lots of boomers on X were pissed, though, for some reason. Screw them. Huh. Well, not surprised. Dude, lilacs are nice, Lori. So are mulberries. Dude, the black raspberries, which are native weeds, if you will, in Michigan, just naturally growing. Most people look at them as weeds because they're thorny, and they get confused. Customers of mine, because they have 3 leaves, so they're like, "That's poison ivy." I'm like, "No, poison ivy doesn't have thorns. The leaves aren't even shaped the same at all. It's not." But oh, it breaks my heart when someone's like, "Mow all that crap down that's growing behind the shed." I'm like, dude, those are black raspberries, which are my favorite. And I just got to have some for the first time just this last weekend when I was cutting. One of my customers has like woods back. It's actually a commercial property. There's weeds and woods back there. Nobody goes back there. Nobody cares. And I eat them. I love them. And I was able to get like, now they're pretty rich, and they're just one of the best foods ever. But I had like, two big handsfuls of them, which is quite a few, just picking them one at a time. And yeah, some of them were black and ripe, just ready to go. But then there were so many red ones. We've had so much rain. I'm gonna have another good chow on those next week. But yeah, I'll do that if I'm in the back. Now, if it was in somebody's property and I knew they were gonna eat them, I would not do that. But trust me, you know it when you see it. It's back behind like this industrial building, and I'm like 600 feet away from the building, and it's back on the back side of the weeds where nobody goes except for me once a week when I'm cutting. And in this particular instance, I even told the owners at a certain point, this was like 3-4 years ago. I'm like, you have a really nice black raspberry patch back there. If your old lady'd like to make a pie or something, you might want. And they're like, dude, I wouldn't eat anything like that. Are they poisonous? And I'm like, no, they're not. They're awesome. And it was kind of like a, ugh. And I said, all right, not a problem. I'll just gorge myself on them every time I go back there to cut. And then the mulberry trees, customers that have those, a lot of times they're growing down low, and I'll just pull right up on the lawnmower under it, not even get out of my seat, and just grab the mulberry out. Good night, Dawson. Take it easy, man. I'm hoping something happens. Same thing with these mulberries. People have trees in their yard, just regular old native mulberries, and the tree branch will be sagging so much they like hit me in the face when I'm mowing. Nobody eats them. No one touches them. No one does nothing. And I'll just sit there. I'm like, don't mind if I do, and just pull right up to one. Just stop the mower. You know how it is. I'm at a 0-turn mower, right? Stop with it like right there, about a foot away from my face, and I'm just like, do that for 5 minutes, cut some more. If I want another snack before I leave that property, just pull up to the next branch. Same thing. Those guys are all streaming right now, Paul? Or you're just saying as far as putting updates out there? The one day I broke one of the breaking news things with this at like 5:30 in the morning. It was like not even light out. I was trying to get ready to go to work. It's just been crazy. Puerto Rico. Oh, I could imagine tons of fruit there. That's a warm climate, right? We're talking about berries and stuff. Look, guys, we're still waiting for this budget bill to see what's going to happen. As of right now, it does not have the votes to pass. 5 nay votes. They can change their vote. As of right now, that is what we're going to get if nothing changes. The tax reduced to 0, but the regulations, registration, all that would remain. If this does not pass, though, Andrew Clyde will get a chance to try to put his amendment back in. See, here's the thing. I think if this has to go back to the true drawing board, and if stuff's delayed, I think there's a much better chance of Clyde's amendment getting put in next time. And here's why. The reason they shot the Clyde amendment down this time, the House did, they shot all amendments down. Because for this to pass today, or yesterday now technically, it's 3 in the morning, it had to be exactly identical to the Senate version. That's what Trump was demanding. They weren't going to let anybody change anything, right? Well, if they do get this where they have to put it back on the drawing table and go back and change things, then I think there's actually a decent chance the Clyde Amendment ends up back in. Then, of course, whatever version the House could agree to, that's if this doesn't pass today. I keep on saying tonight, last night, now it's today, now it's morning. Yeah, I'm getting delirious. But then they go back to the Senate, where yet again the Senate parliamentarian could rule against it again. And she will rule against it again. Will Thune let her get by with it again? Will J.D. Vance let her get by with it again? Will the Senate give enough of the House members what they wanted with other things? And the Senate parliamentarian rules against the Hearing Protection Act and Short Act? That's very probable too. Yeah. If it doesn't pass, they just revote on the original, make the Senate butcher it again. Yeah. If this can't pass, then we are going to have that. In politics, they often call it a showdown. Not much different than an old West gunfight where they're both staring each other down across the street and the one says, draw, draw. I mean, it's an analogy, obviously, but something like that, right? Or you can take your chance and do the old Mexican showdown. I mean, there's different versions of this, but I agree, Josh. That's been the view of this channel the whole time. Somebody probably came in new to the channel. If anyone's new, by the way, welcome. They're like, this guy's talking about fruit and flowers. Well, look, dude, we're delirious. We've been watching this for almost 5 hours on this stream. I streamed an hour and a half earlier. Nothing's changed. The state of Nevada still has 8 votes. There's 207 yays and 5 nays, right? Look, there's 5 nays. Here's the thing, though. They can change their vote, right? I've watched them change these votes before on this stuff. Yeah, Derek, this is our best chance to ever get some Second Amendment wins. We may never get this chance again. I agree. We may never get it again. You're completely correct. Yeah, we love pews, but we can like other things too. No, for sure, man. Yeah. This is literally like, dude, with the way Trump was truthing earlier, I guess you technically call it. They're not going to lay down with, really, they should just call it and say, hey, we can't pass it in the House. But there's lots of pressure right now. Boy, is there pressure to just, you got to cram this through. Now it's the 3rd of July, which means tomorrow Trump's demanding it on his desk. If they can't pass that identical Senate version, it ain't going on Trump's desk. But why set that as a deadline? I get it. Trump thinks this bill's awesome. There's stuff I'm sure a lot of you are excited about in it. Whatever. And it's the 4th of July. I understand the symbolism. But at the end of the day, the Second Amendment's more important than any of this. Dude, I think I think the nays are getting the special treatment, if you know what I mean. They're probably hiring them prostitutes at this point to try to deceive them. They would too. They would use lust to try to deceive some of these people. Make no mistake. Hopeful Brassmatic, what's happening? Nice to see you. Appreciate all the coverage, long and short form. Tuned in on the graveyard security shift, hoping for some good news. Well, here's the thing, man. Not a lot of good news right now. The Clyde Amendment was stripped out, unfortunately, last night. However, it's not bad news. It hasn't passed. The fat lady ain't sang yet. We've still got a dog in the fight. We've still got a snowball's chance in hell. I mean, trust me, guys, I'm not coping. I've even been borderline blackpilled more than I probably should be on this. This is not cope. I'm just shooting it to you straight. It ain't over yet. That's all I'm saying. I'm just getting sick and tired of this parliamentarian ruling this country. The 4th of July is reminding me. Independence Day coming up here tomorrow is reminding me that we fought a revolutionary war, right? To not be ruled by Parliament. And now we're still sitting here having to suffer the ramifications from parliamentarian. Yeah, man, raw tune. That's true. 2A Edu taught me you don't get 10 years and $100,000 fines for having an SBR. You get it for not paying your tax. Don't ever forget that. That's what the NFA is. It's a tax. That's how they wrote it into the law, and the Supreme Court agreed in 1937. What's your EDC? Well, I'm on YouTube right now, so pursuant to the terms and conditions, absolutely nothing as we speak, if you know what I mean. But can't touch guns while you're live on here. However, hypothetically, there would have been a LCP max in the old pocket. I'm really, really also enjoying the micro dagger a lot with that O-sight. The O-sight S with the magnetic recharge. Like, I really am stoked about those O-sight optics, including the one that was just a moth that went by, including the one I just reviewed 2 days ago with the battery. Basically same optic. One's just rechargeable, the other's coin cell. I've got a Stoeger micro compact that's in the rotation. Now, often I do carry 2 guns. Okay, 2 out of those. Sometimes a Taurus GX4 still. And also AK underfolder. A couple different AK underfolders. 7.62 by 39. Those are EDCs. And when you say EDC, that can include like the one that's in the truck too, right? Michigan has this weird thing where we can't have loaded rifles legally. However, if it's in its folded configuration, if it's still less than 26 inches, no legal advice, guys. Contact your own lawyer if you need to know more. It's considered a pistol. And then with a concealed pistol license, you can lawfully carry it concealed, even though it's an actual underfolder. You know what I mean? That you can deploy a full stock with. Michigan has a weird way of measuring length. That said, I reject all types of carry permits. Any of that. You shouldn't ever need to buy a permit to exercise your natural God-given right to keep and bear arms. But yeah, I've got a little pocket 380, and that is a great little pocket pistol. That Ruger LCP Max. I really like it a lot for how teeny it is. Some micro 9s. And then I go right up 7.62 by 39 AK. I own ARs too. I like them. For SHTF, for EDC, if I think I need something a little heavier in the old truck for the day, I go right to the AK. It's just my go-to. Glock 19X, nice. The FDE one, cool, man. Truck pews count, yeah, if it's part of the rotation, right? Yeah. Derek says we need a huge 2A win. I know. Right now, we're to the point where we're just not quite lost. I don't know if we can put this in the category of win yet, but we have to first not lose. Then we can go back to the drawing board. You know what's going to happen, right? This is going to end sometime in the middle of the night. I'm going to have to sleep. And then people are going to be like, breaking news. It didn't pass. And I'll be the last person to report on the final conclusion. Good night, man. Take it easy. Good talking to you tonight. Anyone think they're having a pizza party to rally votes? Probably lots of pizzas being ordered in D.C. I wouldn't be surprised. Dude, the hopeful brass back, the whole parliamentarian nonsense disgusts me. J.D. Vance blew a chance to be solid on the 2A as well. I know. I'm disappointed too. Till the fat lady sings, though. I'd sing for y'all, and I am overweight, but I'm not a lady, so I can't end this right now. Or I would. Yeah, I got to work tomorrow. I'm going to go to bed any minute now. Oh, Mateo is back in the chat. He must have taken himself a cat nap. He took a cat nap, and now he's back. He's like, this clown's still streaming? I don't know, man. The Glock alternative would be a 43X, right? To the SIG P365X. I like the micro dagger better than the Glock 43X, though. Those 15-round mags. Cat lover coming in. What's happening? AK all day. Oh, yeah. I'm an AK guy. I mean, see, like right there over my shoulder and stuff. I'm like, ooh, if I take that off, what if somebody changes their vote right while I Draken, however you pronounce that, 69. Who's invoking Lizzo? Ooh. Nope. Angel Ramos, they really don't want to give 2A people the wins. I know. They don't want to. Is there any updates anywhere? Like, wait a minute. What just happened? It just switched right now. It just switched. Look. There you go. How many times did I tell you guys? There you go. It's over. It just passed. I told you they can change their vote. I've been saying it all night like a broken record. All of them just changed their vote. Every no vote just went over to a yes. All of the nay votes except for one just all night they were in there. Well, breaking news. The House has just appeared to pass the budget bill, identical to the Senate. This will be sent to President Trump's desk.
On this vote, the yeas are 219, the nays are 213. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Oh, looks like it's going to be a $0 tax stamp. Is there something else that has to go along with it still? Let's just hang out one more minute while we're here. As far as I know, that was it, but maybe there's something else that has to go with it. I guess I was first, but nobody will know it because no one's going to watch a 5-hour live stream to get to this on replay. Tell me if I'm missing something here. Is there another part that still has to pass? As far as I know, that was it. The Speaker Pro Tem is still presiding. Why wasn't the Speaker of the House, Johnson, up there?
I'll be ready when they are.
Yeah, I need to get off of here, but I'm gonna hang out just a couple more minutes and see. It still has to be voted on. That was a practice vote. Let's just see here. Let's just hang out for a minute. Okay, so this was the last final hurdle from what I'm reading. It's not literally over yet, but it is basically all but over. I'm going to read a couple things I just pulled up here. Breaking. The big, beautiful bill has just advanced in the House 219 to 213. Massey flipped to a yes. Next up, full floor vote following debate, but they've just gotten through the procedural hurdles. This is weird. Justin, Speaker Johnson says he's been talking to President Trump much of this morning, and this is an interview I'm looking at. When asked if Trump will have the big, beautiful bill on his desk by July 4th, Johnson said he's going to have it a day early. Okay, so they do have to go through for one more final vote, apparently, and that's expected to wrap up by 6:30 a.m. So this is what's going on. We really kind of did actually watch the real vote, to be honest, because this was the final. 100% through. Yep. No, they're not going to change anything at this point. I don't see how they could.
House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 566, I call up the bill H.R. 1 with the Senate amendment thereto, and I have a motion at the desk.
The clerk will report the title of the bill, designate the Senate amendment, and designate the motion.
H.R. 1, an act to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of House Concurrent Resolution 14, Senate Amendment. Mr. Arrington of Texas moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 1.
Pursuant to House Resolution 566, the motion shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided among and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Budget or their respective designees, and the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Boyle, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, each will control 15 minutes. The chair recognizes
Be right back,
the
guys.
gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the Senate amendment to H.R. 1.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, today we're considering H.R. 1, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act is passed by the Senate. This bill creates the right incentives for historic economic growth, makes unprecedented investments in our military and border security, and implements the largest spending reduction in American history by twofold, alongside other generational fiscal reforms. America's economic strength, Mr. Speaker, is the foundation of our global leadership and prosperity. But sadly, it has waned, and especially over the last 4 years. To preserve our influence abroad and our quality of life here at home, we must unleash growth, starting with the largest tax cut in U.S. history.
All right, I'm just turning
Just
down
like
the
the
volume on
first
this column a
Trump
little
tax
bit.
cuts, we can
The
expect
last vote we
record
watched
job
is
growth,
not the final vote, but that
investment,
was the actual
repatriation of capital
real
back to the
vote.
United
If
States,
it was going to get
record
stopped, it probably
low
would have been there.
unemployment, record high
All of
wage
the
growth, and
Republicans
the
but
lowest
one
poverty
came over at the
rates
last
in
second.
recorded history.
Now I
This
think they're
bill
putting on a
also
show so they
equips
can
our
all do their
troops and law
speeches, their
enforcement,
pomp and
Mr. Speaker,
circumstance.
to defend our sovereignty, protect our citizens,
If
and
they would have
secure our
stopped it
border
there,
after
in that last vote we
years
just
of
witnessed, it would have
neglect
had to
and
go back
lawlessness.
to the
While
drawing
more
board.
work remains, no doubt, to rein in
I guess
Washington's
technically it's still
out of
possible
control spending and put our
that
nation
this
on a
vote
more
could fail, but I
sustainable
think they've already
fiscal
made all
path,
their deals.
I'm confident that
That's just my
HR
opinion.
1
Tell
will
me
make
what you all
America
think.
safe, strong, and prosperous once again, and give our children, most importantly, like my daughter Jane, who is here with me today, a better and brighter future in this, the greatest nation in human history. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time is reserved.
You bring your
Gentleman from
children to
Pennsylvania.
such a sinful place?
Mr. Speaker,
Gee.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Well, here we are again. As Yogi Berra once said, it's deja vu all over again. Debating this bill in the middle of the night. Boy, this crowd must love prime time in Guam. This has been the worst process of the worst
Clyde the
bill
only no
I have
vote?
ever seen during my decade in Congress. This is not what our founders intended, far from it. And while the process stinks, the substance is even worse. The bill still kicks 17 million Americans off their health care. Record cuts to Medicaid, record cuts to the Affordable Care Act, record cuts to Medicare. But that's not all. 4.5 million kicked off nutrition assistance, mostly seniors and children. Why? To help subsidize massive tax cuts that mostly go to the top 1%. Of course, all of those cuts, over $1.5 trillion worth, don't come close to paying for the more than $5 trillion worth of tax cuts. So who pays the remainder? Our national credit card. So here we are, actually voting not just for the biggest loss of health care in American history, but the biggest increase in our national debt in American history. I have no idea what in the world the crowd that was holding out got for holding out. Does anyone know?
I'm wondering what they got.
It is a complete mystery to me and to the American people. But one thing is clear. There is one group making out as a result of this bill, the billionaire class. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the remainder of my time.
Nice seeing you tonight.
Or excuse me, I reserve
this
the
morning.
balance of my
Gentleman's time is reserved. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my good friend, the gentleman from the Keystone State, Pennsylvania, Mr. G.T. Thompson.
Gentleman
Our
from
Ag Committee
Pennsylvania is
Chairman.
recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The One Big Beautiful Bill marks the most significant investment in our farm economy in decades and delivers the most sweeping reforms to SNAP since the program's creation. We're saving nearly $200 billion by restoring integrity to SNAP, closing loopholes, reinforcing work, and ending on-check state abuse.
They
all
voted
while
for the
preserving
procedural
program
hurdle.
for the truly vulnerable.
Now it's going to be the
At
final
the same
vote.
time, we're delivering $120 billion in
But I
deficit
think it's
reduction
just,
and saving 2 million family
I
farms
think you know what's going
from
to
the death
happen. I'll
tax.
just leave it at that.
We strengthen the farm safety net, invest in trade, research in rural communities, and help keep ag innovation here in the United States of America, not in China. This is a down payment on the Farm Bill, and the rest is coming soon. Make no mistake, this is a generational win for rural America. I'd like to thank Agriculture Committee members for their continued work in developing and advancing this policy. We're protecting taxpayers,
Yeah,
helping
that's a mode
low-income
receiver.
Americans
You go
return to work, and
M64.
securing the future of American agriculture and our rural communities. The One Big Beautiful Bill delivers on President Trump's campaign promises, and it's a win for the American people. And I yield.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, distinguished member of the Budget Committee and ranking member on the Ways and Means Health Subcommittee, Mr. Doggett.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
At 3:35 in the morning, a favorite time of Republicans for taking up this bill, we consider a travesty. The Senate took an ugly bill, went out and whipped it with an ugly stick, made it even uglier. 17 million Americans going without health insurance, a 17% increase in electric rates, the largest nutritional assistance cut in American history, leaving Americans hungry. And yet the Independent Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget condemns this as exploding our debt, spiking it to new record highs, and accelerating the insolvency of Social Security and Medicare. One thing remains the same. It takes from those with the least and gives to those with the most, lining the pockets of the super rich with millions in tax giveaways. It is mean, it is cruel, it is wrong. That's why it's being taken up at this hour of the morning, as they have done throughout this process. Let's reject this ugly bill and stand up for Americans. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California and fellow Budget Committee member, Mr. Tom McClintock.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this bill fulfills many of the promises we made to the American people. Lower taxes, lighter regulations, a secure border, more frugal spending, and a war on waste. Throughout history, these are the policies that have produced prosperity and security, and there's every reason to believe that they will again. I remind my conservative friends who say this bill doesn't go far enough that our process was not designed to make perfect law. It was designed to make the best law that's acceptable to a majority, and judging by the narrow votes, we've pushed this bill about as far toward perfection as our process allows. The proof is not in the debate points scored today, but rather next year, when Americans will ask themselves if they're better off. I believe because of this bill, the answer will be a resounding yes. And perhaps that's what the Democrats fear most. I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New Jersey, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Watson-Coleman.
Gentlelady from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to discuss this big, disgusting billionaire bailout bill. This year, I've traveled the state of New Jersey, hearing from the constituents of my 3 GOP colleagues. I spoke to some of the 178,000 people in Rep. Van Drew's district on New Jersey Family Care who will lose their coverage, and the parents of the nearly 100,000 children in Rep. Smith's district who are at risk of losing their New Jersey Family Care health coverage. And I spoke to some of the 11,000 seniors in Kane's district who are worried about their nursing homes having to shut down.
And HPA.
And what I heard from all of those constituents in those 3 districts was that they are very disappointed that they were not able to communicate with their representatives because their representatives were hiding from them because they could not justify their support of this big, disgusting billionaire bailout. I encourage my colleagues from New Jersey to listen to their constituents and vote no. And may God forgive those who do not do for the least among us. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield a minute to my friend from Arkansas and our chairman of the Natural Resources Committee, Mr. Bruce Westerman.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1, which unleashes American energy and unlocks many of our abundant natural resources. We're incentivizing domestic production in the Gulf of America and Alaska with at least 30 lease.
Yeah, that is funny, Lori. How do they write these speeches so fast? It's almost like they already knew the outcome before they voted.
Alaska. Our mission to
See
responsibly
the congressman
develop our
on the right of the
resources doesn't
camera
end
there?
The bill also
Representative
requires coal lease
Wahlberg. I was
sales,
urging
reduces
him
royalty
to
rates on American oil and gas and coal production,
vote no
and
unless and until
incentivizes
the
production,
NFA repeal
thereby lowering
provisions were
energy
in.
costs and supplying our
And I
country
retweeted him and Ray showed
domestically
him.
dependable
That's the one on the right,
energy.
Representative Wahlberg from
But that's
Michigan.
just the beginning. The bill also invests in
All right,
traditional
like
water
camera
resource
right.
infrastructure and helps implement President
Screen
Trump's
right, whatever
executive
you
orders
call it.
on forest management. Republicans on the Committee on Natural Resources are proud of this historic legislation that unlocks our domestic resources potential and supports hardworking Americans and communities nationwide. As we become energy dominant again and mine, refine, and manufacture again in America, I urge my colleagues to support.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from
All
California.
right, real quick. No, I do
Democratic
not
Caucus
believe the
Chairman, Mr.
$0
Beckler.
tax will go into
California is
effect in
recognized for 1
15
minute.
days.
I thank
That
the
was
gentleman
part
for
of the
yielding.
Clyde
Mr.
amendment
Speaker,
that was
the
shot
American
down in the
people
House
sent us here
yesterday.
to work together
I still believe
to
now we're
address
looking at the
the
3
issues like the
months
affordability
after the
crisis.
next quarter.
Democrats are ready to work with anyone to make housing more affordable,
Is
to
it
make
fiscal
childcare
quarter or
more
calendar
affordable,
quarter?
and to make every
No,
day
the
goods
reducing
like
the wait to
groceries
only
less
15
expensive.
days till it would take
But,
effect
Mr.
was in
Speaker,
the
the
Clyde
policies within
amendment
this big ugly bill
that
are
did
going to
not
raise
pass.
taxes, not lower them.
Right now, we're stuck
Healthcare
with what
costs are
passed
going
the
to go up
Senate, which
as
is a
Medicaid
zero
gets gutted.
tax. All
Electric bills
NFA
are going to go
provisions
up,
would
and
apply.
clean energy tax credits are wiped out at the request of the oil lobbyists. And cutting food assistance programs like SNAP is going to hurt working people who are already getting squeezed at the checkout line because of these reckless tariffs. These are the same working people who were told by my Republican friends that lowering costs would be their top priority. That has not been the case. And the American people are poorer, and it is more expensive to live here as a result. The economy is teetering on the brink, Mr. Speaker. Every single piece of evidence tells us that a vote for this bill is a vote to make things worse. I urge a no vote.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my friend from Michigan, our chairman of the Education and Workforce Committee, Mr. Tim Walberg.
Here's my
Gentleman from Michigan is
congressman.
recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The one big beautiful bill is one big beautiful win for the American people. Americans struggled under crushing inflation driven by the Biden-Harris administration's outrageous spending. Even worse, the Biden-Harris administration spent billions on reckless student loan repayment clauses,
Gary.
forcing Americans who never set foot on a college campus to cover the costs of elite Ivy League degrees. House Republicans have the chance to right those wrongs and deliver real results for the American people by passing the one big beautiful bill. Under President Trump, our economy is booming thanks to pro-growth policies that help workers, students, and taxpayers prosper. By passing this bill, we have a chance to seize on a generational opportunity to help put more Americans back on the path to the American dream. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, the ranking member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Pallone.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1
Guys,
minute.
they're voting on
Thank
the
you, Mr.
Senate
Speaker.
version right
This
now.
is the most shameful bill that I've ever
The
seen.
Clyde amendment
It
did
takes
fail.
health care away from 17 million people in order to give giant tax breaks to billionaires and large corporate interests. The increase in uncompensated care will force hospitals to close and nursing homes to close and increase costs for those who still have insurance. Now, costs are going to soar for hardworking families across the country as
Gary,
health
because
insurance
logic
premiums and
and
energy
facts just
bills
don't win
and
these
medical
arguments,
debts rise for
unfortunately.
millions while the rich get richer.
Having the winning
However, this
argument
bill
means
doesn't
nothing
just
under the
destroy
Senate
Americans'
system.
access
That's
to
the
see their
answer.
doctors or afford their monthly medications. It also makes devastating cuts to American energy and jobs, which will further increase energy bills and eliminate jobs across the country. Mr. Speaker, this bill is fundamentally cruel. Hardworking Americans don't deserve to be treated this way by the Republicans in Congress, but the Republicans simply don't care. I urge my colleagues in the strongest terms to join me in voting no, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my friend from Arkansas, our chairman of the Financial Services Committee, Mr. French Hill.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the chairman. I thank the speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 1, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. For too long, government spending has grown unchecked. Last November, American voters sent a clear message: rein in government spending. Our financial services title exceeds our $1 billion
Teresa, they
budget
will.
instruction by over $600 million. It caps the Consumer Financial Protection Budget Authority by nearly half, rescinds unobligated unused funds from the SEC's reserve fund, and HUD's Green and Resilient Retrofit
Still one
program.
more vote.
And it
In my
targets
opinion, and
$1
I
billion
hope I'm wrong,
for
that
strategic
procedural
use
vote
under
was
the
the
Defense
place to stop
Production
it,
Act
the last
to
vote.
ensure that America can meet its national security
It could
supply
still fail
chain
on final
requirements
passage,
for the
but
21st century.
usually they have
Overall,
all of this
bill
ironed out
stops
ahead
a
of
huge
time.
tax increase for our working
That's how it
families in
typically
Arkansas,
works.
spurs major investments for small businesses, gives law enforcement the tools they need to secure our southwest border, strengthens energy security, and reduces government spending. It delivers on the promises that we made to Americans' voters. I support this bill strongly.
Good night,
I urge
Gary.
a yes vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentlewoman from Vermont, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Ballant.
Gentlewoman from Vermont is recognized.
Mr. Speaker,
30
this
seconds.
is a cruel bill. Thousands of Americans will die because of it. Rural hospitals will close, millions will lose their health care, and kids will go hungry. Americans will be poorer. They will be sicker because of my Republican colleagues, because they are falling in line instead of standing up for their people back home. This bill shows us their priorities, and it's not you. They are taking away your health care to give more money to the very wealthy. This bill is for billionaires, not for you. I yield back.
Gentlelady's time's expired. Members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair. Gentleman
Take
from
it
Texas
easy,
is
Ari
recognized.
Iron Miner.
Mr.
Nice
Speaker,
to
I
see
yield
ya.
1 minute to our friend from the Commonwealth of Kentucky and our chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Brett Guthrie.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. And today I rise in support of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, which includes the work of the Energy and Commerce Committee to unleash American energy, promote innovation, and protect healthcare for the most vulnerable Americans. We claw back wasteful and unnecessary spending. We unleash affordable and reliable American energy and support technological innovation by reauthorizing the Spectrum Auction Authority. And we secure Medicaid for those who need it most: mothers, children, seniors, and people with disabilities. Democrats continue to fearmonger and misrepresent what's in this bill, but let me be clear. House Republicans are eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse to focus Medicaid on the most vulnerable, not able-bodied
I think
adults
the moderator
who choose
bout's
not to
under
work.
control now.
We're fighting for common sense policies to protect America's children,
One-time
pregnant
thing,
women,
I assume.
mothers, individuals with disabilities, and low-income seniors. This bill delivers on the promises the president and congressional Republicans made to the American people. That is why I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Rhode Island, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Amo.
Gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 1 minute. 30
Budgets
seconds.
are a statement of values. Republicans are showing they have none. People will suffer, people will die, and it will be at the hands of Republicans who vote yes. The top 1% are salivating over getting an extra $300,000 a year because of this dangerous bill. Billionaires win. 17 million Americans will lose their health insurance, largest health care cut ever. 42 million Americans are at risk of losing food assistance. Children will go hungry. Republicans claim to be the party of faith, patriotism, and families. A yes vote supports none of these virtues. This is shameful. I'm a hell
expired.
no. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my friend from Alabama, our chairman of the Armed Services Committee here in the House, Mr. Mike Rogers.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the chairman for yielding for his leadership throughout this process. Mr. Speaker, years of chronic underinvestment in our national security has shattered American deterrence. It's allowed our adversaries to threaten and challenge us in new and unprecedented ways, but that ends today. Because today, with the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill, we begin implementing President Trump's Peace Through Strength agenda. H.R. 1 includes a historic $150 billion investment in America's national defense that will help us begin building the Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our homeland, begin to revitalize our defense industrial base, help us secure our border because border security is national security,
I want to
begin
bring
to
up something
rebuild
real
our
quick. Just
munition
think about this,
stockpiles and
guys. For
critical
so many of
minerals,
us, we
supply
live and breathe the
chains,
two-way.
and continue to
This
improve
is
the
the
quality
only
of
reason
life
we've been
of our
watching this
service
thing
members
so
and their
close and making
families.
all these phone
With
calls.
these investments, we will work to restore
HPA
American
and Short
deterrence
Act was
and
our
build the
primary
ready,
issue.
capable, and
Still
lethal
is.
fighting force President Trump
No one's
promised.
mentioned it yet.
I want to commend the
How many
President,
times
the
do you think it'll
Speaker,
even get
and
mentioned
Leader Thune for
during the
prioritizing
rest of
national
this
security
debate?
in this bill, and I want to thank Chairman
Maybe
Wicker
one person
for his
might bring it
strong
up.
partnership throughout this process. I urge all
Maybe,
members to
maybe
support this
two,
bill, and I yield back.
but that's not even a
Gentleman from
sure thing.
Pennsylvania.
Speaker, may I inquire as to how much time remains on both sides?
Someone has 8 minutes.
It shows that as much as we've gotten
Gentleman from Texas
involved,
has 6.
the
Thank you.
two-way community
Mr.
still has been
Speaker, I
deemed
yield 30
irrelevant in
seconds to the
Washington,
gentleman from
D.C.
California,
Tell
distinguished
me if
member of
I'm
the Budget
wrong. If it's a
Committee,
bad
Mr.
take,
Panetta.
tell me, but
Gentleman from California is recognized for 30
I don't
seconds.
think we're going to hear
Speaker,
much
this partisan
talked about
tax
this
bill
at all tonight.
will be our
this
nation's
morning.
single largest self-inflicted wound to working families and to our economy. It's the largest unfunded tax break for the wealthiest
All people care
families
about
and
is
will
the
lead to
money,
the largest
the
number of
entitlements,
working
the
families
taxes. That's
lo-
all you're
losing
going to hear
health
about.
care. What's worse is that you're fooling yourself to believe it's paid for. Instead, it adds trillions to our debt that will drag down our
Clearly, the
economy
two-way
and our
amendment is
credibility.
not an important
And rather
topic
than
in this
negotiating with
debate. I think it's
Democrats,
going
you're
to play
just
out and become
placating the
obvious.
president.
We
So I
might
voted
hear it
no, Mr.
mentioned,
Speaker, on this partisan
but it's
bill to
not going
stand
to be
up for the
talked about
president
much,
and to stand
if it
with
is at all.
working families and to stand for the financial stability of our country and the credibility of this institution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. John McGuire.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman from Texas for yielding me the time. Mr. Speaker, this one big beautiful bill delivers the American people the promises of President Trump's America First agenda and prevents the largest single tax hike
You're right, Kat.
on the
They
middle
just
class in
care
history.
about us.
A no
That's
vote
what
on this
this
bill
is
is a
showing
vote
us
for
right now.
sabotaging the United States energy dominance, blocking critical investments to revolutionize our military to address 21st century threats. It eliminates over $700 billion in wasteful Medicaid spending for illegal aliens and people who can work but refuse to work, instead of America's most vulnerable. I urge all my colleagues to vote yes on this historic piece of legislation. And Mr. Speaker,
I think they
yield
did
back the
play us,
balance of my
Kurt. They
time.
got all of us to
Gentleman
support
yields.
it 'cause we
Gentleman
were
from
pushing for the
Pennsylvania is
HBA
recognized.
and Short
Mr.
Act.
Speaker, I yield
and
30
pulled the
seconds
rug
to the
out.
gentlewoman
You're
from
probably right,
Ohio,
dude.
distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Capter.
Gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized for 30 seconds.
They take
I
our
thank
vote
the
for
ranking
granted.
member, Mr. Speaker. This big bonanza bill for
Isn't that right?
billionaires will make life harder for the people of Northwest Ohio and America. Unemployment is already up in Toledo, hovering around 6%. 1,100 Jeep Gladiator workers in Toledo are idled, and 2,500 workers at Perrysburg's First
Dude,
Solar are on the
Simpson,
chopping
Rob
block as
Larry,
the Trump
they look at it
administration
as they're
sees
just
in
going to
this bill
screw us
our
and still get
glass
our vote.
industry
That's how
and
they look
America's
at it.
lead in solar
Maybe they
energy to
will.
China. Grocery
Maybe
prices
they
are up
won't.
2%, yet the bill freezes SNAP, a cut for 45,000 families in my district, and $18 million monthly blow to local grocers. The bill assures billionaires get $300,000 in tax breaks every year, while seniors and working people lose Medicaid and SNAP, and the largest cut to health care in American history, cutting over $1 trillion. The bill recklessly adds $3.4 trillion to the U.S. debt, and interest rates will climb. Congress can create a much brighter future for America by defeating this big, bloated bonanza bill for billionaires. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, the ranking member of the Agriculture Committee, Ms. Craig.
Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Republican budget is a betrayal of the American people. It puts in jeopardy food assistance for 42 million Americans. That's children, seniors, the disabled, and working parents. 1.2 million veterans rely on SNAP for their food. This budget turns their back on them. 270,000 veterans, homeless, and former foster youth will lose their food assistance entirely. The vulnerable are left behind. The middle class gets screwed in favor of the
Hey,
ultra
just so you
wealthy.
guys know, and again,
I'm
this
a
ain't
hell
what I
no,
want.
and
I'm
I
just
yield
telling you
back.
the truth. We ain't going to get a
Gentleman
repeal
yields.
the
Gentleman from
NFA
Texas
standalone
recognized.
bill.
Speaker, I just remind the gentlelady and my colleagues,
It would have to get through
my
the
Democrat colleagues,
filibuster.
that after the Trump tax cuts, the first
There's no
Trump
way
tax cuts,
this
the
could never
bottom
get through the
half
Senate
income grew 3
on
times
anything
faster
other
than
than
the top half. The
budget
lower,
reconciliation.
10% wages increased 2 times over the 1%. People at the bottom, people in the middle, they benefited more
You
from
know what
the
I'm
tax
saying?
breaks. So I yield or
There will
reserve
be
the
no
remainder of my
standalone
time.
bill that'll be the
Gentleman
Hearing
reserves the
Protection Act
remainder of his
FARD
time.
Act.
Gentleman from
It
Pennsylvania is
will not
recognized.
pass, and that's a
Mr.
guarantee.
Speaker, it's now
Don't get mad at me.
my
It's not
distinct
my wish
honor to
list.
yield 1
I
minute
guarantee
to the
it.
gentlewoman from
It
California,
cannot
the
pass
Speaker
the Senate.
Emerita of the House, Ms. Pelosi.
Speaker
What
Emerita
was
is
the
recognized
chance?
for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding and for his
Oh,
exceptional
geez.
leadership.
Look what the cat
Recognizing
dragged
that our
in.
budget should be the statement of values
Ugh.
of our country and how we allocate our resources reflecting those values. I asked to speak because I hear you members on the other side talking about spending on the part of the Democrats, spending for education and health care, and all the needs of food for our children. I just want to remind all of them, speaking to you, Mr. Speaker, that tax cuts are expenditures. They're the biggest spending in this bill, to the tune of $5 trillion. $5 trillion added to the national debt to give tax cuts to the wealthiest people in the country at the expense of feeding our children, health care for our people, and the education of our children. And nothing brings more money to the Treasury than the education of the American people, from early childhood to lifetime learning and every phase of it in between. So you should be ashamed of yourselves to mock spending on education. The best dollar we spend is on educating the American people and the investments in scientific research, the biblical power to cure that
You been
science
drinking
provides
again?
for us, cut in this bill to spend $5 trillion for the wealthiest people in America. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Wow.
Gentleman from Texas recognized.
Did you hear her
Mr.
slurring?
Speaker, budgets are value statements. We value letting working families keep more of their hard-earned dollars. We value stewarding tax dollars, protecting our most vulnerable, preserving programs that they depend on, not allowing people in this country illegally to siphon money away, jeopardizing those safety nets. Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield a minute to my friend from Georgia, fellow Budget Committee member, Mr. Buddy Carter.
Gentleman from Georgia recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1. We have a choice. Continue down our current fiscally unsustainable path where we have waiting lists for Medicaid, insufficient border security resources, and are facing the largest tax hike in American history, or change course. The one big beautiful bill ushers in the golden age of America, as our great president says, where taxpayers, not illegal immigrants, are put first. It eliminates tax on tips and overtime and brings tax relief to seniors. It saves, it sustains Medicaid, and it's there for those who truly need it. It secures our southern border, making every community safe. All that is required of us is to unleash this prosperity, Mr. Speaker, is to vote yes. I'm proud to vote for this bill and encourage my colleagues to unleash America's shackles and make this country work for those who work for it every single day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserved. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield a minute to my friend from Georgia, Mr. Mike Collins.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the chairman. Mr. Speaker, campaign promises made and soon to be campaign promises kept. I spent my entire career in the private sector. I know what those Trump tax policies did for me, for my business, my community, my state, and my country. And now with this bill, we're going to bring inflation under control with energy dominance. We're going to make sure that small businesses have certainty with our tax policies out there. And also, Mr. Speaker, we're going to bring these federal agencies under control by deregulation. You do that, and you will unleash the American entrepreneurial spirit out there. This is a big day for Main Street. Wall Street has had their time. I encourage my
I bet that he
colleagues to vote
campaigned
for
his
this
pro
bill.
Second
Let's
Amendment
get this
too.
thing to the
That'd be my
president's desk.
guess.
Now yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Texas reserves.
How much time do I have, Mr. Speaker?
Gentleman from Texas has 3 minutes. Gentleman from Pennsylvania has 5.5. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
We reserve.
I'm ready to close.
This is like a tennis game.
You ready to close?
Oh. I am prepared to yield to one more speaker, and then we'll close.
Right.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
So with that, yield to my good friend, the gentleman from the Commonwealth of Kentucky, who they tell me is behind me. Let's hope they're right, Mr. McGarvey. All right.
How much time?
Oh, 1 minute. Thank you.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A budget is a series of choices. Republicans are choosing to take healthcare away from 17 million Americans.
This guy's from Kentucky.
Republicans are choosing to take food off the plates of hardworking families, kids, and seniors. Republicans are choosing to
doesn't
blow
remind
up
me
the
of most
national debt by
Kentuckians I
trillions of
know.
dollars. And for what?
Is that how they talk
Also,
in
the
Kentucky
top
now?
0.1% can pay even less in taxes. I don't ever want to hear
Is this guy
a
serious?
Republican say they
Kentucky?
care
Fact
about
check it,
rural
guys.
America or the debt ever again if they vote for this bill. A budget is a series of choices, and theirs are indefensible. I'll vote no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
I've been to Kentucky.
Gentleman yields.
People
Gentleman
from
from
Kentucky
Texas.
don't talk like that normally.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
In that case, Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time for the purposes of close.
Gentleman's recognized.
This has been a very long day after many, many days that have stretched into the night to the following morning, such as this one. After a very long 6 months on this bill.
I wouldn't trust this Brendan Boyle as far as I
But what
keep
really
knowing.
matters in these next few moments is that the decision we have been entrusted by the American people to make will have ramifications for millions of our fellow Americans, and indeed for our country for decades to come. There may not be a lot of people able to watch at 4:05 in the morning, but in just a few short hours, some of them on Medicaid will be waking up and turning on the news to find out if what we did here tonight means they're about to lose it. Some of the people who get their health care from the ACA exchanges will be turning on their TV to find out what we've done in these next few minutes and if they will still be able to have health care. The folks like my dad who are on Medicare, who are writing in, emailing, calling us saying, don't cut Medicare, they will find out in a few moments whether or not we've pushed through the biggest cut to Medicare in American history. The kids who rely on SNAP, the Nutrition Assistance Program, they may not quite understand it, but make no mistake about it. What we are about to do in the next few minutes here will have a profound effect on their lives. Not to mention the millions of Americans who may not be on Medicaid, Medicare, SNAP, or the ACA, but who rely on a hospital in a rural area, who now may see that hospital close because of the cuts that are in this piece of legislation. And of course, for many years to come, we and our kids and our grandkids are going to be saddled with even more debt to afford tax cuts for those who need them the
I just
least.
heard a big bang outside and had to go investigate.
This is not
It was
just
a
bad economics.
garbage truck coming to
I
empty a
believe
dumpster
it is
behind my
immoral.
shop.
I would remind us the Congressional Budget Office just last week found the final analysis of this bill when all of its component parts are summed together.
I'm at my shop.
It found
guys.
this.
This is not my house.
The bottom third of households would be poor. The middle
The dumpster guy
of the
comes real
country
early in the morning.
would be no better off. And the biggest benefit would go to the top 1% of Americans. This
Just
legislation
think about
makes
that.
the
Right
poor
as they're getting
poorer,
ready to ram
the
this
rich
through,
richer, and the middle
the
class
dumpster guy
left
comes to take
behind.
out the trash.
On
Am I the
behalf
only
of
one
the
that sees any
millions of
symbolism in
Americans
it?
who are relying on us to hold firm on behalf of this side of the aisle, we say hell no. Vote no on this bill. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. I want to start by thanking my good friend and ranking
That's right,
member,
Larry.
Mr. Brendan Boyle. He's a good American, and he's
See?
been a great partner
See, there's where they're friends. Right
colleague,
here.
and I mostly appreciate his friendship.
He's a great friend. He's a great
we're-
partner. His
We
friend.
convene here before the
about
4th of
this.
July. I think it's worth recalling those unalienable rights that sparked this American experiment, life, liberty, and the
In
pursuit
real
of
life, they're
happiness.
great friends.
Our
You get
founders
hurting.
built this republic on the promise of freedom, the freedom to build, to strive, to pursue our own dreams. But that promise only thrives when government stays in its place, preserving liberty, not
You guys still believe in
suffocating
this
it
two-party
with
system?
unchecked
It's
regulation
getting
and
hard.
unbridled spending. This legislation reclaims that founding promise. It is the principal vehicle for advancing President Trump's America First agenda, unleashing a rising tide of prosperity, securing our border, modernizing our national defense, and supercharging energy, agriculture, all the sectors of our economy that Washington has kept in a chokehold for too long. Throughout this debate, Mr. Speaker, we heard one hollow Hail Mary attack after another designed to scare the American people and prey on their fears, the last gasp of a broken status quo. For our part, we put our trust in the American people. We appeal to their aspirations, and we deal in facts, not in fear. They're the false claims that they make that this only helps the so-called 1%,
the regular people
the
from
top
Texas don't
1%,
think
the
like
super
this.
rich, when actually locks in the largest middle-class tax cuts in history, putting thousands of dollars back in the pockets of families still recovering from the crushing inflation and cost of living crisis caused by the Democrats' failed economic policies and unbridled spending. The complete distortion that Medicaid's being cut, when in fact it's being strengthened for our most vulnerable citizens by eliminating hundreds of billions of dollars in waste, fraud, and abuse. The fallacy that work requirements are somehow punitive, when we know that they restore the dignity of work and lead to better opportunities and bigger paychecks. All their myths are headed for the ash heap of history. From day one, we said this was a generational opportunity to deliver the most comprehensive and consequential set of conservative reforms in modern history. And that's exactly what we're doing. This isn't our moment, Mr. Speaker. This is the American people's moment. And I urge my colleagues to pass this bill and open up that gateway to a new golden age of America. God bless America. Go West Texas. And I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas yields back.
There you go, Texas. He's good friends with the other side of the aisle, as he said. Now they're going to go in the back room and have a bukkake fest or whatever it is they're into. Yep, it's getting rammed through for the 4th, and they all changed their votes on the procedural hurdle. I believe this next vote's just pro forma, but at the same time, it could take a minute.
The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, each will control 15 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before November, Americans wondered whether our best days were behind us. Democrats fueled inflation. They opened our borders, funded illegal immigration with your tax dollars, and increased IRS audits on the middle class, all while leaving the working class behind. President Trump promised to make America great again, and 77 million Americans supported that promise. They voted for change. The one big,
Yeah,
beautiful
Trump said he
bill
was going to be good on the
delivers
Second
for the
Amendment.
American people. This is the largest tax cut for working families, farmers, and small businesses in U.S. history. Households making under
Gun
$100,000
rights groups are
will
going to
see a
claim a big victory from
12%
this, by the
tax
way.
cut compared to what they pay today. The average family of
Dude, I
four
thought the same
will
thing.
see
He doesn't
nearly
sound like he's from
11,000
Missouri.
more in their pockets each year. Real wages for workers will rise by as much as $7,200 a year. A waitress working for tips
For real, Jason.
will keep an extra $1,300. A lineman working overtime after a storm will keep an extra $1,400. While Democrats defend illegal
How do we say
immigrants,
this? A little bit light in the
fraudsters,
loafers?
and bureaucrats, Republicans are standing up for the American people, putting more money in their pockets.
You guys are funny. At this
President
late
Trump,
hour, or
he
early
promised
hour.
no tax on tips, overtime pay, car loan interest, and tax relief for seniors. We are delivering on all those items and more. Families win in the one big, beautiful bill. Over 40 million households will benefit from a higher
Come
child
on now,
tax
guys. This
credit
is what our
of
country's turned into.
$2,200. We boost the standard deduction to give a tax cut to the 91% of middle income families who use it, up to $31,500. Young Americans win. We expand choices for educational freedom and open up savings options
He
to
sounds like the ones
include
that have those
trade schools.
multicolored flag
Moms and
festivals
dads
in Ann
get
Arbor,
new support
Michigan.
for adoption, paid leave,
I think he's from Ann Arbor,
childcare, and
Michigan,
healthcare
Lori.
costs. Kids get Trump accounts, giving them a financial stake in our country's future. We bring back American jobs and our manufacturing base by protecting or creating more than 7 million jobs, including 1 million new small business jobs each year.
Oh, man.
We reign in Washington by delivering the largest cut in mandatory spending in U.S. history.
I'm enjoying this kind of
The
like
one
meme
big,
culture vibe
beautiful
in the
bill
chat right now.
is for the people who don't have lobbyists in this town. The farmers, the welders, the waitresses, the
What does he
nurses
know about a
pulling
farmer
double
or a
shifts,
welder?
the truck drivers
I don't
hauling
see any
goods
welding
across this
flag on
country,
his tie.
the folks who work hard, play by the rules, and ask only
This
for a
guy's for the
fair
welder.
shot and a government that works for them,
Can't you see the
not
calluses on his
against
hands?
them. It's for places like Peachtree City, Georgia, Yukon, Oklahoma, Petersburg, West Virginia, Erie, Pennsylvania, and all the other communities that the
Yeah, I
Ways
doubt
and
it.
Means Committee visited over the last 24 months. The one big, beautiful bill is their bill. It's about restoring sanity in a town that's lost it, cutting waste and reining in reckless spending. It demands that if you're able to work, you should.
But
It
Mom, you
stops
promised
asking
you'd buy me
working
more
families
pink pops if
to
I kept the back
foot
on.
the bill for Washington's bad decisions. Let's get this done, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Missouri yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized.
So we might have visited a lot of places tonight, or this morning, I should say. Why don't we visit reality? Here's the reality,
This
because
guy
we're going
just
to talk
looks like
about
a
facts
DC
for the next
swamp
15
creature.
minutes on our side. So one thing you can understand very clearly, the Republicans in the House surrendered to the Republicans in the Senate. And once again, when the going got tough, both institutions surrendered to the president. This bill became worse along the way when it was already a pretty bad product. So in terms of expertise, let's reject what the Congressional Budget Office says. Let's reject what the Joint Committee on Taxation might have to say. And of course, when the going gets tough, let's blame the Federal Reserve Board. because of
All
interest
the no
rates.
votes except for one changed their
So
vote
under
at
this
the last
bill, here's a
minute.
fact, Mr. Speaker.
They got past the
If you
procedural
made $1
hurdle.
million last
Now they're
year,
going to cram this.
you're
to
going to make a plus of $96,000 in the next tax filing season. That's a fact. But here's the real fact and the
This guy is
scam that's
actually
being
right on
presented
some of the
to
stuff
the
he's
American
saying, though.
people with
I'm
this
just saying.
legislation. So if you made under $50,000 last year, you're going to get 68 cents a day in terms of your tax relief. The Senate was too generous. They were at 73%, so the House wanted to go back to, on the Republican side, 68 cents. Here's the real kicker. For a party that has preached fiscal rectitude that I've listened to in all my years here, voting for the balanced budget amendment, taking up all of these pursuits in terms of fiscal rectitude, they're borrowing $5 trillion additional dollars to pay for a tax cut for the wealthiest amongst us. $5 trillion is being added to the debt. I call attention to that because they're taking away health insurance from poor people. Hospitals are going to suffer. Medicare is going to be cut. The child credit will leave out the poorest.
He is
And
right on that
seniors
$5 trillion, though.
are
Just
threatened
saying.
with much of the necessities of everyday life. SNAP, Medicaid, Medicare, and the ACA are all about to be gutted in the
Thank you for the
name
super chat,
of a tax
COD.
cut
That
for the
dude from
wealthiest
Missouri
amongst
didn't
us.
say Opie
I
wants.
preserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
I'm not
Reserve.
from
Gentleman from
Missouri,
Missouri is
so I'm not as
recognized.
familiar, but he's
I yield
supposed
1
to
minute
be
to
it.
the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Kustoff.
Thank you for the super
Gentleman
chat.
from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to congratulate the leadership of Chairman Jason Smith getting this bill to the floor. I rise today, Mr. Speaker, to speak in favor of President Trump's one big, beautiful bill. Here are the facts, Mr. Speaker. If Congress fails to pass this bill, taxpayers across the nation will get a big tax increase. In Tennessee's 8th congressional district, the average household
Correct,
will face
Pat
a
Lowry.
26% tax hike. This would be catastrophic for families, for farms, and for small businesses across the nation. This bill not only stops this massive tax hike, but it will reduce taxes for Americans
This is the
nationwide
one that wanted
and
the $0
turbocharge our
tax thing to
economy.
begin with.
When
isn't
Americans
he?
voted last November,
Remember the
they
committee
voted
hearing
for
like a month
these
and a half
policies
ago?
put forth
Correct me if
by
I'm wrong,
President
guys. I
Trump
think this
and
was
House
him.
Republicans. Now is the time
He
for
was
us
the
to
one that
do
was
this
in with the
job
silencer
and pass
sales
the
company
one
and all that,
big,
right?
beautiful bill.
Allegedly.
Too much is
Allegedly.
at stake. And with
We're
that, I'll
right back
yield
to what I
Thank you.
think this is the
Gentleman
guy that
yields. Gentleman from
that's what I'm
Massachusetts
talking about,
recognized.
right?
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the very distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Thompson.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1
Thank you,
minute.
gentlemen, for yielding. Mr. Speaker, this bill shamelessly hurts our constituents, cuts health care for 17 million Americans, closes 1 in 4 nursing homes and many rural hospitals. It rips nutrition assistance away from 11 million Americans. And it cedes leadership in the
votes.
green energy economy to China.
All Republicans
to China.
voted yes, except for one.
Raises energy bills for hardworking Americans. It cuts Pell Grants for millions of students.
gentleman
It
from
adds
Jeremy
$5 trillion to our national debt to give a tax break to billionaire donors who don't need the help in this environment. $5 trillion added to our national debt. It pushes the American dream out of reach for millions of working class Americans. Every member who votes yes will forever carry the shame of betraying hardworking Americans and put our kids and our grandkids in great, great debt. I urge a no vote on this bill. It's bad for our constituents. It's bad for America. It's bad for our future. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith.
Gentleman from Nebraska is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I thank the chairman for the diligent work he has done in bringing folks together, hearing from all members, and
They always
helping
survive.
formulate
What
a bill
happened,
that
man?
is
Nice to
great
see
for
you.
America, great for workers,
There's another Michigan
where we
guy.
know that what we did in 2017 increased wages for workers at an amount even better proportionately than high-income folks. I also want to point out that my colleagues across the aisle voted for a large portion of this bill last year. Now, there's various criticisms that they've kind of pivoted, I guess, a bit. But when you really look at what we are doing, we're preventing a tax increase on the middle class. Average American household without this bill getting done will face about a $1,500 tax increase. American Farm Bureau tells us that the average farm will face more than $5,000 tax increase if we don't get our bill done. Mr. Speaker, this is the right thing to do. This is great for America. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman
That
from
was the
Massachusetts.
feds recording the chat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Chicago, Illinois.
Good
Mr.
night,
Davis.
Carbon Spider.
Gentleman from
I'm
Illinois is
still up
recognized for
from
1 minute.
night, by the way.
I rise in strong
You're welcome,
opposition
man.
and could never vote for this big, bad, inhumane, and ugly bill because it will wreck healthcare delivery, takes food from hungry children, sentence seniors to early deaths, eliminate jobs, and destabilize our economy just to give the super rich and wealthy more influence,
He doesn't
more
sound
power,
like he's from Illinois.
more wealth. It takes from the poor, from the disabled, from the sick, from the hungry, and gives to the wealthy. This bill is cruel. It is immoral. It is a crime about to happen. It is draconian. It is dangerous. It is criminal. So if you want to stop crime, vote no, as I will. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I yield
This
1
hand
minute
vote.
to the
Sorry
gentleman
your
from
life
Illinois,
sucks so
Mr.
bad.
LaHood, for the
Hopefully you
purposes
feel
of
better for
colloquy.
yourself.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
I don't know.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to enter into colloquy
Sorry
with
your
the
life
gentleman
sucks
from
so
Missouri
bad.
regarding the termination of the commercial clean vehicles credit in the One Big Beautiful Bill. Is it your
Your problem is
understanding
I
and
don't like
intent,
mean people,
Chairman
so bye.
Smith, for the purposes of this provision, vehicles shall be treated as, quote, acquired, unquote, as of the date on which a written binding contract is entered into for their acquisition and a payment has been made? I yield to Chairman Smith for a response.
Mr.
Go
Speaker,
home to
yes,
mama,
it is
Miss
the
Anthrope.
legislative
It's past your
intent that
bedtime.
vehicles shall be treated
Here's
as
the thing, they wouldn't say
acquired
it to my
as
face,
of the
though.
date
They
on
never
which
do.
a written binding contract is entered into for their acquisition and a payment has been made.
Dude, I called that an hour
I
ago.
associate
Jason.
myself with the comments of
None
the
of them are bringing up
managers.
the
I'm
Second
pleased to
Amendment.
know
They don't
their
even care.
legislative intent. Mr. Speaker, in closing,
Not
I
an
urge
issue.
my colleagues to support this common sense legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from California, Congresswoman Sanchez.
Gentlelady from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I flew overnight through thunderstorms and flash flood warnings to be here to stand up for my district this morning because Republicans refuse to stand up for theirs. I've been in Congress for over 20 years and I've never seen such cowardice from my colleagues across the aisle. Time and time again, we see
See, he is
Republicans
right about
fold
that.
like cheap
Cowardice
lawn chairs.
by the Republicans. That's
Senator
actually true.
Senator Murkowski said it was a bad bill. Then why the hell would you vote for it? I'm here to stand up against a bill that kicks 17 million Americans off of their health care. A bill that cuts school lunches and food assistance to children who go to bed hungry every night. A bill that includes billions of dollars for ICE, an already bloated agency that has been upending due process and racially profiling people in my district for weeks. To my colleagues across the aisle, have you no decency? Have you no humanity? It's not too late to do what you know is right by your constituents and by your country. Vote no on this one big steaming pile of crap. And I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Estes.
Gentleman from Kansas is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the Kansas families, workers, and small businesses who will benefit from the One Big Beautiful Bill. By extending and improving the TCJA, working class families in my district will pay $10,900 less in taxes and see increased wages of $7,200 on average. It contains my bipartisan legislation to make research and development expensing permanent, a jobs provision ensuring America continues to lead the world entirely on innovation. It eliminates fraud and waste in Obamacare, and it builds on President Trump's successes at securing the border. Despite the misleading spin from my colleagues on the left, this bill delivers on what Americans voted for in November. It's time to pass the one big beautiful bill. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
I just got a
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from
notification from
Massachusetts.
YouTube.
Mr.
They
Speaker,
just
I'd like to yield 1 minute to
an
the gentlelady from
video
Alabama,
that I posted
Congresswoman
4
Sewell.
years ago.
Gentlelady from Alabama is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this so-called big, beautiful bill is nothing but a big, ugly betrayal of Alabama families and the big handout to billionaires. There's nothing beautiful about stripping health care from working families. There's nothing beautiful about taking food off the table of the most vulnerable neighbors. And there's nothing beautiful about putting rural hospitals on life support in communities that can least afford it. Mr. Speaker, the cuts in this bill are not just numbers on a page.
I know
They
people
are
from
empty
Alabama. They don't
cupboards
talk
and
like
shuttered
this.
clinics. They are hospital wings closed in small towns already struggling to keep their doors open. They are parents lying awake at night wondering how they will afford medicine for a sick child or how they'll keep food on the table if they lose their hours. Here are the facts. 170,000 Alabamians will lose their health care.
Do these people even exist in real life?
700,000
None of these people are from the
Alabamians
states
will
they
lose or
represent.
reduce
I'm
their
starting to think
nutrition
that.
assistance. 5 Alabama hospitals will close and add $5 trillion to the national debt. On behalf of the 750,000 Alabamians that I represent in Alabama's 7th Congressional District and the 5 million hardworking Alabamians, I say vote hell no on this bill. And I urge my colleagues to do the same.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield
Yeah,
1
past
minute
that
to the
point.
gentlelady from
That's
West
passes.
Virginia, Miss Miller.
Gentlelady from West Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of this big, beautiful bill. In 2017, President Trump signed the largest tax cut in history into law. Today, thanks to the hard work of the Ways and Means Republicans, we will make those tax cuts permanent and prevent an end-of-the-year tax hike. This bill gives the average working
People I
family
know
a
from West Virginia don't sound
$1,300
like
tax
this.
cut and makes permanent the 199A small business deduction to keep our economy humming. This is a big win for our West Virginia businesses. It provides relief to gig workers by ending the Democrats' absurd 600 1099K reporting threshold and reverts back to the time-tested standard of $20,000 and 200 transactions. It will provide economic relief, secure our borders, and ensure American energy dominance. This legislation will make the life of the average American better, and I support getting it to President Trump's desk. I urge all my colleagues to do the same. Thank you,
That
and I
part is
yield back.
actually good.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would remind the
think less
gentlelady
worse
that in
than what it is now.
2017, the
You know what I
Republican
mean?
Party borrowed $2.3 trillion for that tax cut. You know, 1 minute to the gentlelady from Wisconsin, Congresswoman Moore.
Gentlelady from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Ranking Member. If you are a Republican with misgivings with the massive debt that this bill creates, or if you're worried about stripping 17 million Americans of healthcare access, I tell you that now is your moment. A coward dies 1,000 times before his death, but the valiant
Kenneth, there's
taste
no way
of
he's
death
from
but
the West
once.
Virginia House.
Shakespeare. So vote your constituents, vote your conscience. This is how you will be remembered. Better to vote your conscience today and face an angry tweet than to have your legacy be one of equivocation and cowardice. By their deeds, you will know them. I urge all my colleagues to oppose debt, death, and hunger. Oppose this cruel legislation, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Missouri.
I yield 45 seconds to the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Feenstra.
Gentleman from Iowa is recognized for 45 seconds.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. President Trump's one big, beautiful bill will dramatically grow our economy and reduce our deficit. It's the largest tax cut in American history for families, farmers, workers, and small businesses. This bill will help our Main Street businesses grow, invest, hire, and increases the exemption for the death tax, which will help save 2 million family farms. Additionally, this legislation fully funds the border wall, hires more ICE and Border Patrol agents, and creates American energy independence. We must pass this bill to unleash economic growth and rural prosperity. Let's make President Trump's one big, beautiful bill the law of the land. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Connecticut, Congresswoman DeLauro.
Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized for 1 minute.
My House Republican colleagues, have you no shame? This bill hands $4.5 trillion in tax
What
cuts
is this?
to billionaires and the biggest corporations. It takes health care away from
Press Maddox.
17 million Americans.
I
People
need
will
that
die.
encouragement. I have been
42 million
catching some
Americans
flack
will
from
go
some people
hungry.
lately,
This
but
bill
whatever.
triggers $500 billion in Medicare
What
cuts.
is
It
this?
increases the budget deficit by $3.3 trillion. President Trump and House Republicans have abandoned their promise to lower the cost of living. They are making it worse. To my Republican colleagues, have the moral courage to oppose this bill. The consequences of this vote will come due. They will not wait until next November. It will come
Do we have
tomorrow
any
and
zoologists
every day
or
after, and
anthropologists
every
in the
phone
House?
call and letter that your office answers. When your constituents tell you they cannot find health coverage or afford groceries, and they ask what you have done to help. And I hope you have the moral
Can
courage
someone
to
identify
tell
the
them the
species
truth
for me,
that
please?
you did nothing. Vote no, and I yield
Calling
back.
all scientists
Gentlelady
in
yields.
the
Gentleman
House.
from
Can
Missouri.
someone help me?
47 seconds to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Yakum.
Gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 47 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of the One Big Beautiful Bill. President Trump inherited a disastrous open border policy from the Biden-Harris administration. There were nearly 9 million encounters at the southern border under President Biden, more than the last 14 years combined. You can plainly see the difference between the first 5 months of President Biden and the first 5 months of President Trump on this chart. As it turns out, all we really
President
needed was
Biden.
a new president. And now the One Big Beautiful Bill will permanently secure the southern border. It completes
up,
the
Duck
wall,
Man?
funds thousands of new border agents, and equips them with the cutting-edge tools that they need. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, because border security is national security. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from California, Congresswoman Chu.
Gentlelady from California is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise in opposition
This ought to be
to
good.
Republicans' big, ugly bill because of my constituents like Lisa, whose son was diagnosed with a life-altering disease that left him unable to work by mid-age. Medicaid enables Lisa to be his full-time caregiver and ensures that he has the care he needs. Unfortunately for Lisa and her son, Republicans don't care. They've made it very clear over the past 6 months who they are fighting for. It's not for the most vulnerable like Lisa and her son, who may be two of the 17 million Americans kicked off their health care thanks to this bill.
I'm gonna order
Instead,
me some
Republicans
General
are
Tso
fighting for
chicken here
billionaires
once
like
they open
Donald
up in a
Trump
couple
and the
hours.
top 0.1% who will get an average tax cut of $309,000 per year, while those earning less than $50,000 get 68 cents a day. To my Republican colleagues, there's
Purple
still
hair
time
equals
to
final
join
boss.
Democrats in preventing this despicable bill from becoming law. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from
Remember I
Missouri.
said something earlier
I yield
about the
30
bamboo
seconds to the
shoot
gentleman
and
from
the
North Carolina,
fingernails in the
Mr.
back
Nod.
room?
Gentleman from North
You
Carolina is
just saw
recognized
the
for 30
evidence.
seconds.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of this bill. After listening to the previous few hours, it should surprise no one that the party of open borders, the party of illegal aliens, and now the party of state-run grocery stores hates this bill.
He doesn't sound
Because
like he's
this
from
bill
North
secures
Carolina.
America's borders. It protects America's farmers
I've been
and
in North
America's
Carolina. They don't
businesses.
talk like that there.
It protects us from tremendous amounts of waste, fraud, and abuse. And it stops the largest tax hike in American history. This bill is a win for the American people. I yield back.
Help me, guys. Where do these people
Mr.
really
Speaker,
come
might I
from?
inquire as to how much time is remaining?
Gentleman has 6 minutes.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Salinas.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, with this bill, my Republican colleagues are betraying the American people. In the dark of morning, they're trying to ram through legislation that will raise costs, strip away health care, take food off the table of working families, and increase energy costs for all Americans, all to give tax breaks to billionaires and corporations. Cuts to Medicaid will shutter rural hospitals, nursing homes, and health centers, leaving families with higher costs and nowhere to turn for care. As millions of families are right now struggling to put food on the table, this bill cuts funding for nutrition assistance, forcing children, veterans, and seniors to go hungry. And this bill raises costs on everything from energy bills to prescription medications. This bill is a grave mistake. If it passes, my Republican colleagues may pay for it at the ballot box, but countless Americans will pay for it with their lives. I urge my colleagues to have the moral courage to oppose this bill. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Missouri.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Louisiana, the Majority Leader, Mr. Scalise.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank Chairman Smith
I don't think
for not
Clyde's
just yielding,
giving
but for
up.
his
He's
leadership
still
in getting us to
outvoted,
this
man.
point. Mr. Speaker, we are at the precipice of the new golden age of America. And how do we get there? We get there by actually making the right decisions for those hardworking families who have been struggling. You know, if you listen to the people on
This
the other
guy's a
side,
deep state guy,
Mr.
too.
Speaker, who have over and over again said they are against this bill and all the things that are in this bill
By
for
the way, he's from
hardworking families.
Louisiana.
You would think the last 4 years things have been going great for
Everyone I
middle
know from
America.
down there doesn't talk like this
I don't
either.
know what parallel universe they've been living in, Mr. Speaker, but we heard the message that the voters sent, who said they're sick and tired of high inflation, of high gas prices, of not being able to fill up their grocery cart because of the spending in Washington for Washington at their expense. And so what does this bill do? It says we're finally going to turn that around and deliver a bill that focuses
I know people
on
from
families in
Louisiana.
America.
They don't talk like this.
You know, we hear a lot
Where are these people
from the other side, Mr. Speaker, about billionaires, tax cuts for billionaires. You go look at this bill. Everybody's had the opportunity to read the bill. They actually read the whole bill on the Senate floor. Only took 14 hours. And if you listened, one of the things you'd find out, Mr. Speaker, is there are some new tax cuts in this bill, but not for billionaires. So then it would beg the question, why does the other side keep hiding behind billionaires? Is their excuse to vote no? Because they made a decision, Mr.
Yeah,
Speaker,
man, these
early
North
off,
Carolina
they don't
reps,
want
they
to
don't
give people
remind me
back
of
their
people
money.
I've met
They
from
want to
North
keep that
Carolina.
power in Washington. That's really what's at stake here. That's the big fight that has been going on for years. The other side won that
Yeah,
fight the last
none of
few
these
years by
people sound
raising
like they're
taxes,
from the states they
raising
claim they're
spending,
from.
growing Washington. And while
Okay,
they
that's
did
fine.
that,
And I wasn't calling you a hick
families
either,
in
man.
America
Trust me.
suffered. Inflation went up for those hardworking families
If you're in
while
Louisiana,
Washington grew.
dude, go
Interest
for it. You
rates
would
grew
know
up
more
to the
than
point
me.
they couldn't even afford to buy a first-time home because Washington grew. And we said it's enough that Washington has to finally start living within Washington's
And I never
means
said hick,
so
you
that
did.
families in America can finally start living the American dream again. That's
Maybe you
what
have a
this bill
chip on your
focuses
shoulder.
on,
I don't know,
Mr.
man.
Speaker. And how do we do it? We do it, number one, by locking in rates for everybody. Nobody's taxes go up, Mr. Speaker. Nobody's. Now, the other side's upset about that, and I understand it because they don't want just the billionaires to go up, because they know in this bill the income groups that get hit the hardest if a no vote prevails. And we've heard them, they're all going to vote no, Mr. Speaker. But if a no vote prevails, the income groups that get hit the hardest are the lower and middle income groups of America. And they know that. They're watching this vote.
Okay, that's cool,
And you
man.
can
I didn't
say
mean any offense
billionaires
to you
all day
either. I just
long.
happen to know a few people
But you know what the
from
new tax cuts in this
Louisiana,
bill are? Because there
and they
are new
tend to have a
tax
bit of a
cuts.
southern accent. Which
For the
I like.
waiter and waitress who's working maybe 2-3
We
shifts
talked about Legally Armed America
at a
earlier. Paul
restaurant, at a
Glasgow.
diner,
He's got a bit of a
barely
southern
getting
accent.
by.
You know what I'm saying, right?
That's the new tax cut that we're putting in this bill. And so you would say, well, then how could the other side possibly vote against that? But Mr. Speaker, they are. And maybe a focus group told them that if they curse enough and if they say billionaires enough, those families will forget what's actually happening. But they're not going to forget because they're paying attention. You know what the average pay for a worker in America who makes tip money is under this bill? $32,000 a year. That's right. Billionaires aren't even allowed to be eligible for that tax break. But the waitress who's working 2-3 shifts, barely getting by, making $32,000 a year, finally gets a little bit more money. And yes, every other Every Democrat has bragged over here that they're going to vote against that. They don't want that waitress to get that money back in her pocket. But we're going to make sure she gets that tax break, Mr. Speaker, because she's struggling.
HPA
She
and
maybe
PRODAC
wants
are
to
still
put together a
out.
college fund for her kid.
This is
Maybe
the
she
Senate
wants
version
to take her family on a vacation. And she's going to have that
that they're ramming
opportunity
through.
when this bill passes. You know who else we're going to give opportunity to, Mr. Speaker, in this bill? The other tax cut. Sorry, it's not a billionaire again. It's that shift worker working overtime. Not the billionaires, person that's showing up at the factory, making stuff in America, who's paying taxes on the overtime, but they're away from their family, and they're looking at that check at the end of being away from their family for a few extra
I like
hours, and they're
John
trying to
Kennedy,
make ends
Senator
meet for their
Kennedy.
family, and they go, geez, I've got to get all that extra money back to the government. Is it worth being away from my
John Kennedy's
family?
a
And we say,
riot
you know
to
what?
watch. Oh, he
Yeah,
just
normal
roasts
tax
those
rates
people
apply on everything else, but if you work
when he's
overtime,
asking
you're not going
questions
to
in
pay
hearings.
taxes on that overtime. Somebody making $60,000 a year, not the billionaire. Say billionaire enough, and maybe that shift worker won't know what you're doing, but Mr. Speaker, they do know. They do know what's about to happen because everybody's watching this vote, and that's a good thing because that shift worker deserves that extra money back.
Hey,
Let it
Luke,
seem
what's
a lot
happening?
to somebody who deals with billions and trillions of dollars up here in Washington and grows agencies by 20, 30%.
Yeah, Senator
Every couple of
Kennedy's pretty
years,
cool, man.
and just thinks if you double
I
the
laugh
size
when
of
I
an
say it because
agency
he's
over
actually
5 years,
hilarious when you listen to
somebody's
him.
going to pay for that. Well,
He's
you know
got
who's
some pretty
paying
good
for it?
jokes.
That hardworking family. You know, we clean up waste, fraud, and abuse, and it's been mocked by the other side. They think it's cool to mock what we're doing to finally root out waste, fraud, and abuse. Let the other party, Mr. Speaker, be the defender of waste, fraud, and abuse in Washington, but we're cleaning it up in this bill. USDA has pointed out that there's about $10 billion a year in waste just in the SNAP program. Fraud, improper payments. Not going to children that you hear about on the floor and not all these other. It's going to improper payments, to fraud. $10 billion a year.
Good night, no one. Take it easy.
But Mr. Speaker, when you hear about the billionaires and you say, well, how could anybody vote against
Berserker,
this
dude,
bill?
I talked about the
Think about what a no vote
19th
means.
Amendment
Because
plenty
I'm
of times.
proud of the yes vote that we're about
If
to
it was
pass
repealed,
to help
we
those
wouldn't even have
families.
to be going
But
through this right
everybody
now.
who
Trust
votes
me.
no, Mr. Speaker, make no mistake about it. Everybody who votes no is going to be asked a question by that waitress making $32,000 a year saying, why do you want me to pay more money in my tips so that $10 billion of fraud goes out in the SNAP program? Because you voted against cleaning it up and you voted against no tax on tips. That's the no vote. You can't hide behind the billionaire anymore. You're going to have to face the reality, Mr. Speaker, that this bill actually delivers for the working families of this country who have been struggling. They haven't been living on easy street the last 4 years, but they went to the polls in November and said, we want to try a different approach. And this is that different approach to give them more power, to give them more opportunity. You know, we're giving opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to in this bill. Again, if you're going to vote no, this is what the no vote will take away. We actually create something unique in this bill. Hadn't been talked about yet, but it's in the bill. I'm real proud of it. We create opportunity in school choice for every, not billionaire, low-income families. Every low-income family in America will be eligible for a scholarship so that their kid can go to the school of their choice if they're in a failing school. Now, you vote no, Mr. Speaker. How do you tell that family that their kid doesn't have the same opportunity they deserve that every other kid in America can have? If somebody can afford it, they can go to a private school. But if that low-income family can't afford it, we're finally giving them a lifeline in this bill, Mr. Speaker, and saying you can have the same opportunity. But a no vote says that you don't think that that parent deserves the same opportunity? And then you hide behind billionaires.
All the surplus firearms from this
There's going to be
country
no
should
hiding,
go
Mr.
back to
Speaker.
we the
We all
people.
know
We've already
when this
paid
board
for them.
lights up what the consequences are. And why do we say there's going to be a golden era in this country? We're securing our border in this bill too. We're opening up American energy in this bill. everywhere from the North Slope of Alaska to, yes, the Gulf of America, where President Biden had shut down American energy. He greenlighted Russia's Nord Stream pipeline so Russia could produce their energy, funding billions of dollars to go fund their war against Ukraine. But in America, we were shut down.
I'm with you.
We open it up in this bill, Mr. Speaker. American workers get to
Not looking
produce
so good right
American
now.
energy, not just for America. It's going to lower the price at the pump. Again, you're a middle income family. The billionaire doesn't care what the cost of gasoline is. You know who does? That waitress making $32,000 a year saves that tip money. Maybe she can go on a trip and get in her car and drive and afford the gasoline now because we'll be producing more. We actually have lease sales in this bill for once, so we can produce energy in America. We have great natural resources. We just had them shut down for 4 years by an administration that said no to American energy, said yes to other countries' energy. Iran was able to sell their oil on world markets thanks to the previous administration. That party's over. And when America starts producing more energy, not only does it help lower the price for families here in America, not only does it create great jobs here in America, but all the bad guys around the world, Russia, Iran, Venezuela, you name your country, they're not going to have a cartel-like exclusive license on global energy anymore because America's going to be back in the game. Let's get this country back in the game. Let's get this country back on track. Let's actually promote opportunity in the American dream again for anybody who wants it. You want to work, there's going to be more opportunity than you've ever had before. If you're disabled on Medicaid right now, you've been crowded out of those programs by people turning down work. Able-bodied people, 35-year-olds sitting at home playing video games. They're going to now have to go get a job. That's right. And by the way, that's a good thing for them. Their mom doesn't want them sitting in the basement playing video games anyway. But now it no longer will be crowding out Medicaid for the truly
The bill
needy
passed
people
the
who
final
deserve it.
procedural hurdle,
The disabled people will
and now
not
it's on final
be getting
passage.
crowded out of those programs by people who can actually go get a job, and there are going to be a lot of great jobs, Mr. Speaker, a lot of great jobs in this country. America's coming back. You can vote no all day long, and you can hide behind billionaires all day long, but we're going to keep moving forward because this country doesn't sit down in the fetal position. America's ready for a rebirth, and we're going to deliver it. President Trump is at the helm now. It's a new day. World leaders know it. The bad guys know it around the world. But you know what? Those hardworking families who have been waiting for this relief for a long, long time are finally going to realize help is on the way because Republicans in Congress, any Democrats that want to join, Mr. Speaker, are free to, but they're bragging that they don't want to be a part of this. But you know what? The hardworking families of America are hungry for this kind of change. Take power away from Washington, give it back to the people.
Where I live
watch
right
what
now,
happens.
guys, the
Great
economy is
things,
terrible.
Great things are ahead for this country. Greatest country in the history of the world. We are finally going to give and restore that great American dream and that hope for those families who have been waiting way too long. That hope is coming. We're going to pass this bill. President Trump's going to sign it. It's going to be a great 4th of July. Let's pass the bill, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized.
I can't wait with the Republican Party to meet that waitress who's making $32,000 a year and tell her in this tax bill, the Republican Party just gave her 68 cents more a day. Because that's the reality of what this tax bill is about. But we could also say in the next breath, if you made $1 million last year, you're going to get $96,000. This is a fact-free argument. They're making this argument out that the person at the bottom is going to do well in contrast to the person at the top. There's simply no factual basis to that. And by the way, the party of
By Lake Erie, not too far from
they're
Ohio.
borrowing $5 trillion to pay for a tax cut for the wealthiest amongst us. I yield back my time here.
Will the gentleman reserve?
I reserve. I apologize.
Gentleman reserves.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I represent one of the poorest congressional districts in this country, and I can tell you this piece of legislation are for those working families, those small business owners, those farmers that are doing everything they can just to get by. It is not for the millionaires and the billionaires.
$80
How
for a
many
Nissan.
waitresses who are tipped are billionaires? How many billionaires work hourly jobs?
I just put like
and
$105 in
overtime?
my F-350
None. I
in
reserve.
diesel yesterday.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from
And another 40 in
Massachusetts.
gas for the lawnmower.
I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byer.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, from the Gospel of Matthew, where I was hungry and you gave me food. I was thirsty and you gave me drink. I was a stranger and you took me in. I was naked and you clothed me. I was sick and you visited. I was in prison and you came unto me. Inasmuch as you've done it unto the least of my brothers, you've done it unto me. Mr. Speaker, the bill before us takes food and drink from the mouths of the poor. It takes health care from the sick. And a vote for this bill betrays these gospel teachings. And in our heart, all of us know it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Missouri.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
How much time is remaining, Mr. Speaker?
3.5 minutes.
I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished minority whip, the gentlelady from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark.
Gentlelady from Massachusetts recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the ranking member for his leadership. As we are here in the early morning hours, 60% of the families in this country
There's the old
cannot
whip, guys.
afford the basics. 60%
Minority
of
whip.
Americans cannot afford that first rung
night,
of the
Kenna.
American dream. This is an existential failure of the wealthiest nation on earth. And now, with this big, ugly bill, Republicans are on the verge of moving that dream further out of touch, of
When they
making
say
people
existential,
sicker and
you know it's
poorer.
time just to
We
stop
hear
working.
the message. If you do not have great wealth, you do not matter to the GOP. If you vote for this cruel monstrosity,
This
you
is the
are
old whip.
condemning families to poverty. You are condemning seniors and veterans in this country to hunger. You are condemning children to sickness without treatment. You are voting to enrich billionaires at the expense of what makes us American, our freedom to build a better life for our families. The American people overwhelmingly oppose this bill, and they will not forget if you sell them out, sell out their freedom this Independence Day. I yield back.
Ooh,
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Missouri.
that's a scoring woman there.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the distinguished Democratic leader, Mr. Jeffries.
Here's Hakeem.
Leaders recognized.
This is the one you're waiting for, Mr. Hakeem.
I thank the distinguished gentleman from the great Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Richie Neal, for yielding and for his tremendous leadership. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to Donald Trump's one big ugly bill. This disgusting abomination, the GOP tax scam that guts Medicaid, rips food from the mouths of children, seniors, and veterans, and rewards billionaires with massive tax breaks. Every single Democrat stands in strong opposition to this bill because we're standing up for the American people.
He tries to talk like Obama.
Mr. Speaker, I've heard a lot from my Republican colleagues who've expressed pride in this accomplishment. I asked the question, if Republicans were so proud of this one big ugly bill, why did debate begin at 3:28 a.m. in the morning?
3 a.m. in the morning?
Republicans are once again, which has been the case,
Although
Mr. Speaker, through every step of this journey, tried to jam this
Here's
bill
the classic two to
through the
three
House of
word increment,
Representatives
completely
under cover
patronizing the
of
fellow black
darkness.
population. Like,
But I'm
what
here
can
today
only
to make it
understand
clear
two
that I'm going to
three
take my
words
time
at time.
and ensure that the
But
American
what these people do? Do you guys see
fully
it? Like, that's
understand
literally what they do.
how damaging
Obama did the
this
same
bill
thing, so
will
does he.
be to their quality of life. Now, Republicans and Donald Trump promised that costs would go down on day one. Costs haven't gone down under Donald Trump and House Republicans here in the United States of America. In fact, costs have gone up.
It's just
We
a
believe
caricature
that
of
America
abortion
is
that these
too
guys play.
expensive, that the cost of living is
And it's
too
just,
high, that that's a priority that should be worked
You guys
on
know
in a
what I'm talking
bipartisan
about.
way. But from the very beginning of this Congress, our Republican colleagues have shown no interest in addressing the high cost of living in the United States of America. Not a single executive order has been issued by this administration, Mr. Speaker, to address the high cost of living. Not a single bill has been passed, Mr. Speaker, to address the high cost of living in the United States
I'm still
of
up
America.
somehow.
And this bill,
I'm kind of nuts.
this one big ugly bill,
I
this
don't know how I'm gonna
reckless
get any work done
Republican
tomorrow /
budget, this
today.
disgusting abomination, is not about
Obama
improving
Funko
the
Pop.
quality of life of the American people. It will hurt everyday Americans in several different ways. This bill represents the largest cut to health care in American history. It's an all-out assault on the health care
Dude, cost of living's
of the American
horrible in
people.
Michigan.
An
It's
assault
hard to
on
get by in
Medicaid,
Michigan right now.
an assault on Medicare,
Like, I'm having a
an
hard
assault
time. It's tough around
on
here.
the Children's Health Insurance Program, an assault on the Affordable Care Act,
The 2A hasn't even been mentioned,
assault
not even once.
on Planned Parenthood and the health care of women all across the United States of America.
I haven't
An
even heard it
unprecedented
spoken.
assault on the American people and their health care. Almost $1 trillion in cuts to Medicaid. This runs directly contrary
New
to
brand
what President
Obama.
Trump indicated in January, which was that he was going to love and cherish Medicaid. Nothing about this bill loves and cherishes Medicaid. It guts Medicaid. It guts Medicaid in a way it's going to hurt children, hurt families, hurt seniors.
Have a safe drive, Daniel.
Hurt people with disabilities, hurt women, hurt everyday Americans. Hospitals will close, including all throughout rural America, Mr. Speaker. Nursing homes
This is what's called
will
pandering.
shut down. By some estimates, 1 in 4 nursing homes
If you ever heard the word
close
pandering to voters,
as a
this
result
is the definition of it.
of this one big, ugly bill. And community-based health clinics, which are the lifelines in neighborhood after neighborhood all across this country, in urban America, in rural America, in suburban America, in small town America, in the heartland of America, will not be able to operate. And as a result of the lack
Good night, Paul.
of health care that will result directly from this one big ugly bill, people in America will die. Unnecessary deaths. That is outrageous. It's disgusting. That is not what we should be doing here in the United States House of Representatives. Not what we should be doing. In addition to the cuts to Medicaid, this bill will result in the largest cut to Medicare in American history. By some estimates,
Ain't that the
more
truth, Azure?
than $500 billion in cuts to Medicare as a result of the Republicans' one
That was
big,
Representative
ugly
Clyde,
bill.
Dave Case. His amendment was
This bill
voted down.
will also
The 2A's not come up since.
result in a devastating blow to the Affordable Care Act. That's no surprise
Take it
because
easy on so
since
many emojis there,
2010,
Daryl.
Republicans, Mr. Speaker, have been
The
trying
AI bot's not in the chat right now, but try to keep
to
it
gut
discreet
and
just so it
destroy
doesn't fill up the whole screen.
the Affordable Care Act. And as a result of the damage that is done to the Affordable Care Act in this legislation, millions of Americans will lose their health care. The assault on health care in this one big ugly bill will result in more than 17 million Americans losing health care.
Here's the thing,
in the
Derek.
United
Everyone
States
wants me
of
to
America.
run. Blue collar
Shame on the
Americans
people
don't have the money to run. That's the problem, right?
who've decided to launch that kind of all-out assault on the health and the well-being of everyday Americans. That's not what we should be doing here in the United States House of Representatives. And because of the drastic cuts that are made to health care in this one big ugly bill, people with private insurance all across America are going to experience increases in their premiums, their copays, and their deductibles. Millions of Americans in every corner of this country, an all-out assault on health care. That's a very different vision, Mr. Speaker, that Republicans have, working hard to take health care away from the American people than our vision, because we believe, as Democrats,
I
that
don't
in the
know when the
United
no
States of
$200 when
America,
the $0 tax stamp
healthcare
starts. Maybe the beginning of
should not
October.
simply be a
Maybe the
privilege.
first of the year,
Healthcare
depending
is
on
a
how you
right
read
that
it.
should be available to every single person in the United States of America.
Me personally, I don't even care. I'm not very excited about it, but
This bill is an all-out assault on the health care of the people of the United
there's the
States
calendar year, the
of
calendar
America,
quarter, then there's
hard-working
fiscal
American
year and
taxpayers.
fiscal
These
quarter.
are the people we should be standing up to work hard to lift up. But instead, they're victims of this legislation. Hospitals
See,
will
it says
close. That
something about
impacts
90
everybody
days, but it's not literally 90 days. It says like
in the
90
United
days
States
after the
of
fiscal
America. If your
quarter,
hospital
or after the quarter, I'm
closes, whether
sorry.
you're on
But there's what's called a
Medicaid
fiscal quarter and a
or
calendar
not,
quarter.
you will be unable to get the treatment that you or your
I'll look
family
into it later for you guys.
needs. That's why we're fighting
I just don't want to throw out a
so
date that
hard
might
to
be
stop
false.
this bill. 1 in 4 nursing homes,
There's a
by
couple
some
ways to
estimates,
read
will
it. It
close
could be this fall. It
as a
could
result
actually
of the
be into
Republicans'
next
assault
year.
on Medicaid in this one big ugly
The
bill.
bill's like 900 and something pages
This
long.
bill also represents an assault on nutritional assistance
Yeah, he tries to talk to
here in the United States of America. We've made great progress
Thanks,
over
word up, Russia.
the last 50 plus years as it relates to hunger.
Michigan can, as long as you have a tax stamp.
Great progress. But we're still dealing with the reality that tens of millions of people in this country go to bed every night wondering whether they're going to be able to get a nutritious
I personally
meal
don't own
the
any,
next
though. I
day.
don't own
Tens
tax
of millions of people in this country, millions of children. And instead of trying to address that issue, Mr. Speaker, the one big ugly bill will rip nutritional benefits away from millions of Americans, including children, rip food from the mouths of hungry children and hungry veterans.
No, he doesn't, Jeremy.
And hungry seniors. That is unacceptable. That's one of the reasons why we stand in strong opposition, Mr. Speaker, to this one big, ugly bill. Republicans promised to address the high cost of living in the United States of America. We believe that the cost of living is too high. Housing costs are too high. Grocery costs are too high. Utility costs are too high. Insurance costs are too high. Child care costs are too high. America is too expensive. There are far too many people in this country struggling to live
Pat
paycheck
Nugent just testified in the
to
Michigan
paycheck.
House
That
of
should not be the
Representatives
case
Committee. And it was
in
actually
the
an
United States of
excellent
America.
testimony.
But instead of
I
addressing
want to do
the
a
high
video
cost of
on
living
it. I've just been too
in this one big
buried by
ugly
all of
bill,
this.
Mr. Speaker, Republicans
I have a couple good videos I need to put out, guys.
are actually
It's
going to
just too
increase
much
costs,
with all the work I have to
particularly
do.
as it relates to the energy bills that everyday Americans pay. Estimated that energy bills will increase by hundreds of dollars
If you're
a
into
year. That
doing
has
tax
nothing to
stamps,
do
I'd probably wait to file
with
the
lowering
papers
the
to
high
a
cost of
point.
living, making this
It depends
country
how long
a
you want
more
to wait. The
affordable
weight's going to go
place.
way
It
up, in
does
my
the exact
opinion.
opposite.
Prices
It's
could
an
start
all-out
going up
and
too, in my
unnecessary
opinion.
assault
So you may or may not want to wait.
on the clean energy tax credits. The clean energy tax credits that many of my Republican colleagues
Look, you guys think
promised
about
in
this. It
letter
could be good
after
advice to
letter
say
after
hurry up and get
letter
it through
that you
right
would
now if that's
stand
what you're
behind,
into.
but all chose to
Because the
fold
wait time could get
and
crazy.
abandon.
I don't know for
Fighting
sure, but think about it.
instead for special interests and opposing the ability for this country to stand up a cleaner energy economy, which means cheaper
Never
energy.
bought an NFA item before,
And
guys.
because of the attack
I have a pretty good pulse on this.
on
And
clean energy jobs,
get
on the
ready for
clean
them to go up
energy
in price and for the wait
economy,
times to go
on
through
the
the roof.
economic development that had already been set in motion, often
This is
in
what, in my
districts
opinion, the industry
represented by
wanted. This is perfect for the
Republican
industry.
colleagues and in Republican-led states, red states. By some estimates, millions of jobs are going to be lost. And so you're ripping health care away from millions of Americans, Mr. Speaker, ripping food away from children and veterans and seniors, raising the cost of utilities, of paying your energy bill
Something's
by
got to
hundreds
change,
of dollars,
Derek. Yeah, man.
stripping away millions of
Just
jobs
disillusion and
all across
disenchanted and
America.
all of
And
it,
what
right?
is all of this being done for? To provide massive tax breaks to billionaires all across this country. We are better than that in the United States of America. When we take an oath, convene here, come to
I keep thinking this guy's done
the
talking,
United
but he
States
just
Capitol,
stops mid-sentence.
our job is to make life
Two-word
better
sentences.
for everyday Americans. But the genesis of this bill, the
That's
focus
funny,
of
Zed.
this bill, the justification for all of the cuts that will hurt everyday Americans in this bill is to provide massive tax breaks for billionaires. It's extraordinary. Never in my time here in Congress have I experienced legislation that benefits so few people who fall into the category of the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected,
That's true, Andy.
while at the same time hurting everyday Americans that
I
we
don't even
should
want to
be
imagine that.
fighting hard to help.
This guy's saying nothing.
Now, all of this apparently is being rushed because the decision was made by President Trump that he would like
Dude, I've
to
been
get
up all night, man.
a bill done
We've
by the
streamed
4th of July.
8 hours plus on this channel today.
What does the 4th of July have to do with this one big, ugly bill? What does celebrating American independence the birth of this exceptional country, the journey that we've been on for 249 years. What does any of that have to do
Hey guys, if you'd like to help support the channel,
with this
check
one
out the
big
links in the description.
ugly bill?
Also, make sure you check out my deals.
I would
I'm
suggest,
posting
Mr.
every
Speaker,
day on
that if
Locals
you
and
actually
X.
look at the Declaration
This takes a lot
of
out of me, but
Independence,
while you guys are buying a lot of
what we
stuff,
find
I have links you
is
can
that
use that'll help the channel.
everything
I
about
can't post them here, but I do post
this
them on
one big
X
ugly
and
bill
Locals, all right?
runs in direct contrast with what was set in motion by the framers and the founders of our great country. Of course, the Declaration of Independence, authored
Dude, I don't think any
by
billionaire
Thomas
is
Jefferson,
overtime. You're right.
makes the famous statement that we hold these truths to
Tough
be
and
self-evident,
fishing. I subscribed. I get paid Friday.
that all men
buddy. Well, thanks for subscribing,
are
man.
created equal,
Welcome to the
that
channel.
they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
He's going to quote the Declaration.
Mr. Speaker, I want to lock in for just a moment on
No, keep quoting it.
that aspirational
Talk about when the people are
objective,
reduced
the
to
pursuit
absolute despotism. Talk
of
about what their
happiness.
rights and duties are then.
Because when it comes to everyday
See, I actually know the whole Declaration
Americans,
of Independence. Do you know it,
this one
Congressman?
big
Read all of
ugly
it.
bill
I
will
have it
hurt the
memorized.
quality
Can
of
you at least
life
read it?
of hardworking American taxpayers, and it's
I'm
all
sorry, guys. It
designed
pisses me
to
off
put
when
a
people like
happy
to
smile
quote
on the
the
face
Declaration,
of billionaires.
and they only
That
know
is
2 words on
inconsistent
the
with the Declaration of Independence and what we should be celebrating on July 4th. I think what Thomas Jefferson and the framers of this country, they set us
After a long train of
out
abuses
on a
and usurpations,
course of
pursuing
action,
invariably.
a journey, a march toward a more
Read
perfect
that
union,
part.
in part anchored in the pursuit of happiness, which decade after decade, century after century, leaders who sat at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, leaders
hates
in
the
this Congress
Declaration
on
of
both
Independence.
sides of the aisle tried to bring about for the greatest number of Americans. But that's not what this one big ugly bill is all about. America is too expensive. There are far too many people who are living
Yeah, this guy's
paycheck
driving me crazy too.
to paycheck here in this great country. That should not be the case. People who are struggling to
I'm going to
survive,
mute him
to
for
make
just
ends
1 second, guys, because there are people that are popping into the stream here. You don't want to hear him anyways, do you? Hopeful Brassmatic just became a YouTube channel member. Thank you for the support, man. I appreciate it. Real quick, right now, the Hearing Protection Act and Short Act are not in the bill. They were voted down last night in the House committee. This is the exact Senate version that they're voting on. The toughest vote actually happened a couple hours ago now. That was the final procedural hurdle. The final vote is coming up here soon. I think it's just a rubber stamp. I think it's just going to fly through. It's still technically not over yet. But most likely what's going to happen is there will be a $0 tax stamp for these NFA items. And they will still be registered and all the other provisions pursuant to the NFA. There's a real quick recap.
We want a country
here this morning
where every single American can afford to live the good life. Good paying job, good housing, good health care, good education for your children, and then a good retirement. And we know that in the United States of America, to unlock
I'm not saying my voice
that
is that
quintessential
good, but
American dream,
Lori said she'd rather
living
listen to me.
the good life, You have to work hard and
Free
play by the
registry,
rules.
everybody, line up.
But the challenge that so many
As they
Americans
used to
have
say in
right now in this
1930s
country
and 40s Germany, get on your
is
free
that they're
train ride.
doing those two things. They're working hard,
Free
and
registry,
they're playing
ladies
by the
and
rules,
gentlemen.
but they're unable to experience the
You can be
great
put on a
American dream.
registry
They're
for
unable
free.
to get to that third leg. They're unable to
Thank
live
you,
the good life.
Brassmatic.
And that's what we should be focusing on here
Dude, this dude's insane.
in the United States Congress. Not gutting Medicaid, not ripping food out of the mouths of hungry children, not rewarding
Oh, man.
billionaires with massive tax breaks. How can you prepare
Sing us a song. I would,
celebrate
except for I get a copyright strike from
legislation
YouTube.
that will
YouTube just
undermine
restricted my
the
MP5
quality of
video.
life
I just got a
of everyday
memo
Americans?
from them here. They sent me a hot alert.
It's not just
Your content is now age restricted.
a hypothetical. It's not just
I do have a cool HK
hyperbole.
MP5 full auto
It's not
video
just
that I posted,
hype.
4 or 5 years ago on this
It will
channel.
happen.
They just nailed it.
Everyday Americans will be hurt by the one big ugly bill. We're here on the floor of the House of Representatives debating legislation in the middle of the night with millions of Americans having gone to sleep anxious about what would happen. Here on the floor of the
Yeah,
House of
you're right,
Representatives.
John. Free train rides later for everyone who
Understandably
rushes to sign up
concerned
now.
that their voices have
Hurry
not
up,
been
ladies
heard
and gentlemen.
in this debate.
Make tar and feathering great again.
That
That
they're
seems to be the name of the new
pleas
bill.
for compassion have been
Dude, I don't
overlooked.
own an MP5. I don't even own a tax stamp. It was a once in a
Many of my
lifetime
colleagues, Mr.
opportunity.
Speaker, on the other side of the aisle, have chosen
Actually, JSD Supply, if anyone
not to
knows him,
hold
Jordan
town hall
Vinro, the
meetings,
owner, he let me shoot his.
not
And I
to hear
filmed it. And I was like a kid in a candy store.
from
Like,
the
dude,
voices of the people
guy like me just to get to touch a gun like
that
that.
you're privileged
You know,
to represent.
MP5K. It emptied the whole mag out. Just
But we've embraced
put the
the
video
American
out
people.
there.
We haven't run from the American
guys
people. House
see a gun
Democrats
that
will
most of you
continue
will never
to
afford
run
either.
toward
They
the
just gave you
American people and lift their voices up.
Which means no one will ever watch it again.
Lift their voices up.
He says middle of the night.
So,
He
Mr.
must have never
Speaker,
watched how they voted in Michigan.
I'm going to take a little time.
He's taking more time. He was
Share
only yielded 1 minute.
some of the stories of the American people.
Excuse me.
Voices that might otherwise be excluded from this debate. But we're not going to let those voices be excluded. We will ensure that these voices are heard.
Are you kidding me?
We will continue to do everything we can to bring those voices to life here on the House floor and beyond, to stand up for the best interests of everyday Americans. And we've heard from many of them
Song that never ends.
throughout this process. I'll share just a handful.
Ad nauseum.
With Medicaid expansion, I now qualify for Medicaid.
I seriously hate this so bad.
Without
now.
insurance, my
I
monthly
hate
bill for my
myself
3
listening to
injectable
it.
drugs
You guys know what I mean?
would be $3,000.
I almost hate myself for even listening to this.
$36,000 a year. And that doesn't include any of my other meds or my medical appointments.
This is America.
Who has that
Is this
kind
America?
of money? That's Charles.
You're welcome, Fat Gray Man. Take
lives
it
in
easy,
Alaska.
dude. Have fun at work, man.
District represented by Congressman Nick Begich. Medicare and Social Security keep me alive. I'm surviving on about $13,000 a year.
He's gonna read the whole binder.
Most of it from my
Is he
Social
gonna read the whole
Security
binder?
checks. That's just enough to afford my rent.
You guys want to watch a grown man
Utilities
cry? If
and
he
food.
reads that whole binder,
Without Social
I
Security,
mean,
I would be homeless.
shoot.
And if Medicare did not pay for my medications, if I had to pay full price, I wouldn't be able to survive. There are so many other seniors who are in the same boat. Without these programs, seniors like me would die on the street. That's Paula, who lives in
This kid, is he going to read the whole binder?
Arkansas's
Come on,
second
guys. Tell me what's going to happen
congressional
here.
district, represented by my colleague, Congressman French Hill. My son is a 25-year-old
Get
young
that
adult
short boss.
with profound nonverbal autism.
Dude, pizza's like LMFAO
who
when you
needs
realize this guy was just
24/7
warming up.
support. Our family has relied on
Guys, I have breaking news we're going to announce right now. All of that you've heard from Hakeem, that was the preamble. Just let that sink in. All of this up till now was the preamble. Now I think we're going to get full binder. We're getting the full tip, no lube, and now we're going to get the full binder.
Medicaid stepped in to provide health care. From that point until today, home and community-based services through Medicaid
Watch how slow he flips the
have been
page,
vital
probably. Wait.
to our son's health and well-being. Medicaid also helped his school district pay for medically necessary therapies at school. Our son is thriving and healthy, and our family can support him at home because of Medicaid. That's Robin.
The Hakeem binder torture.
She
That's
lives in
how they got
Arizona's
all of the holdouts to flip in
first
the last
congressional
vote.
district, represented by David Swiker.
I just figured it out.
These are
They
stories
cornered
from
the
every
Republicans
day.
to the back room. With the
Americans
binder.
who've written to us to say to this Congress, stand up for our health care, Mr. Speaker. Don't stand up
Wow.
for billionaires. Stand up for everyday Americans, for our health, for our safety,
And all I ever wanted was to be
and
left
for our
alone.
well-being. Gwendolyn from Arizona, she also writes, she says Medicaid is the difference between my son being healthy, happy, cared for,
Dude, he's
and
going for a
social,
record.
versus being at home with aging parents who struggle to physically provide
I
the
mean, are you
care
people seeing this
that is
right now?
required daily. Medicaid funding means my son receives the incontinent supplies he needs,
Yeah, Kev
the
saying my
internal
last
feeding
45
supplies
minutes
he
was
needs
better.
to live, and medications that his primary insurance won't cover. Medicaid matters because without it, my son and millions of others like him may not survive. Let me speak directly to Gwendolyn from Arizona. Her representative may not be
Toyota
fighting
Corolla,
on
thank
your
you for the
behalf
$5
as
super
House
chat.
Democrats.
Says
We're
thanks for
here to
staying up,
say
dude.
to
Well,
you,
you're welcome.
we agree.
He says, I want to ask you a quick
Medicaid
question. Is
matters
the
and
higher
it
grade
must
556
be
worth it or
preserved.
is M193 okay? I have a 20
It
inch
must
barrel.
be preserved.
Real quick answer.
Because
55 grain
Medicaid matters
193
to
is good
millions
for a
of
20
people
inch barrel,
all
actually.
across this great
It's a
country,
long enough
to
barrel to get
children,
enough speed
to
to
seniors, to
achieve the
people
fleet
with
yacht
disabilities,
effect.
to
Shorter
women, to
barrels, though,
families,
like
to people in
pistols or maybe
every
a lot of
corner of
your
the
free
United States of
SBR
America. Yes,
Then we get
Gwendolyn,
more of like a
Medicaid
77 grain
matters.
open tip mat.
And if
Okay.
your representative won't fight for it,
So
we
that's
will.
just real quick, but it could be a longer conversation.
Brenda?
Is he done?
Says to us, my youngest child
Oh no, he's just getting started.
is a nonverbal 43-year-old female with autism who has been on Medicaid
You ain't seen nothing yet.
since she was 12. She's had 3 major surgeries and 6 or more outpatient surgeries, all made possible because of Medicaid. We would not have been able to get our daughter what she needed if it wasn't for Medicaid. She also has a seizure disorder and is on several medications.
I don't know the answer, dude. One person voted no.
Some of them are
On the
way
last
too expensive
procedural
for us
vote.
to
I don't
afford
know technically who it was, man.
on a
I
blue
just
collar
don't know.
income.
I don't want to lie to you and make
Finding
something up,
doctors
okay?
that are good and accept Medicaid are few and far between. But
Hopefully
some
that helps
doctors
you
are
at
better
least. The
than
reason
none.
I haven't been answering you the last 20 times you asked.
And the only way
I
our
just
daughter
don't
will
know.
get any
I've been on the live
medical
stream. I
care
haven't been able to
at
research
all.
all the behind the scenes.
She is one of the most vulnerable people in society. And caring for her is a full-time job.
If anyone from the
myself
chat can answer, Dave, please do.
and her father, who are both retired and are full-time care providers for her. I am not sure why anyone would want to take this help and service from people whose very life depends on the help it provides. That's a powerful and profound question. Why would anyone in this House vote to take away Medicaid from the American people amongst the most vulnerable here in the United States of America? Brenda from Arizona lives in Arizona's 6th congressional district, represented by
Yeah, I'm going to miss the
my
whole
colleague,
summer and have to put
Congressman
plows back on my trucks. I
Juan
know.
Ciscomani.
My plow truck has a
Garrett
seized up front
also
caliper I got to get replaced soon. I was taking it just for
from
a little
Arizona.
drive the other day and locked up the one front wheel.
I'm still in the A section right now.
Thanks for reminding me, though. I do need to go out there and work on it.
So strap in as we make sure we lift up the voices of everyday Americans all across this country. It's important that we take note. This isn't abstract, taking away health care from the American
People
people.
are insane. Just think about this.
It's concrete. It's real. It has devastating
There he is. There's
implications.
our friend Stambo, our 2A attorney friend.
Garrett says, I was diagnosed with cerebral palsy
I love
at
how my
birth.
insurance that I pay $1K a month for covers nothing, but I'm supposed to pay for freeloaders
Cerebral
to get better
palsy at
health care
birth.
than myself and my family. I would have
Thanks to Medicaid,
I understand,
I was
man.
able to undergo multiple surgeries that significantly improved my ability to walk.
It streams are
Transforming
going
both my
7 hours,
mobility
guys, and I did an hour and a half earlier.
and daily life.
Wow.
Relying on Medicaid, SNAP in the past, and SSI, I worry about what would happen
Shout
to
out
me and my
to the
friends if
2A
these
Law Channel.
programs were taken away. Without them,
You
I
guys
wouldn't
wanna
be
know
able
what's
to
going
keep
on
up
with the major crazy
with doctor's
rare breed
appointments.
trigger lawsuit stuff. Check this
Medication.
guy's channel out right now that
And
I have up on the
transportation.
screen. He has the most
Earlier
and best
today,
coverage on that topic and many other
my
things.
distinguished colleague from the great Commonwealth of Virginia
And we've even had him as a guest on
read a
this show
passage
before,
of
haven't we?
scripture,
Right, Kurt 24?
one of my favorite passages of scripture, Matthew
I think we should have him back
25
on
and
again. What do you think, Kurt?
35 through 40.
If he's willing to, obviously.
And later on this morning, as I continue my remarks, perhaps I'll have an opportunity to go
I
a
heard
little
them
deeper
say,
into
Christopher, they yielded him 1
the
minute.
meaning of Matthew 25 and
This is all in your mind, guys.
35.
This has only been 1 minute this guy's
What
been
I can
on.
say is that all of us should
We'll
be
see what
trying
we
to
can
lift
do,
up
Kurt.
the least, the lost, the left behind, the poor, the sick.
Geez,
and the
I can't believe he
afflicted.
got the bribe that quick.
Garrett tells us, I was
Just sent him a
diagnosed
bribe
with
to come
cerebral
back on, Kurt,
palsy
and he's already
at
agreed
birth.
to it.
And the first thing that jumped
This
out to
channel
me
knows how to
when
lobby,
I
too.
read this was that we're all God's children, and we should be looking after all God's children to the best of our ability, not running away from them and undermining their quality of life.
Has he been on more
So
than a
Garrett, we're
minute?
going to continue to stand up and work hard on your behalf.
Oh, I got to read another super
Nancy
chat.
from
These are my channel sponsors tonight, guys. My
California.
channel members and super chats. Toyota Corolla with another
Great
$5
name,
super
Nancy from
chat. Thanks,
California.
man. He said the Democrats' plan is to delay the passing of the bill as long as possible by filibustering. So unfortunately, you might be sitting
writes,
around for a while. Oh, don't tell me
two
that.
special health needs.
They said he had 1 minute.
Former
I'm
foster
pretty
children.
sure that's what I heard earlier.
Depend on Medicaid.
Thank you
a
for another
dizzying
super
array
chat.
of health services, ranging from over 20 pediatric
All right, let's crank it back up.
and palliative
Crank it up, boys.
care to
All right.
behavioral health and occupational therapies.
Now the party's
They
starting.
both have rare, incurable, disabling diseases
172 viewers at 5
that
a.m.
require
Not bad. I guess
IEPs
not. For a small channel like
to
this,
navigate.
actually. Oh, I just kicked
school.
over my battery backup here. It's not
She
good.
continues, but I want to pause right there. I
I've
think
had
that's
this
an
energy
important
cube
point,
charging my phone here this whole time.
talking about her children and the IEPs to navigate school. We should be
Okay, AP
looking out
says it was Massey that had
for
the no
children.
vote.
like Nancy's two beautiful former
Dude, I hear birds
foster
tweeting out
care
there.
children, her two special health needs children, as she calls them.
I might take off in a minute. If I do, I can still keep
one of
it
the reasons
running,
why
though.
the Department
You
of
guys can hang out in
Education
the chat. Let me know if you want me to do that.
is important. Public
I'll be
schools
right
are
back,
important.
either way.
Nothing in this bill supports public education. In fact, this one big ugly bill represents an attack on public education. And that is not consistent with what we should be doing as we prepare to celebrate
No, that
our
was Cory Booker in the Senate,
249th
James.
birthday
They kind of look
and
alike.
lifting up this pursuit of happiness. Nancy continues, the ACA protections for pre-existing conditions and the removal of lifetime caps are also essential. My youngest child requires medical care that I simply cannot afford, costing between $750,000 and $1 million per year, depending on how stable her health is. I work part-time, but the caregiver burden is too demanding for me to maintain a full-time job. As a single widowed mother, Medicaid has become a lifeline for keeping my kids as well as possible. Nancy lives in California's 1st congressional district, represented by my colleague, Congressman Doug LaMalfa. Laura lives in the Central Valley of California, an area of the country with the highest concentration
This is
of
insane.
Medicaid recipients. The highest concentration of Medicaid recipients. I've been raising my 6 grandchildren for 15 years, and they are coming of age, but not many jobs are available. Also, my 16-year-old grandson depends on Medicaid and EBT to survive. He takes many medications a day.
Thanks to all the new subscribers. Looks like I've gained 7 since I checked earlier.
If you're not going to respect my ability
Thanks,
to
guys.
speak, respect the story that I'm telling on behalf of Laura. Respect her story, because her story matters. Her story matters. And the American people matter. Takes many medications a day. I'm too old to do anything but take care of him. I can't imagine choosing what medicines he gets or who gets to eat.
Give me a
Please
break.
reconsider for the people who need medication that is necessary
This is so
for survival.
stupid.
Universal access to food and meds
Take it
would
easy,
lighten the
Kurt.
worry that we carry. Not having to worry about food and medicines gives me more time to care for my 26-year-old grandson, who is quadriplegic
Please do, Stambo. I'm
due to a
curious.
head-on collision last year. Please don't make
I
him
probably won't be
suffer
too surprised, but
anymore.
maybe.
He needs food supplements and many medications every day to
Did
survive.
this guy say it's his grandson that can't eat?
Laura
Dude, this
lives
guy's
in
filthy rich.
California's 22nd congressional district, a district that is represented by my colleague, Congressman David Valadao. Just happens to be the district that has the highest concentration of Medicaid recipients in this country.
Okay, Tom. Supposedly is the key statement you
Laura,
made there.
I don't know what your Congress member is going to do. Every single House Democrat is fighting hard to protect your Medicaid.
I actually find it more enjoyable to listen to Mitch McConnell when he used to ramble.
We
than this.
value you,
And that's not a compliment to Mitch
and we're working
McConnell.
hard to defend you. Jackie is from the Orange County area of California. My son is 34
I thought that was supposed to be the conservative
years
part
old.
of California.
He has Down syndrome and autism, and lives at home with his aging parents, dad 82 and mom 71. His biggest joys in life for him are his day program and eating out. How small are his desires?
I
And
hate
you
to
want
be
to
the
take
bearer of
that
bad
away
news,
from
but I
him.
just thought of something, guys. Think
He
about this.
requires
You ever heard of
much
quid
care.
pro quo or status quo? All these
Bathing,
Latin words they use.
shaving, washing hair, brushing teeth,
Anyone know where I'm headed
dressing,
with this?
etc.
You do realize whatever time he takes, the Speaker of the House will have that much time too. I hope Johnson doesn't, but just think about this for a minute.
Now you want to take that away from us? Please know that Medicaid, Medi-Cal is what allows us to keep him in a safe and happy environment that he will not get anywhere else. And for a whole lot less money. Why should that change?
Real quick question.
For
Put a
him.
Y in the chat. Put a Y
Jackie
in there
asks.
if you want to repeal the 19th Amendment.
Please be
If you
respectful
don't, put an N in the chat.
of families who have high need family members who need these services. Thank you for allowing me to
Shout out
speak
to
on
the single
behalf of my
mothers, but
son
they shouldn't be able to vote.
and everyone who loves him.
We'll go
Jackie
back to
lives
the
in
founding
California's
fathers. The founding
40th
fathers said the white male landowner.
congressional district, a district represented by my colleague, Congresswoman Young Kim. Kayla writes to us from Colorado. At 26, I was diagnosed with brain cancer, a discovery I was only able to make because of Medicaid. Without it, I wouldn't have been able to get the treatment I need to survive. That diagnosis changed my life. And while I am grateful to be here, I can no longer work. Now I rely on disability benefits, food stamps, just to get by. These programs are the only reason I'm able to live. Without this support,
Got a quick super
don't
chat
know
to
how
read, so we can
would
tone him down for a minute. Grumpus Brutus for the super
Kayla
chat. Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
lives in
Because I thought Medi-Cal
Colorado's
was
second
billions in debt. Oh,
congressional
at
district,
least
a
billions,
district
actually.
represented
Good point.
by the assistant
Thank you for the super chat.
Democratic leader, Joe Neguse. Kayla, I can say to you that your Congress member is fighting hard to protect you, just like every single member of the House Democratic Caucus.
I doubt it.
Ashley writes to us from Colorado.
He's not doing the full binder.
Says my
is he?
life was saved by the Affordable Care Act. Because of this act, I was able to stay on my parents' health insurance when I couldn't get any coverage. At the time, I was dealing with a myriad of health issues and would eventually be diagnosed with multiple chronic illnesses. Because of the ACA, when my husband and I were married, I was able to be added to his insurance without being denied due to pre-existing conditions. Prior to the act being passed, I was denied coverage and care many times.
Dude, this guy has the best health coverage there is.
If I was
being
even
a member
approved
of
for
Congress.
coverage, it cost me thousands per month in premiums. I was being penalized, Mr. Speaker, for being sick. There were many times when I could not get coverage that I had to choose between which prescriptions I would get to have or whether I would get all my meds or the groceries we needed. You know, there are far too many people in the United States of America right now, before experiencing the devastating consequences of this
Not all
one
at the
big,
same time,
ugly bill.
obviously, but we've had 10,200 people
You
watch
have to
this stream
choose
tonight. You guys believe that?
between putting food on the table, clothing on their backs, access
What's up, Lori?
to medication, or paying the rent. The United States of America is the wealthiest country in the history of the world. Not a single hardworking American taxpayer should ever
California,
have
right?
to choose between food or medicine or rent or putting clothing
Thanks,
on their
Green Bean.
back. Not a single hardworking American taxpayer should ever have to make that choice.
Oh, give me a break.
If people did not have to worry about healthcare being accessible, they would be able to be
Take
seen
it easy, Stan,
when
bro. Good
necessary.
seeing you, man. Make sure you check out the two-way
when people
law
are
channel.
able to
He's
see
a good friend of
doctors
mine. He's a heck of a dude.
when they are
He's
unwell,
putting out some really good content over there.
they can stay healthy for
You
longer
can put
periods of
two-way
time.
law. Use the
When people
symbol
can stay
2A
healthy,
law in the YouTube search.
they don't miss work.
You should be able to
When
find this
people
channel
don't
pretty
miss
easy that
work,
way.
they don't risk losing their jobs. The way things work now
He's
only
like a super
encourages
big wig lawyer, actually. Like
the constant classes act
court
of keeping
cases
the
won
sick
for the
and
2A,
poor sick
but
and
just a
poor.
really, really good guy.
This should never,
At the end
ever
of the
be a
day, that's all
situation
I
in
really
a
care
country
about anymore is good people.
that claims to have the best functioning economy in the world, the best doctors, the best
Well, I mean, we've
universities.
been the only ones streaming it all night.
Ashley lives
Right,
in
word up, Russia?
Colorado's 3rd congressional district.
Maybe some people like this channel. I don't know.
When it's not recognized, the House will be in order.
I thought he was done for a minute.
New
Ashley
York's recognized.
lives in Colorado's
Somebody was trying to go
3rd
off.
congressional district, represented by my colleague, Congressman Jeff Hurd. And also writes from Colorado. Through the Medicaid waiver, Scott and son was placed in a group living situation that worked out for a while, but was eventually kicked out. After that, he moved back in with me, but ended up homeless once more, before finally being placed back
What's up,
on a
premium tracker?
Medicaid waiver program. Now he's doing really well. His job, which he loves, also receives funding through Medicaid,
How many grandkids
so
does
that
this
people with
guy have?
disabilities can be employed and be productive
Has
members
somebody
of the
been keeping a
community.
tally? I've
Without
literally heard
Medicaid,
this guy
he
talk
probably
about a
wouldn't be
couple hundred
alive
grandkids
today.
already.
Without this assistance, we likely wouldn't be where we are
Jeez,
now.
Pete.
And I doubt that there would be a happy ending to this story.
You guys realize I was 2 hours into this stream when I said
And
goodnight to my wife and daughter.
lives in
I made a phone
Colorado's
call 'cause I'm
6th
not at home
congressional
right
district,
now. I'm at my shop.
a district represented by our
I'm going to
colleague,
be able to call my wife in a little bit
Congressman
and say good morning to her.
Jason Crow, who is also fighting hard to protect your interests, and as every single one of us in the House Democratic Caucus will continue to do.
He's going to think I'm sick.
We believe in America. Healthcare is not simply a privilege that should be afforded to the
What's
wealthy,
happening,
the
Bill
well-off, and the
Campus? How you doing,
well-connected.
man?
It's a right
Nice to see you.
that should be available to everyone. A right that is still imperfect at this moment, that we are working hard to perfect. But this one big ugly bill, the largest attack on health
You're
care,
right, Lori. He does. He just like
Mr.
stopped
Speaker, in
and
the United
poses for
States
photo
of
ops.
America, moves us in the opposite direction. Daniela is also from Colorado. She writes to us, Medicaid has been a lifeline for our family,
People can't stand this guy. Here's a quick fun
especially for
fact
my
for you.
5-year-old daughter who has autism.
So right now, as
That's
we
the thing,
speak, there
Mr. Speaker,
is.
Medicaid
But shout out to
is
all of you for
important
being
so
here.
many
There's 174 people in
Americans
here
all
live
across
right
this
now.
country,
I'm looking at
including
some
people
analytics behind the scenes.
with
1,008
disabilities. It's a
people have watched in the
necessary
last 60 minutes.
lifeline.
We've not gone above 200. So the
So that
audience has
parents can
cycled
help
through this
their
stream 5
children live
times just in the
a
last
better
hour.
life with dignity and respect.
And I don't take it as people that I don't take it as
Why would
disrespect
any
to me. I think
legislation
people are
that
watching
this
this and
House
just
passes
being like, this is literally crap.
attack health
And
care
they're checking out and
available
don't want to vote in the midterms, and all these things are
to
going on
families that
right
are
now.
pouring in everything they have to help their child under difficult circumstances live the best possible life. It perplexes me, Mr. Speaker,
I have no idea how they're on Medicaid,
that this
man.
bill
Like,
would go after
I'm
the
trying to
health
figure
care
this
of
out
people
myself.
like Daniela and her 5-year-old daughter. Daniela says that as parents, we've faced many struggles.
Did he say Yeller?
Trying to balance
Like,
full-time
I'm
work,
literally, I thought I heard it.
starting a real
Did he
estate
read
business,
Old Yeller?
and still being there for our 3 other children. It's been overwhelming at times,
Dude, you're right,
and
Thunderhead.
finding the
That's
right
it
support
right
for her
there.
hasn't always been easy. But Medicaid has provided therapy and services that have made a world of difference in her life.
I'm pretty sure they yielded him a
These
minute.
therapies have
Has that been a
helped
minute
make
yet?
progress, helped her make progress, feel seen, and connect with her peers, which means everything to us. It's allowed her to be a part of the world,
Well, somebody set a stopwatch for me and Jordan. He was
to
yielded
feel
1 minute.
included,
Tell
and
us
to
when his
overcome
minute's up.
obstacles that seemed insurmountable at times. Medicaid has helped us give her the opportunities she deserves, and millions of other children in the United States.
All right, so it's been 10 minutes so
Mr. Speaker,
far.
Daniela
He was given 1
lives
minute.
in Colorado's 8th congressional district, a district currently represented by Congressman Gabe Evans. Currently represented.
Yeah, the guy behind him just doing the obligatory head nod every once in a while.
Mr. Speaker, we heard from Martha,
Dude, there's no way he's going full
who
binder,
writes
is
from
there?
Florida. I have an adult daughter with developmental and intellectual
Jay Benner,
disabilities
is he going full binder?
who needs Medicaid for her medical care. As a mom, I worry a lot about what the future will hold for her. Will she have access to
Dude,
quality
that's true.
medical care
That's true, Joe.
when my husband is no longer able to provide for her? Please support individuals like my daughter who are vulnerable and need our
Dude,
help.
don't tell me this. Tell me what I
Thank you.
want to hear. He's not going full binder, is he?
From my heart.
Come on.
Martha lives in Florida's 7th congressional district, a district represented by our colleague, Mr. Speaker, Congressman Corey Mills. We've heard from people from the heartland of this country.
Fully semi-automatic
In
binder.
Indiana, Kim writes to us, SNAP and
Dude, I need to
Medicaid
go
were
to sleep so
lifelines
bad, Lori.
when my children
I'm basically delirious.
were younger. At least when I was
Dude,
able
this has to be
get
over
them.
1 minute. There's no way. I know, like,
As a
when you're
single
miserable,
mom,
it seems like it takes longer.
working my way
This
up
is still
from
within a
low-paying
minute.
jobs, we often had too little food. My dinner was the combined uneaten food from my 4 kids' plates. Even then, keeping benefits was difficult due to
Is this
missing
real?
or late paperwork, faxes lost to the
He's
ether.
only been speaking 59 seconds.
I sometimes worked 3 jobs and cried too often when the letter came saying
We have a
benefits were
while to go.
suspended.
No forced reset.
When that happens, you
binder.
end up hungry for weeks.
Dude, what if that binder just closes and
Until it's
reopens
straightened
and there's
out.
more paper in it?
Kim lives in the
Xander, has it
Congressional
been
District
over a
of
minute
Indiana,
yet?
Mr. Speaker.
Dude, this is
It says SNAP
insane.
and Medicaid were lifelines when my children were younger, at least when I was able to get them. Let me park right there for a moment, because one of the arguments
Now he's going to take a
that
moment.
I've consistently heard made, Mr. Speaker, by our Republican colleagues on the other side of the aisle is that they weren't going after Medicaid recipients, that no benefits would be taken away
Quick question, guys. I'm getting delirious.
as a
Is
result
this
of
even a
these
real
so-called
person? Or is this a
work
hologram?
requirements.
Who thinks this guy's really a hologram at this point?
Let's fact
Like,
check
could a person such as this really exist?
that
Okay,
statement.
that's
Every
a fundamental
independent
question. Could this
entity
guy
that has
actually
looked at
exist?
this question, including the Congressional Budget Office, has made clear as a result
What's
of
up,
the
Trader
one
Swamp? How you
big
doing,
ugly
man?
bill, millions of Americans will lose their Medicaid benefits.
Good night,
These
Christopher.
so-called work requirements
Ooh, a lizard.
are just a smokescreen,
Green screen, yeah.
because more than 90% of the people who receive Medicaid benefits who can work do work right now in the United States of
He's a
America.
bot. No, this
Right
is making
now.
me question everything right now.
More than
Like,
90%.
I'm wondering if I even exist. This is
What
scrambling my
these
brain so bad.
impositions are really paperwork requirements that are designed to make it
Yeah, they
harder
occupy the
for
left
everyday
side of Congress.
Americans like Kim to access their benefits. And as a
Dude,
result,
this is AI.
millions of
Sure,
Americans
it feels like I'm stuck in an
who are eligible,
unskippable,
who
cut
are
scene.
hardworking,
Yeah.
who are deserving,
AI talking in circles.
will lose their health care.
No, you're right. You're right, Russ.
Kim says, I sometimes work 3 jobs and cried too often when the letter came saying benefits.
Jay Redmond, I don't even
suspended.
know my own name anymore, man.
As House Democrats, Mr. Speaker, we are here
Who
fighting
am I? What's
for
going
people
on?
like Kim
Now the Clyde
and
Amendment
millions
was
of
shot
others
down.
like her
They're working on passing the
all
Senate
across
version.
the United States of
$0
America
tax
who will
stamp.
lose
No repeal of the
urgently
NFA
necessary,
items. That's where we're at
life-changing,
right now.
and life-sustaining Medicaid benefits as a result of Donald Trump's
Baba
one
Yaga,
big
what's up?
ugly bill. We hear
He's a well-performed robot from China.
from Maria, from Iowa, in the great heartland of this country. Maria writes
Dude, I
to
have
us in
tons of random paint
2021.
in the back shop. Do you guys want me to bring out paint?
I got seriously sick.
I'll put paint on a piece of plywood,
with
and we can watch it dry instead.
I ended up in a coma for 12 days. Spent 3.5 weeks in the ICU. And then another 3 weeks on the recovery floor. If it wasn't for Medicaid,
You would rather
I
watch
wouldn't
paint
have
dry,
received
wouldn't you?
any
I
of
agree.
the care I needed.
Dude, I just want to get the black paint
I
out.
honestly don't know where
I
I'd
literally
be
did just do a job with some black
today.
paint the other day.
I don't know what my
I just
family
want to
would
paint
have
it
done.
black. Black pill,
Without
black
Medicaid, I
paint.
wouldn't have made it. If I
I'll make
lost
a mess and
Medicaid,
put on black face.
it would
We'll just
completely
do it up.
change my life. I wouldn't be able to afford my insulin, diabetes medications, blood pressure medications, or see my endocrinologist.
No
All of
purple,
which are
Lori. Black.
life-sustaining
That's all we want to see
treatments.
right now.
I also need to see my pulmonary specialist regularly. Without Medicaid, my health would deteriorate rapidly. That's a statement that applies to millions of Americans all across this great country. Who are at risk of losing their health care because this one big, ugly Republican bill has put a target on their back. Mr. Speaker, without Medicaid, my health would deteriorate.
Dude, it's rained so much here in the last week. I have
Taking
been
the
watching
time
the
to
grass
share
grow.
these
Like, for
stories.
real. I was cutting foot-long grass earlier
Because
for one that I mow every 2 weeks.
this is a question for so
Actually, I
many
got to get some
Americans
invoices
of
out. I should
life
start on my invoices right now.
and death. It's extraordinary that on the House floor, in the middle of the night, the American people are forced to confront a bill that targets their health care and will result in their well-being deteriorating.
The watchful eyes, you got that right.
More than 17 million Americans at risk of losing health care coverage, and then tens of millions more
I'd like to make $3K a week. Heck
experiencing
yeah.
increased premiums, co-pays, and deductibles
I should just
as a
become a
result of
full-time
the attack
streamer and
on
just stream
health care
Congress all night every day.
in this bill. Many of them will also lose coverage,
I wouldn't last long.
lose their health care.
I'd be
These
so
are
stupid
Americans
after my first week, I'd just sit here and drool.
on private insurance, employer-provided insurance. But because of the healthcare attacks in this bill, their premiums, their co-pays, their deductibles will go up. Some will not be able to afford it, and they
To the
will
point
lose
right
their
now,
health care.
guys, living in Michigan, it's so rough, I can't even afford a sharp razor.
That's what this bill represents.
Yes,
That's why
you're
I'm
onto it,
taking the
Nasty.
time to
Every time I
share
get a
these
super chat, I
stories
mute
and
the speaker so I
experiences
can read.
and concerns and fears and
I have been
anxieties
doing that tonight. That is my hook, right, Mateo?
of the American
New
people.
business plan going on, Mateo. Every time I get
I
a
wish,
super chat,
Mr.
I
Speaker,
mute
that we
this
had a lot
phone
more time to
while I
debate
read it.
this bill. This is the type of bill that under normal circumstances,
If
we'd
anyone
have
sends me
hours
super
and
chats, here's my
hours
promise to you. I'll
of
read
debate,
them in the slow cadence that he does and have him
where
on mute
hundreds
while
of
I'm
members
doing it.
could participate on both sides of the aisle and
It's actually a
share
promise you can trust.
their thoughts, their perspectives, their ideas, their passionate support or passionate opposition. But this bill, which by some estimates
Mateo, they yielded him 1 minute.
is larger
I swear it's been longer
than
than
the
a minute,
CARES
but
Act
the chat keeps telling me he's still within his minute.
and the American Rescue Plan, and the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and the CHIPS and Science Act combined in terms of its possible impact on the debt in this country, increasing the debt by more than $3 trillion, saddling our children and
59.5
grandchildren
seconds and counting. Hang in there, buddy.
with that level of extraordinary
Still
debt
another hour to go for that last half second.
by people who claim to be fiscally responsible. The implications of this bill are enormous.
Keep track of them, Drain the Swamp.
And yet, each side of the Ways and
Air
Means Committee
Protection
was
Act is
given
still
15
out, man.
minutes
We're at the $0 tax stamp right now. I mean,
to
it's
discuss
technically
the
ain't completely
implications
over
of this
yet,
bill.
but the procedural hurdle earlier,
Each
which in
side
my
of the
opinion
Budget
affected
Committee
the
was
main
given
vote.
15
That
minutes
did pass. Okay.
to discuss the implications of this
Donkeys are
bill
worried about debt. What year is this? What's up,
that will have
MC?
devastating consequences for everyday Americans while rewarding billionaires
Dude, I'm still on right now, Mateo.
with massive tax breaks.
I mean, this is crazy. We've had
It had been my hope,
10,600 people watch this stream so far.
Mr. Speaker, that we'd be able to have a robust debate, passionate support or passionate opposition
Dude, we're getting closer
in
to entering a
connection with
black
this
hole.
bill.
Black
That hundreds
hole
of members
sound
on both sides
come.
of the aisle could participate in. Instead,
Wash away the rain.
we have a limited debate where the relevant committees of
Brian
jurisdiction
M., I
have
don't
been
even know
given
what
15
planet I'm
minutes
on right
each
now.
on a bill of such significant magnitude as it relates to the health, the safety, and the well-being.
Tangy Monarch, welcome. We've been listening to this
American
guy
people.
for 1 minute.
And because that debate
This
was
guy's
so
been on for
limited,
1 minute, man. Is there still a chance, technically?
I feel the
Probably
obligation, Mr. Speaker, to stand on this House floor
You know, probably not. Technically,
and take my sweet time to tell the stories
take your sweet
of the
time.
American people.
Wait, because that was
And that's
going
exactly
first.
what I intend to do.
Now he's going to take his sweet time?
Take my sweet time on behalf of the American people, on behalf of their health
Are you
care,
kidding me right now?
on behalf of their Medicaid, on behalf of their nutritional assistance, on behalf of veterans, on behalf of farmers, on behalf of children, on behalf of seniors, on behalf of people with
This is sick.
disabilities, on behalf of small businesses, on behalf of every single American. I'm on this
Is
House
America-
floor after 6 a.m. and I'm planning to take my sweet time.
All right. As I promised, bring on the mute button, and he's coming off screen for a minute here. We, ladies and gentlemen, what we have here is a super chat. I would like to take the opportunity to thank a good viewer named Nasty. And I would like to take the opportunity to thank him for his $2 super chat. Now, there's many things he could have said, but what he did choose to say in this here super chat, and here's the thing, since I have the floor right now, and I am going to take my time. And while it may seem to be a short super chat, I am going to take the full minute that was yielded to me on this here House floor. Now, what the super chat does here say, now hold on, I say this for the grandchildren, and I say this for the hungry. And while he did have to eat, look, Nasty is going to have to eat the scraps from his 4 stray cats bowl. So I do thank the gentleman, and he is my friend. And I do this for the people that are not millionaires. And I do hereby read the message. And it does say today, bring on the mute button. See, I told you guys I would read any super chats, and I promised you he would be muted. And I would do it in the parlance in which Hakeem Jeffries does speak. So there you go. Unfortunately, the super chat's over. And now we do need to listen to him again.
The threshold of the 4th of July. Thomas Jefferson, having written those immortal words,
did I do a good
in the
job
Declaration of Independence, we hold
Am I going to Congress?
these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. They are endowed
Wait
by
a
their
minute.
Creator with certain.
Did I accidentally hit rewind?
Members are reminded to take their conversations off the floor. Close both sets of cloakroom doors, please.
Wait,
Gentleman's recognized.
is he quoting the Declaration?
Thank you, Mr.
again?
Speaker. If I'm not going to get any love for the other side of the aisle, I would expect that at least Thomas Jefferson would.
Oh, he talks faster when he wants to.
He wrote,
All right, did I give
in
you
the
guys what I
Declaration of
promised? We got to do
Independence, that
escaping
among
for a minute.
these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Is this
What is the pursuit of happiness?
Let me make sure this is still the live feed. No, it
in the
isn't.
United States of America,
He's on full loop.
here in the year of
Ooh.
our Lord 2025.
Lady in the blue suit, fading fast.
Imagine a country where every single American can afford
I'm so
to
hungry
live,
right now. I had that crappy Taco Bell
good life.
burrito when I started this stream.
work hard, play by the
Dude,
rules,
he's on loop.
live the good life. That's the American dream.
I'll be back in a second, guys. If I get any super chats,
But our
I'll spare you
concern
the
as
misery. If
Democrats
not, we'll just suffer
is
together.
that
It's all
in the
good.
wealthiest country in the history of the world, there are far too many people like Maria from Iowa who are unable to achieve that American dream, unable, despite working hard and playing by the rules, to live the good life, good paying job, good housing, good health care, good education for your children, and a good retirement. That should not be too much to ask for here in the United States of America. But instead of working to bring that American dream to life for the greatest number of people all across the country, this one big ugly bill, Mr. Speaker, that our Republican colleagues are trying to jam down the throats of the American people, will undermine their quality of life. Also hear from Patrick. lives in the heartland of this country. One of the good people of Iowa, who says, I'm a registered nurse in the ICU at the VA hospital in Iowa City. I've worked as a nurse for 30 years, and I'm a native Iowan. I have 2 disabled children who are on Medicaid. My son had a severe brain injury as a child and requires extensive physical therapy, occupational therapy, and speech therapy. My daughter is autistic and lives independently on housing provided by Medicaid. Before we had Medicaid, we were bankrupt paying for their treatment. We would go bankrupt again if Medicaid is cut. These are complicated systems for people with very complicated needs. These quote-unquote common sense solutions they're coming up with are not based in reality. People have tried these work requirements in the past, but even disabled or able-bodied people, we all have barriers. From childcare, transportation, monetary limitations. It's a foolish idea to think that this won't have a negative impact. They're just trying to remove people from the program, and it's cruel. Patrick, you are correct. Thank you for your service as a registered nurse at the VA hospital. And thank you for all that you are doing to love and cherish your 2 disabled children who are on Medicaid. And you're exactly right. What is contemplated in this one big, ugly bill is wrong, it's dangerous, and it's cruel. And cruelty should not
No, he doesn't
be
have
either
enough time,
the objective or the outcome of legislation that we consider here in the United States House of Representatives. Mr. Speaker, cruelty should never be the objective or the outcome of legislation that we consider here in the House of Representatives. But it is cruel to take away Medicaid from the American people. And that is why, as House Democrats, we will continue to show up and speak up and
This
stand
probably
up
will be a future president, just so you know.
in defense of the health care of the American people. I'm thankful.
I give this guy a better
all
than
my
50%
colleagues who are
chance
here,
he will be a future president.
who throughout this process, a difficult process, have stood up over and over and over again on behalf of the health care of the American people. Thankful for my colleagues in leadership, Whip Catherine Clark and Chair Pete Aguilar, and all of the members of House Democratic leadership. Thankful for the leaders of every single committee who's been battling hard to push back against the cruelty that is in this one big ugly bill. Thankful for the leadership of Richie Neal. Thankful for the leadership of Frank Pallone. Thankful for the leadership of Brendan Boyle. Thankful for the leadership of Angie Craig. I'm thankful for the leadership, the principal leadership of every single member of the House Democratic Caucus. But above all else, I'm just thankful for the spirit, the heart, and soul of the American people who have risen up.
I doubt it.
Throughout this country to make it clear to all of us in this institution, keep your hands off our Medicaid. Keep your hands off our health care, our Medicaid, the Affordable Care Act. Keep your hands off our Medicaid. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I stand before you today to lift up stories on behalf of the American people. Don't have the great privilege and honor.
This is just the
to
intro
stand
to the
on
speech.
this House floor, as all of us, Democrats and Republicans alike do.
This is the preamble.
On behalf of the American people in this great institution, the House of Representatives. But to me, what we are doing with this one big ugly
Actually,
bill,
this is just the Medicaid
this
portion.
assault on healthcare, on veterans,
This is the preamble to the Medicaid speech.
on nutritional assistance, this assault on good paying, clean energy jobs, this assault on the high cost of living in the United States of America, all of it is inconsistent with the best of what this House of Representatives should
I didn't even get paid
be
for
doing
Juneteenth.
for such a time as this. And so I stand here on behalf of everyday Americans like Elizabeth, who's also from Iowa. Elizabeth suffered from sepsis caused by
There's no
untreated
way. Is he going full binder?
strep throat. After waiting to receive care while uninsured and without paid sick leave. After receiving care she needed, she was able to apply for Medicaid and have her medical bills retroactively covered. Now, Medicaid has allowed her to get access to essential and
He
preventative.
has not even yet begun the
healthcare.
binder.
Mr. Speaker, Elizabeth lives in the congressional district represented by our colleague, Zach Nunn, Iowa's 3rd congressional district. Thank you, Elizabeth,
This
for
is allowed
highlighting
because it's all just stupid. People are stupid.
one of the
stuff is
concerns that
stupid.
all of us should have with this bill. When you launch an all-out assault on the health care of the American people, when you effectively, in Medicaid as we know it, gut parts of the Affordable Care Act, what you essentially are doing by stripping health care away from the American people, putting people like Elizabeth back in the position that she had previously been in, where she has untreated medical conditions.
I do have children's
that
books
won't
over
get
there.
better on its own. It will likely get worse and lead to further
I could
medical
read children's
complications.
books if
Why
you
would
guys
we
want
do
instead.
that to the American people? That is wrong. We should be lifting people up in this country, not tearing them down. We should be lifting up everyday Americans, not tearing them down and putting them at risk of their life, their quality of life, their health, their well-being, getting worse. We hear from Becky from the great state of Louisiana. By the way, Louisiana is a state with some of the highest percentages of Medicaid recipients of any state in the union. Any state in the union. And Louisiana is a state at risk of suffering greatly as a result of the all-out
Hop on Pop by Dr. Seuss. Now, this is a good one. It's been a while since I've read it, but I'm sure we're going to enjoy it yet again. Pup, cup. Cup on pup. Up, pup. Pup is up. Cup, pup. Pup and cup. Pup, cup, cup on pup. Red, red. They call me Red. Red bed. I am in bed. Red, Ned, Ted, and Ed in bed. All ball. We all play ball. Ball wall. Up on a wall. All fall. Fall off the wall. He, me. He is after me. Him, Jim. Jim is after him. CB. We see a B. CB3. Now we see 3. 3 tree. 3 fish in a tree. Fish in a tree? How can that be? Pat, Pat. They call him Pat. Pat sat. Pat sat on a hat. A bat. Ooh. I just kicked over the wasp spray. When I read B, it got me. Let me start over. Pat sat. Pat sat on a hat. Pat cat. Pat sat on a cat. Pat bat. Pat sat on a bat. No, Pat, no. Don't sit on that. Walk, walk. We like to walk. Walk, talk. We like to talk. Hop, pop. We like to hop. We like to hop on top of pop. Stop. You must not hop on pop. Say, say. What does this say? See, he, me, we, pap, pop, pop. He, 3 tree, be, top, hop, stop. Ask me tomorrow. But not today. Here's another good one. Let's check on old Hakeem for a minute. Is he done yet?
with us in the chamber also, Cleo Fields, another good friend and colleague.
Yeah.
Louisiana, a state that stands.
He's on page 6 of the binder. All right. Mr. Brown can moo. Can you? Oh, the wonderful sounds Mr. Brown can do. He can sound like a cow. He can go moo, moo. He can sound like a bee. Mr. Brown can buzz. How about you? Can you go? Buzz, buzz. He can sound like a cork. Pop, 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 pop. He can sound like horse feet. Clop, clop, clop. He can sound like a rooster. Cock-a-doodle-doo. He can sound like an owl. Hoo, hoo, hoo. Mr. Brown can do it. How about you? He can sound like rain. Dibble, 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 dop. Dibble, 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 dop, dop, dop. He can sound like a clock. He can tick. He can talk. He can sound like a hand on a door. Knock, knock. Boom, boom, boom. Mr. Brown is a wonder. Boom, boom, boom. Mr. Brown makes thunder. He makes lightning splat, splat, splat. And it's very, very hard to make a noise like that. Mr. Brown can whisper, whisper. Very soft and very high. Like the soft, soft whisper of a butterfly. Maybe you can too. I think you ought to try. Oh, the wonderful sounds Mr. Brown can do. Why don't you try to do them too? Turn the page and let's review. Moo, moo, buzz, buzz, pop, pop, clock, cock-a-doodle-doo, hoo, hoo, dibble, dibble, dop, tick-tock, knock, knock, boom, boom, splat. And last, whisper, whisper. And that is that. All right. You guys wanna hear Hakeem again? Thank you. Let's hear Hakeem.
Louisiana State Legislature. Supermajority.
Who done?
So we're here on the House floor, taking our sweet time to tell the stories of the American people and the adverse impact
Double, double, dop.
that Trump's
Indeed.
one big, ugly bill. That my House Republican colleagues, Mr. Speaker, are trying to jam down the throats of the American people, causing great harm to those who we should be working hard to protect, love, and cherish. Not
I have more books over there, just saying.
adversely impact their ability to live.
Ooh,
and live
Xander,
life
it's now
more
been 59 seconds and 89
abundantly.
minutes. This is just stupid.
Tamara, who lives in Louisiana's 4th
This is making me just want to rage
Congressional
quit and
District,
shut the whole channel down. Like if you just
represented
close
by
your
the
channel
Speaker
while you're live,
of
does
this
it have
great
a
House,
live stream? I almost want to find out.
have depression and PTSD. I'm unable to work and rely on Medicaid to get my monthly medications to keep me essentially alive. Tamara, we're going to continue to fight hard on your behalf. We heard from Emily, who lives in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
I literally haven't heard one word of what this guy said. Like
Emily
this whole
tells us
time.
that
I couldn't.
I'd moved to Massachusetts in
His
2020
grandchildren are hungry. That's all I remember.
and was working a retail job for minimum wage.
Good night, man.
I was unable to afford much, but the state thankfully approved me for SNAP assistance and Medicaid. Without that jump start, I'm not sure where I would be today. There shouldn't be shame or stigma surrounding these programs. You never know when life will get pulled out from underneath you. The relief when these programs can come to your aid is indescribable. Emily lives in the 5th Congressional District of Massachusetts, a district that is represented by the House Democratic Whip, Catherine Clark, who's a strong champion on your behalf, Emily, powerfully, ethically, principally, fighting hard on your behalf. Casey lives in the 2nd Congressional District of Maine, a district represented by Congressman Jared Golden. Thankful for Congressman Golden's service. He served this nation with distinction overseas and has come back home to serve this nation in the United States Congress. Casey writes, as a single mom of 2 young children and nonprofit professional in rural Maine, Casey and her children rely on Medicaid and SNAP to live their lives. The resources and stability provided by Medicaid and SNAP allowed Casey to leave her emotionally abusive husband and support her children. Casey's 7-year-old son has ADHD and is on the autism spectrum. Relies heavily on individualized support through Medicaid. If Medicaid goes away, Casey doesn't know how their family will stay afloat.
Casey doesn't know. That reminds me of that song, Scotty Doesn't Know. Does anyone know the
American people pouring into us, Democrats and Republicans.
Scotty doesn't know. Scotty doesn't
in the
know.
United States House of Representatives, the people's house, pouring into us with all of their heart, all of their soul, all of their authenticity, pleading that this Congress would find it in our hearts to stand up for them and not stand up for billionaires, which is
You got
what
it, Ronald.
this one
Right
big
on,
ugly
man.
bill is designed to accomplish.
I know that was a bit random, but
Sarah,
I'm just trying to break up this House floor speech.
Writes to us from Michigan's 4th Congressional District. My daughter has a heart condition. And the fact that she's on Medicaid is the only way that we can pay for her doctor visits and medications. I'm a widow, and money is very tight. So the fact that I'm on Medicaid, too, is the
Fiona.
only way that I can pay for my own visits and meds. The loss of Medicaid for us would be absolutely devastating. Mr. Speaker, Sarah lives in Michigan's 4th Congressional District, a district currently represented by our colleague, Congressman Bill Huizenga. The loss of Medicaid for us would be absolutely devastating. That's the consequence of the GOP tax scam, this disgusting abomination, this reckless Republican budget.
Extremely low IQ.
Mr. Speaker, that
And
Republicans
to burn
were
time.
trying to jam down the throats of the American people during the dead of night. It's extraordinary. No legislation that we consider in the House of Representatives should be devastating for
They
everyday
were saying a
Americans,
vote at 6:30 at the latest.
either in its objective or in its outcome. But as Democrats, we stand here in strong opposition to this one big ugly bill because of the devastating
put his bookmark away.
consequences that will result
Dude, that was a note.
to
Did you guys
everyday
see that man
Americans
just come
all
in from off
across
screen and grab that he passed?
this great country.
They're still making deals right now.
Lucy writes to us from the heartland, from the great state of Michigan as well.
From
My brother
Michigan.
is a developmentally disabled senior who lives in a group home.
Dude, it's 6:41 for me right now.
Until the age of 59,
My viewers must
he
think
was
I'm
cared
really
for
stupid for streaming through all this.
by our mother. Cannot live on his own and has numerous health issues.
Dude, I'm like super bored
He
of this
depends
guy.
on Medicaid. Without Medicaid, his brothers and sisters could
I
not
just know most of the chat is hanging on to every word he's
support his
saying
medical
here.
care. We're hearing from families all across the country. Mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters,
That is not a coincidence.
sons and daughters, husbands and wives, pleading with this Congress,
The transmission is in view.
pleading with House Republicans to
Hanging
stand
on to
up
every
for
word,
their loved ones
every gesture, right?
who are on
The
Medicaid,
hand movements.
who are at risk of having their health care run over and
It
their
says,
lives
don't worry,
ruined
two-way. We'd be stupid for having to listen to this guy's
by the
junk.
consequences of Donald Trump's one
I know,
big
man.
ugly bill.
Nasty. I plan my
Lucy
week
lives
around Hakeem's speech.
in Michigan's 7th
Back to 2A book read, please.
congressional district, a district currently represented, Mr. Speaker, by our colleague, Representative Tom Barrett. We've also heard from Sharon, who lives in Michigan. My daughter is a young woman who was born with cerebral palsy, mild cognitive impairments, and autism. She depends on Medicaid services for her health.
Give me a
Safety
second, guys.
and
I do have
well-being.
something I'll read to you if you want.
She's unable to work or
I have
take
a
care
letter to
of
read.
herself.
Let me know in the chat. In about 1 minute here, I can put him on mute and read a letter to
She's
you.
unable to work or care for herself without help. Without Medicaid, she is totally at risk. Cutting Medicaid
When I read the
to give
children's
tax
book, I
cuts to
actually
wealthy
lost a
billionaires is
subscriber
not
while I
only
was doing
cruel
that.
and
Can you believe
unethical,
it? I mean,
Sharon
they'll be
writes,
back, but
but it puts vulnerable people, including children, at risk.
people literally wanted to hear him
Severe
instead of me
mental
reading those
and
Dr.
physical
Seuss
health
books.
problems.
Can you believe it?
do the right thing and rescind the drastic cuts to Medicaid for vulnerable people with serious physical disabilities and people with serious and persistent mental health problems. Mr. Speaker, Sharon
Give me
lives in
one
the
second.
10th
I have a
Congressional
letter to
District
read to you.
represented by our colleague, Congressman John James. I don't know how the congressman from the great state of Michigan will vote at the end of the day as it relates to defending people like Sharon. But as Sharon writes, I know what I can say. She says, do the right thing and rescind the drastic cuts to Medicaid for vulnerable people with serious physical disabilities and people with serious and persistent mental health problems.
Dude,
Sharon,
all the no
House
votes but
Democrats
one
will always
flip
do the
to
right
allow us to
thing
get the
when it
final
comes to
passage.
your health, your safety, and your well-being, your Medicaid, and the love and care that you are working hard to provide to your daughter. We will always do the right thing. We're not perfect. No one is. But we will always strive to do the right thing.
Not too much
on your
good news
behalf.
right now, Sitting Bull.
As I work through these stories in the Midwest, and it appears, Mr. Speaker, that I'm about halfway through the stories as it relates to Medicaid. Medicaid.
Oh my
Medicaid.
gosh. One of you guys said that
It
earlier.
appears that I'm halfway through the stories as it relates to
This is just a Medicaid
Medicaid. But the
binder.
extraordinary thing about this bill
This is just a Medicaid binder.
is that it represents such an unprecedented assault
No.
on the American people that there are stories that need to be told as it relates to the attack on
He's not even
nutritional
half.
assistance
No, that was
for
you,
the
Peter,
American
you
people.
called it. This is just a Medicaid
And I will
binder.
tell those stories. Stories that need to be told as it relates to the attack that has taken place on farmers in this country. And I will tell those stories.
Dude, Pizza called it.
Stories that need to be told as it relates to the
Shout out
attack on
to
small
Man Pizza.
businesses
Truth teller.
in this country. And I will tell those stories. Stories that need to be told as it relates to the unprecedented assault on veterans in this country. How dare this administration attack veterans who have served this country? Instead of attacking veterans, we
You
should
guys see
make
the
sure that
transmission
every
back there?
single veteran in this country can live with the dignity and respect that they've earned.
I just saw
So there's stories
AOC.
that need to be told
That's a real beauty.
as it relates to the veterans.
No, they
in
haven't
this
mentioned
country.
a word about NFA stuff, Brian.
And there's stories that need to be told as it relates
The Clyde Amendment is out.
to law-abiding immigrant families. We
Right now, the way
We have to secure our border.
is written would be the $0 tax stamp.
We believe that
Still on the registry.
we have a broken
and all of
immigration
that.
system that should be fixed in a comprehensive and bipartisan way. But we must also stand up for dreamers and farm workers and law-abiding immigrant families in this country. We will not abandon our nation's heritage as a country of immigrants. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. It's part of what American exceptionalism has been all about.
This guy doesn't like veterans. There's no way.
So stories that need to be told. William writes to us
He's going back to the stories. This is just
from the great
stupid.
state of Minnesota. So thankful for our colleagues from the Minnesota delegation fighting hard on behalf of that great state. I'm a 57-year-old man living in central Minnesota. I am a type 1 insulin dependent diabetic, legally blind, and I suffer from severe nerve damage in my back
All right.
and legs due
I
to
told you all I'd
diabetes.
read you a letter, and I didn't see anyone say they didn't want me to.
I rely on
so
Social Security,
we'll put
Medicare,
this clown on mute for a second.
Medicaid, and SNAP benefits to support
This is a letter that was dated November 13th, 1787, to William Stevens Smith, the son-in-law of John Adams. This is by Thomas Jefferson. I do not know whether it is to yourself or Mr. Adams I am to give my thanks for the copy of the new Constitution. I beg leave, though, you place them where due. It will be yet 3 weeks before I shall receive them from America. There are very good articles in it and very bad. I do not know which preponderate. What we have lately read in the history of Holland, in the chapter on the stadtholder, would have sufficed to set me against the chief magistrate eligible for a long duration, if I had ever been disposed towards one. And what we have always read of the elections of the Polish kings should have forever excluded the idea of one continuable for life. Wonderful is the effect of impudent and persevering lying. The British ministry have so long hired their gazetteers to repeat and model into every form lies about our being in anarchy, that the world has at length believed them. The English nation has believed them. The ministers themselves have come to believe them. And for what is more wonderful, we have believed them ourselves. Yet where does this anarchy exist? Where did it ever exist? Except in the single instance of Massachusetts? And can history produce an instance of a rebellion so honorably conducted? I say nothing of its motives. They were founded on ignorance, not wickedness. God forbid we should ever be 20 years without such a rebellion. The people cannot be all and always well informed. The part which is wrong will be discontented in the proportion to the importance of the facts they misconceive. If they remain quiet under such misconceptions, it is lethargy, the forerunner of death to the public liberty. We have had 13 states independent 11 years. There has been one rebellion. This comes to one rebellion in a century and a half for each state. What country before ever existed a century and a half without a rebellion? And what country can preserve its liberties if the rulers are not warned from time to time that their people preserve the spirit of resistance? Let them take arms. The remedy is to set them right as to the facts, pardon and pacify them. What signify a few lives lost in a century or two? The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. It is its natural manure. Our convention has been too much impressed by the insurrection of Massachusetts, and in the spur of the moment, they are setting up a kite to keep the hen yard in order. I hope in God this article will be rectified before the new Constitution is accepted. Think about that. It's pretty profound when Thomas Jefferson was literally saying, God forbid we ever be 20 years without a rebellion. See, you have to remember, by November of 1787, Revolutionary War started. In early 1775, the treaty was signed to technically end the war. 1783. When he wrote this letter, November 13th, 1787, the ink wasn't even dry on the Constitution yet. See, Jefferson was traveling abroad. And he had just received a copy, but hadn't even made it back to America yet. The Constitution wasn't even fully in effect yet. The Bill of Rights would have been written 2 years later and ratified 4 years after this letter. And what he's referring to is it had been 11 years and there had only been but one rebellion. So from 1776 to 1787, Thomas Jefferson had literally already watched this country before it was technically even constituted. He had already watched it start fading away quickly. Isn't that crazy? And here we are. Prospectively, there was going to be, I guess, retrospect now, pretty much. The final passage hasn't passed yet, but I mean, it appears to be pro forma at this point. Here we are. We had, or maybe still technically have, but probably not a chance of repealing 3/5 of the NFA. 91 years it's been. Parliamentarians shot it down in the Senate. The House didn't have the will to vote the Clyde Amendment through, which would have put it back in the House bill, but they didn't want that. The President of the United States, Trump, demanded that this would be passed today and that it would be on his desk to sign on July 4th. There's a $0 tax stamp. Some of you are extremely happy about that. And if so, I wish you well with that. Free registration. There may be some excellent court cases that come out of this. Hopefully there are. It may take a while, if ever. And now there's this guy, this Hakeem Jeffries, babbling on. And on and on. I've got him on mute right now, but trust me, he has absolutely nothing to say. It's completely so insane. Believing one word he says requires a listener to be dumber than the speaker. You will literally lose IQ points the more you listen to this man. We've been streaming for 8.5 hours on this live stream. I did stream for an hour and a half earlier. At this point in time, I do think I do need to lay down for a quick nap. It's 7 a.m. They were supposed to be doing the final passage vote at 6 a.m. We just saw him a minute ago. He said that this is just the one portion of the bill. This is just the one binder.
Disappointing. So heartbreaking for many
I do
Americans.
believe this guy's literally going to sit there and read the rest
A lot
of
of
this
people in
binder,
the House of Representatives,
and it'll take him 4 to 5
Mr.
hours
Speaker, a lot of people
just to get through the Medicaid binder.
in the Senate have talked a good game.
I'm pretty sure I saw out of the corner of my eye that there's a
About
whole
Medicaid,
nother stack of
but
binders.
then turned around
One
and
for
done
each
nothing
topic
to
of this
protect it.
bill.
That's shameful. It disgusts
Hopefully you all
me
enjoyed the Tree of Liberty letter.
because I want
Not
to
read very
believe
often nowadays.
in the good faith
I
of
can't
every
even tell you the last time I've seen anybody read
member
it on
to look
YouTube.
out for the people that they are privileged to serve. Donald Trump's one big ugly bill, an all-out assault on health care, an all-out
I
assault
think I'm gonna have to call it in just a second,
on
guys.
Medicaid, the largest cut to Medicaid in American history.
I hate to bail on you all, but I've literally been going at this
This
for 8.5
legislation
hours just this time.
will end Medicaid as we know it.
I need to take a
Millions
shower.
of
I need
people
to
will
sleep.
lose
I
their
need to
health
eat,
care.
and I also need to get up for work right
Hospitals
now
will
too.
close, including in rural America. People will lose their
He'll kind of do this thing from time to
nursing
time where it
homes. 1 in
seems
4
like,
nursing homes
okay,
may
he's
close
finally doing his
as a
wrap up.
result
No, he'll just do this thing, and then he goes right back to
of
reading
this dangerous and extreme
from this
Republican
binder
budget.
yet again.
Community-based health clinics relied upon by many of the people all across this country will shutter as a
Gotta
result
work on my truck.
of Donald Trump's one
Got a
big
tire that
ugly
still
bill.
needs tending to out my
People
trailer. You
in
know
this
what I'm
country
saying?
will die unnecessary deaths. That's unacceptable.
Chris says you're all good.
That's
Are you guys good if
unconscionable.
I end
That's
it here?
un-American. And that is why, as House Democrats, we stand on this floor.
See, in the
aggressively
alternative,
pushing
I
back
could just tap
on
out
the
and leave it running so
everyday
you guys have a way to
Americans
chat.
on their behalf.
Problem is, if something
Pushing
goes
back on
haywire
their
in the
behalf.
chat while I'm gone, I won't be able to do anything
Because they
about
will
it.
be so absolutely
YouTube has weird
devastated
policies with that.
if this bill were to pass in the House of Representatives. Donald Trump's one
I don't
big
want to
ugly
bail on
bill
you guys, you know, but
hurts
I've enjoyed hanging out with you
everyday
tonight, this morning.
Americans and rewards
You're welcome,
billionaires
Buttercup.
with massive tax breaks. Why is it that every time, Mr. Speaker, Republicans
I think
have
this
the
guy could
opportunity
literally just keep
to
calling out
govern in
for
a
hours.
partisan
You think so?
way, you immediately race. Republicans immediately race
I think I'm going to jump off in like 2 minutes.
to
But this is
legislation
insane.
that provides massive tax breaks for the wealthy, the well-off, and the
The Senate
well-connected
has a filibuster. You're not supposed
in
to
this
get a
country. We've
filibuster
seen
in the
this
House.
happen all over time. During the presidency of Ronald Reagan, massive
Your
tax
moms
cuts
were
for the
D's and
wealthy, the
Bush
well-off,
long-time
and the
viewer, first-time
well-connected,
caller. Well, nice to see you.
adding to our nation's debt and deficit. During the presidency of George W. Bush in 2001 and 2003,
I'll be back on the
yet
stream
again,
too, soon,
massive
guys.
tax cuts for the
I normally
wealthy,
do
the
my
well-off,
weekly live
and
stream,
the
by the way, on Friday nights.
well-connected.
It is Independence Day this Friday. I
In
may
fact,
or
the
may not
Republican
switch it up
president at
because
that
of
time,
I'm not sure.
in 2001, inherited
You're welcome, Fluffy. Take it easy, man.
a budget surplus from President Bill Clinton, and immediately
Make
turned
sure you
around
check out the links down in the
and took
description,
that
guys. Make
budget
sure you follow me
surplus
on X,
and turned it
Locals,
into a deficit.
and I hope to see you all again
Exploded
soon.
the debt. Don't ever lecture us about fiscal responsibility.
I'm going to end it. I think
Not
maybe
now,
some
not
other
ever.
2A channel will take it up. If not, if you guys
Mr.
are
Speaker,
wondering where
Republicans
I'm
are not the
streaming
party
from,
of fiscal responsibility.
the
You are
US
the party of
Court
fiscal irresponsibility.
Here, let me give you guys
Over and over and over again. And now with this bill, you've taken it to a whole nother level.
Is there even a chat in here? Yeah, there is.
Because
a
in
chat.
addition
it looks super lame.
to exploding the debt by more than $3 trillion.
These guys are talking about the magic minute too.
And by some estimates, even more than that.
Give me 1 second. I'll drop this.
Saddling
If you
our
guys want to keep
children
watching.
and our grandchildren with trillions of dollars in additional debt. Why? It appears to subsidize the lifestyle.
Hey, look, happy
of the
Independence
rich and
Day to all of
shameless.
you. Thank you, Noah.
That's extraordinary to me.
You don't need
But
an
shouldn't be
8K, but if you
surprising
want one, that's
because
good enough
it's exactly
reason.
what
I
we
agree.
saw during the first 4 years of the Trump administration,
Just dropping this in the chat real quick.
where the signature legislative accomplishment
Well, it's been fun, guys.
was
I
the
mean,
2017
not so fun with
GOP
this
tax
clown here,
scam,
but hey, we'll find out if this
whereby
gets
some
final
estimates
passage here sometime
83%
this
of the
morning, today,
benefits
tonight, whenever.
would
We will
go
end up with $0 tax
to the
stamp
wealthiest 1%
on these
in this
NFA
country,
items that we've been talking about for what, a couple months now.
saddling at the time our children and
If
grandchildren
somehow this does not get
with more than $2 trillion
the votes for final passage,
in additional debt.
it would be very shocking to me. All right.
And yet, Mr. Speaker,
Then it would have to go back to
give
the
our Republican
table, back
colleagues
to the
wanna
drawing
lecture
table.
America about
Maybe
fiscal
then the Clyde
responsibility.
Amendment could get put back in. It could go back to the Senate where the
then have the nerve to
parliamentarian
come to
could
the
rule
House
against it yet again.
and try to
Maybe
jam a
then
bill
Thune
down
would
the
have
throats
to
of the American
overrule the
people
parliamentarian or fire rather, and JD Vance could have to overrule.
with a debate
Dude,
that
there's a
began
million
at
maybes, possibly
3:28 a.m. in the morning.
outside chance of an
That
inside
would saddle
straight.
them
I mean,
with more
right?
than $3 trillion
So just to try to
in
report
additional
this
debt
accurately, I
provide
can't call it till it's
massive
completely over, but most likely what's going to
tax breaks
happen
to
is
billionaires in this country.
the $0 tax stamp's going to go into effect, and you will
And
still
then
have to
pay
register
for some of
pursuant
it
to the
by
NFA.
going after
All right.
working class Americans,
I hear you, David.
everyday
Well,
Americans,
it's been
hardworking
fun,
American taxpayers,
and I'm trying to think if I'm just going to go and
middle
start the
class
truck back up
Americans,
again and
children and
start working,
veterans
or
and seniors
try to lay down, or
and people with
do
disabilities.
something like that.
Mr.
Thank you
Speaker,
to all the new subscribers. Thanks for
one
all the
big
super chats
ugly
tonight,
bill
and
is obscene
thanks for being here. And I
in
guess
that regard.
by the time I wake up or whatever,
Seems to me
maybe we'll have an answer, or maybe this guy
that
will still be talking. I'm going to jump off. You guys can go
all of
watch it
us
on the
have a
house page or
responsibility as
whatever
leaders
if you want to. And I would like to just
to
keep
try
it
to
going
make
and go to
life
sleep,
better
or I think I'm going to try to sleep for a
for
little
the
bit.
American people.
But I probably can't risk it because some like
That's what
crazy
leaders
trolls can come into the chat, and the way
have
YouTube
done,
is nowadays, they can hold the creator responsible
particularly those who
for
have
what's in
served
their
in the White
chat.
House,
So just the way things are on this platform.
when it comes to actually lifting
I'm just gonna look at one
up
last thing. But yeah, by this whole
people
time it's
who
been
we
going, over
entrusted
about 12,000 people have
to
watched,
represent.
1,300 in just the last hour.
That's what great leaders do.
All right, well, I'm out of here. Thanks for
Leaders
watching,
like FDR,
and have a good one.
President Johnson, President Obama.
I was just
So
getting
many
ready to
others.
hit,
That's
and
what
he
the
didn't
track
put down the
record
binder.
says.
He's back in the binder.
American people in this country, they deserve real leadership.